models under 2 years old. Now is the time to get the RV of your dreams. Special pricing, special financing, and deals on the largest inventory of the year. Make plans to visit our 2 locations off I-65, exit 304 in Cullman and exit 334 in Decatur. Enjoy our best selections of the year, special pricing, and additional markdowns at the Johnston RV Center Fall Sales Event. For more information, visit our website, johnstonrvcenter.com. Go see why Johnston RV Center is the #1 travel trailer dealer in the state of Alabama.
Unscathed by this, I only wish we saw behind the door. So long, good friend, this is the end. I know
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All right, we're live and ready to go with developing news in college football already. Jim Dunaway, along with Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, Rockstar, Forrester, and John Lunsford, all with you today as we get rolling along from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studio, presented by our friends at Bud Light. And we have another coach who is on his way out as we get going. Justin Fuente out in Blacksburg. Reports are, at least some sources are saying that Fuente took a smaller buyout, was going to be owed $10 million, $7.5 million if they waited to December. Some are saying that he took a buyout so that he's free to negotiate, Ryan Brown, one of your favorite sayings.
Free to negotiate for?
And that he wants to head to TCU.
Interesting.
To reset the clock there and go TCU with Justin Fuente.
Well, I mean, he was at TCU from 2007 to 2011, running backs coach, co-offensive coordinator, so he's got familiarity with that program. If I'm a TCU fan, I'm not too excited about it.
So it was $8.5 million, right, if they fire him a month from now, basically.
$7.5 on December 15th, $10 million if they fire him right now.
So $3.5 million difference. So if Fuente, $2.5. I went to Jacksonville State Lands.
It's okay.
Wow. $2.5 million difference. If you wanted the TCU job and you think you can really get it, it's worth it, right? It's worth it to forfeit that and say, hey, I'll drop that if y'all will just let me out of the deal and let's go.
Absolutely. Better deal or better job for Fuente. TCU is a better job.
It is a step up from Virginia Tech, yes.
It is. But again, if I look at the history of Fuente and did good things at Memphis, but it seems that most people that have been coaching at Memphis lately do pretty good things. He was there 3 years. Year one at Virginia Tech, they won 10 games, and then it slowly got worse.
You want to blow your mind because a listener, I self-owned how wrong I am about Fuente. I thought he would be a smashing success at Virginia Tech.
And you thought that because he built Memphis, right? He came in and he built Memphis into what Mike Norvell and others took over.
He did, and I loved his demeanor. I really fell in love with the guy. This is so weird. It was that bowl game where they got in the fight. And the way he handled that, I didn't even remember who they were playing. Do you guys remember who they were playing? I think it was in the Marlins Stadium. That's how crappy the bowl was.
Oh my goodness!
And they had
I forgot that they even played a game in the Marlins Stadium.
Boca Raton Bowl.
The Boca Raton Bowl, I think, was in Marlins Stadium at the time. And they had a fight after the game, and just his demeanor and the way he did the interviews and the press conference after the fight, and the way he owned it, and the way he talked about this is not us. And I love the way he handled that. I like the way he coached that Memphis team. I thought it'd be a smashing success.
Immediately, you thought he was an ex-Bear Bryant.
Well, not that far, Lance. But all right, so I owned it this morning, how wrong I was. And somebody said, none of the Memphis coaches work. And I'm like, well, that's a little unfair, isn't it? I mean, first of all, we've only got two out in the wild, Fuente at Virginia Tech and Florida State's Mike Norvell. Granted, neither one of those are working.
And Ryan Silverfield, they opened 3-0. I think they cracked the top 25, but I think they've lost 5 of 6 since.
So I went back and looked this morning. In the history of Memphis football, which is a long history, only one coach has ever left that school and been successful elsewhere.
Pepper Rogers.
It was not Pepper Rogers who they ever coached there.
One Tommy West.
You got to go back.
I think he coached the Memphis Showboats.
You got to go back to Alan McKean, who was 13-6 at West Tennessee State, which became Memphis. Left there, went to Mississippi State. Now, this is around World War II. In fact, he had 1 year where he didn't even have a team because of WW2. 65-19-3 at Mississippi State. That is the only guy in the history of Memphis coaches that has left and been successful elsewhere.
Well, I mean, Justin was 43-31. I mean, he wasn't a total disaster.
Well, he got fired. I know, but he got fired.
Yeah, to get fired from Virginia Tech. Again, they wanted what was going to be the next Frank Beamer. That didn't happen. I don't know how good that Virginia Tech job is. I mean, obviously it's good enough where they're going to surrender $2.5 million. Normally a program like that would do everything in their power to try to keep somebody for the extra month.
It's obvious who they want.
Do you think it's Shane Beamer?
No.
I think it's Hugh Freeze.
That's it. I don't think Beamer's done enough at South Carolina. Look, I think Beamer's done a nice job at South Carolina.
I think Beamer would be crazy to take that job.
He would.
So
I agree with you completely because you're immediately compared to your dad. I mean, like any coach there probably has to have close to Frank Beamer's success to be considered successful. But if your last name is Beamer, you 100% have to.
That's right. And it becomes a hard situation for them ever to fire a Beamer at that point. It just becomes a tough road for him. He's making his name at South Carolina. He's done a good job. I agree. Hugh Freeze would be really good there. The question is, do you think Hugh's going to get a better offer somewhere else?
Possibly. I mean, you start to look at the jobs that are open. I think Virginia Tech right now, in my estimation, is the fourth best job that is open.
So you would put.
Well, I mean, TCU would be in front, so it would be the fifth best.
TCU
job.
in front, so fifth best. Yeah.
Yeah. So
LSU, USC, Washington, TCU, Virginia Tech.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then if Florida opens up,
It's
obviously it
definitely
jumps
better.
back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If Miami opens up,
Miami is a better job than Virginia.
Miami just fired their athletics director. That's an interesting discussion there. Miami just fired their athletics director yesterday, and Miami and Virginia Tech play Saturday. And honest to goodness, I texted Reed, one of our coworkers up here, and said that the loser of that game could go home.
Yeah, loser go home.
Loser go home. And
we thought
didn't
Tyler
even
Van Dyke was going to save Manny Diaz, and after the loss to Florida State, I don't know now.
we didn't even get to the game before somebody had to go home Dunaway.
So we'll jump more into the moving coaching carousel that is Virginia Tech and the ones that are still open, the ones that can still come open as we move throughout the show. We will get to the best quote. Yesterday I gave you, I oversold the worst quote in Jimbo Fisher's history. Right after Rockstar tells us about his guy, Rockstar, I'll also need cut number 5 queued up because I will give you absolutely the best quote in Jimbo Fisher's history.
Oh, wait a minute.
I oversold.
Does he talk fast?
I oversold the worst quote in Jimbo Fisher's history yesterday.
Right.
I did that without hearing it, typical Dunaway fashion. I had read it somewhere, and it read like a disaster, right?
Right.
Meanwhile, today I've already heard Jimbo Fisher, and it is the greatest quote in Jimbo Fisher's history. That'll be coming up a little bit later on. Rockstar, though, in the meantime, has his guy.
While we work on that, Jim, let me tell you a little bit about Adam Mestre from MD Realty. Adam is a third-generation realtor born and raised in Birmingham, so he knows the area. You want a guy like Adam to find a house for you? Why rent when you can buy? Buying a home is the largest financial decision you will make, so make sure you are using an agent that you can trust to help walk you through the process. Call Adam Mestre for a free home evaluation at 205-422-0589 at MD Realty. We make house calls.
All right, we're going to get the Jimbo Fisher bite a little bit later on. That one not loading like everything else. So we'll get to the NFL last night and come back to college. Last night, already in the Farmfolio chat room, people are asking this question. How's the Ramily doing today?
It's not good. And I told you guys yesterday that for whatever reason, San Francisco and Kyle Shanahan, they own Sean McVay and the LA Rams.
That's the weirdest thing. You've said that before, but they really do.
They do. And McVay said before the game, we know what they're going to do. We're prepared for it this time. They're going to try to out-physical us. They dominated that game. And it started not only with the bad miscommunication between Odell and Matt Stafford on the first possession, but even with that interception, you've got them inside the 10-yard line. And they go an 18-play drive to start the game and go up 7-0, and then immediately a pick six.
Yep.
And you're down 14-0 to a team that, with the ability to run the football like San Francisco. Not only that, Kyle Shanahan last night going into that game said, we want to run the ball 40 times. The week before in a loss to Arizona at home, they ran the ball 19 times. To say we're going to run the ball 40 times and to go out and do it is embarrassing.
Is that the way you beat the Rams, though, if you can run the football? Is that the way you beat them?
Yeah, and I think, okay, so back to a point that Brown made yesterday about Michigan, Ohio State, and Oklahoma State and Oklahoma. This is a mental thing now for the Rams.
It really is.
I
It's
don't
crazy.
think they believe they can beat San Francisco. Now, the good news is San Fran's 4-5. They've got a lot of work to do before they get, into postseason position. But the bad news for the Rams is I remember the quote from Von Miller just a couple of weeks ago. I went to sleep 4-4. I woke up 7-1. Well, you're now 7-3. You haven't won a game since Halloween, and I will guarantee this: the Rams are going to go 0 for November.
Oh, man.
The schedule is brutal.
It is, and I said before all of this they would end up 12-5. I think more it's 11-6 now.
Yeah.
I think they'll slide into the postseason, but the way they're going to be positioned in the NFC, they're not going to be able to do anything. I've told you guys before, and this isn't just me talking, trying to reverse jinx the Rams. The Rams are a good team. They're not a great team. They don't have what it takes to win the NFC. They're going to have a bye this week. They come back. They go to Lambeau the last week, Thanksgiving weekend. of November. They'll lose at Lambeau. They're going to go 0-3 in November, and they're going to squarely be behind the eight ball.
Did that 49ers defensive back end up leading the Rams in receiving?
Jim Ward, yeah.
Will Stafford finally start to see that he needs to target Cooper Kupp more? Holy hell.
That's all they do. And it's going to get
He has
worse
to be
without Robert
exhausted.
Woods.
It's a daily fantasy gold mine.
My
Cooper
God.
Kupp.
Well, I mean,
they went to him like 6 times on one drive.
He was my captain last night.
Higbee can't catch a cold. Why would you throw to Higbee?
Higbee's really good. He had an off
Well,
night
he was
last
awful
night.
last night.
Van Jefferson, I don't think is prepared to be the 2, and you saw miscommunication there. And then Odell, he had the first reception of the game, ends up with 2 receptions. They're just not on the same page. I heard last night that during live practice, they had only had 2 reps together all week, Matthew Stafford and Odell. So this is going to take a lot of kinks to get worked out.
You got a lot of Lions and a lot of Georgia and Matt Stafford. That's a concern.
I still think
It's
Stafford's
hard.
really good.
It's hard to get that out of the blood.
What Brown is saying is there are no trophies in any cases
that.
with Matt
That's
Stafford's
right.
fingerprints on
A
them.
lot of Lions and a lot of Georgia in that blood, Lance. It's going to be hard to get rid of that.
I'll just say this, man. It doesn't make any sense because the Rams just a couple of weeks ago were fewest in penalties in the NFL, fewest in sacks. They have got elite players at every level on that defense. When you go Aaron Donald, now Von Miller, Jalen Ramsey, they've got everything you need. The Cam Akers injury was terrible. The Robert Woods injury is terrible. Everybody deals with injuries. There's no excuses. You guys know I love Sean McVay. Kyle Shanahan is a better coach than Sean McVay.
I think he is, yeah.
He is. Sean McVay, I still think is a top 5 coach, but he's got a lot of work to do. And we'll see how they respond. We'll see how they respond in Lambeau in 2 weeks.
Two things. One, I thought the Rams were the best team in the NFC when I was holding the ticket. Now you've got them going 0 for November.
Well, it's the first thing I thought.
Since you got the ticket.
During that game last night, I was like, well, thank God we got rid of that ticket. The Rams are getting drilled back-to-back weeks.
I'd be
now.
tied
I
up in a
just didn't-
closet.
I just didn't want to blame you for it.
Yeah,
I thought it was best to get it out there. I think it's still got some of your filth on it or whatever, whatever we want to call it.
Maybe we should burn it. Maybe we should burn it.
Maybe we should burn it.
Maybe
Look,
we should burn it.
After they lose to Green Bay, I don't know if it really matters. The NFC is so difficult this year, but I'm really disappointed, because Les Snead and Sean McVay went all in on this. And you guys probably saw the meme a couple of weeks ago, and it had Teddy KGB splashing the pot. Said, now we're all in, and then somebody put under there, Teddy KGB lost that hand. And he really did. I mean, if you've ever seen the movie Rounders, which is a really good movie, but this is just disappointing. And I care too much. An example, I went to dinner last night with the family, and we were at a restaurant.
Not the Ramley, the actual family.
Yeah, and so it was me, roommate, daughter's boyfriend, and got there at 5:50 purposely. And everybody had Rams gear on. We were prepared. I was going to make them all watch. Dogs had Rams gear on last night.
Yeah, that's very important.
Big game,
Yeah.
big game. So we get to the restaurant at 5:50, knowing that I needed to be out of there at least by 7 to get on the couch and be prepared for kickoff. My food hadn't come out. I immediately ordered it 10 till 7. So I give them credit card. I leave, get them to box my food up.
So wait, you ordered at 5:50, 10 to 7. Your food's not out yet?
Yeah.
Wow.
I'll tell you the restaurant in a little bit.
Okay.
How frustrated was Hey, Rockstar, that foot was just popping right there. It was just that foot
Hey,
was
so I
popping.
ordered a beer. Sat down, ordered a Stella.
Yeah.
And ordered the Stella at 5:55. 6:15, the Stella's not there.
Are you
Everybody
kidding?
else
That was
drinks
your
have been
fir-
dropped.
that was your
so I'm
first
standing
flag.
up looking. There's no bartender. And look, people are understaffed, and I know that going in. So you got to be patient if you're going to go out to eat. I get that. But I'm like, I can go back there and pour it myself. So finally she comes back a couple of times. I'm so sorry about your beer. Our bartender's having to handle some tables. I said, look, however I can help you, let me know. So she finally went back there. 25 minutes to get a beer.
You should have been out right there. Red flag one.
Should I get the dry erase boards out and we guess what restaurants?
Oh, I think I know.
I think you guys probably can figure this out.
Yep.
But I was so frustrated.
Less than a mile between set designated square from Hacienda. So
It's less than a mile from my house.
Really?
Yeah. I was, again, my point is I care way too much. I was beat up all last night. Everybody went upstairs at halftime, and I stayed downstairs by myself. I think we've got a lot of Alabama, Auburn, Georgia, Tennessee fans that probably are like me, but I care way too much.
My other point was, and we need to give love to the defensive mind on the other sideline, D'Amico Ryans.
Oh, he's been so good.
Who is former Alabama linebacker from Jess Lanier over in the Bessemer area. He's the defensive coordinator this year for the 49ers. And obviously they are off to a slow start, but against, and you say great things about Sean McVay. We joke with you about him, but we admit Sean McVay is one of the great young offensive minds in the league. What D'Amico Ryans threw out there last night was a good defensive scheme. He is ascending quickly in the defensive circles and coaching in the NFL.
You know, I got a little bit to learn, but last night I thought he did a tremendous job. You know, you go back last week against Colt McCoy and no DeAndre Hopkins, they gave up over 30 points. That wasn't a great look. And then earlier this year against Green Bay, they had a lot of letdowns, but a lot of people do against Aaron Rodgers. He's done a tremendous job, though. And, you know, he's learning again under at least one of the great offensive head coaches in Cal Shanahan. That's an incredible staff. If San Francisco can just stay healthy, with Garoppolo playing like that, Brown, I mean, obviously in the NFL, you're not going to be able to go out and run the ball 40 times a game. But Garoppolo, 15 of 19, so efficient, not turning the football over. That's exactly what San Francisco, with a healthy George Kittle, Deebo Samuel, can do so many different things for that offense. That is a really good, best 4 and 5 team in the NFL.
Yeah, and as AJ says in our Farmfolio Twitter feed, San Francisco's schedule looks like cake.
Oh, it is.
Until they play the Titans and Rams again. And so last night could have been a potential turning point for that team to make a playoff run to sneak in there.
That's just really unfortunate for the Rams. I think two teams going in different directions. Again, we'll see after this bye. But very disappointed last night, and I gave you guys San Francisco plus 3.5.
That's a winner.
A lot of people didn't want to play that, which again told me that San Francisco was a winner.
Yeah, so there's the winner on the lock. LT will give another one coming up. So your two big things off the break here. Justin Fuente out at Virginia Tech. Taking, according to reports, taking less than the buyout and is pursuing another job. Many believe it is the TCU job, which is also open right now. 4 years at Memphis, hugely successful. 6 years of mediocrity in Blacksburg. We'll see what happens to Justin Fuente. The other big story is the Ramley is up and okay today after a defeat last night. We'll hear from Jimbo Fisher later. Tom Luginbill coming up next on the show. Clay Travis with us at 10. And Bruce Feldman on all these coaches' openings. Feldman does the carousel as good as anybody else. He goes round and round with them. He'll be with us at 12 noon in the final segment of the show. So Lugs is coming up next. One interesting game last night I'll tell you about after I tell you the folks at the University of Montevallo want to provide an interesting 4 or 5 years for you or your son or daughter when it's time to choose a college. A college of distinction now, 10 years running plus 2021's top 20 best value school, according to U.S. News and World Report. A beautiful campus, according to Southern Living. All that and great paths to your dreams. 75 majors and a growing list there. 21 NCAA Division II fully funded scholarship sports with great facilities, including a national champion bass fishing team right there at the University of Montevallo. See everything Montevallo has for you by scheduling an in-person tour. Go to montevallo.edu, montevallo.edu, and check them out. I graduated from there. Love it so much. My daughter's in school there now in the theater department. You can find out why you belong at Montevallo, montevallo.edu. Last night in basketball, Marquette, unbeaten, upsets number 10 Illinois. Great game, 67-66 tonight. South Alabama and Alabama over in Tuscaloosa. Highlighting a big night of basketball that includes some local games like Jack State and Troy playing each other down in Troy. But good news for Alabama basketball fans. Juwan Gary, you saw the ankle injury in the last game. Day-to-day, doubtful for the game tonight. But Nate Oates says not a long-term injury. Some people thought he could have been done for the year or for an extended period of time. The injury not severe. Juwan Gary doubtful tonight, but likely returning soon from Nate Oates. That's big news in basketball, Luginbill in football when we come back on the next round.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
We know that juicy, cheesy, grilled to perfection burger sounds amazing, but it does sound like something is missing. Pepsi, baby! The yin to this burger's yang. Burgers and Pepsi go together like burgers and Pepsi. This perfect blending of flavors makes every bite of lettuce, every sesame seed on the bun, and every sip of that crisp, refreshing, ice-cold cola a journey to Foodtopia. Burgers, better with Pepsi. That's what I like.
We've told you about the excellent service you get from Excalibur Services for residential heating, cooling, and electrical problems. Now, you can also depend on Excalibur for all your plumbing needs. Excalibur will perform plumbing services in the same excellent manner as our heating, cooling, and electrical services. Highly trained plumbers now teaming up with highly trained HVAC and electrical service experts. At Excalibur, we have you covered. 205-718-8688. Excalibur Services, Alabama license number 15214.
It's time to start thinking about employee holiday gifts. Consider getting your hardworking guys a pair of Red Wing boots. Each day, your employees are on the job site helping your company succeed, so reward them with comfort at its best. The Red Wing mobile shoe truck can visit your shop and fit your employees with a great selection of boots. Or Red Wing gift cards can be purchased at your local Red Wing store, available in all amounts. Whichever program you choose, your employees will appreciate the quality, service, and selection from Red Wing shoes, and they'll also be thankful they have such a great boss. Reward your employees this holiday season with Red Wing shoes.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Let's face it, we all have a favorite something. This is LT talking about my favorite men's store, Shea's in downtown Homewood. Why do I like this store so much? And what makes Shea's so unique? Well, to start, they have been in business since 1922. Yes, 1922. And they offer an eclectic mix of menswear brands from classic to contemporary, such names as Xenia, Canali, Peter Millar, and many more. They have an in-house alteration personnel who understands that fit is key, and Shea's gets it right. Whether they're fitting a suit, shirt, or jeans, they offer unbeatable service with a sales staff that truly understands the products and how they fit your individual lifestyle in any occasion. Whether it's your work, leisure time with friends, or a formal event like a wedding, stop by Shea's and see if you don't agree. This store is simply the best. That is Shea's in historic downtown Homewood, where you will feel at home when you arrive and well-dressed when you leave.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Today I have some tips on how to stay healthy. Number 1, get some cardio. 2, get a proper fitting on your shoes to get the most out of that cardio. Our in-store fit specialist will match your feet with the perfect New Balance shoe so you get the perfect fit. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today at New Balance Birmingham.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap. Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Tom Luginbill's got a lot to talk to us about here in just a second on the next round. Thanks for being a part of us and part of the show as you watch us on YouTube, Twitch, Facebook, and Twitter today. Always stay up to the show on Instagram. And remember, when the show's done, Spotify, iTunes, Odyssey, Alexa, however you can find us, do it. Download, subscribe, and like. One other note, Bolitnikov semifinalists announced yesterday, 10 of those. Jamison Williams, one of the 10 best receivers in the country, according to the Bolitnikov Award. So Alabama trying to go back-to-back in that award.
Tom Luginbill, ESPN college football analyst, is with us now on the Pepsi Hotline. He joins us each week, courtesy of Jack's Western and Outdoor Wear, I-65 in Coleman. You will see Lugs on the Nebraska-Wisconsin game. 3 total points in that game. Luginbill will see all 3 points in that game. What is up, Lugs? How are you?
Good morning, guys. I'm doing well. You know, last week when we ended our call, my gal Sarah up at Jack's, she hooked me up with a nice new Stetson, man.
Oh, we got that done. So the Stetson is in?
It's done. Yes.
All right. We'll need to make it. We'll need to make that Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter official at some point.
It will be. I'm driving home right now, and as I'm heading there, and I get home, I'm going to start opening my mail like an early Christmas.
Love it. Luginbill going with the Stetson like he's on Yellowstone.
Luginbill, I would tell you who would not look normal in a Stetson would be Steve Sarkisian. If I asked you right now, more surprising Big 12 team, Texas or Iowa State?
Texas. But I'm saying that because my perspective revolves around the fact that our crew had that 2-week stretch where they looked like they were on fire and going to just absolutely ascend. Remember, they hung 70 on Texas Tech. Then the next week they go on the road and they hammered TCU. And it was, I mean, they could run it, they could throw it. They were playing, fairly solid defense. Offensively, it looked like things were coming together. I cannot explain what's happened to them. I have no idea how that team, with that level of confidence, that was playing to that level execution-wise, has become what they are now. Now, with that being said, I think there are 2 areas that stood out to me, even though those 2 games were impressive. Number one, I don't think they're a very tough football team. And number 2, I don't think they have great players on defense. Offensively, they've got some really good players. But defensively, they're nowhere near what I think people think they may have. And so I can't explain it. I have no idea what's happened. I don't know if there's internal dynamics between the coaches and the players, and it's part of attrition and turnover, and it's gonna unveil itself throughout the offseason. It's a real head scratcher, guys.
Listen, we have this, and I'm sure other people have it. It's called potpourri. No, not potpourri. It's poo-pourri, I think is what it's called. you squirt it in the bowl before you do your business in the bathroom to keep from potpourri.
Yes.
How big of a potpourri is the win for Jimbo Fisher over Alabama this year? How would you grade this year?
What a question.
How would you grade this year for Texas A&M?
So he sprayed an Alabama win in the bowl before.
It seems like Jimbo Fisher has 3 bad losses compared to his talent, but he beat Alabama, and that is covering up the scent of what is a pretty average year. Am I wrong?
No, you're not wrong. Now, listen, I do think that they've really had to work around subpar quarterback play. I know Zach Calzada made a couple of plays versus Alabama, but aside from that, it's been patchwork. I just don't know if they're good enough at that position to be a consistently productive offense. And the talent level and the talent base of their entire roster, though, is very, very disappointing when it comes to execution and production. I mean, you look at that game last week, and if you would have told me that the team that was going to dominate at the line of scrimmage was going to be Ole Miss, I would have said no way. Did you see how Ole Miss ran the football on that?
Mm-hmm.
Ole Miss defensive front and the tackles for loss and the negative plays and the pressures and the sacks that they've created over the last month. I mean, they're growing in the right direction, and Texas A&M isn't. And the bottom line is, yeah, that Alabama win was all fine and dandy, but I remember saying on your show after that weekend, I said, that's fine. But that win did not do anything to get Texas A&M to Atlanta.
ESPN's Tom Luginbill is with us at Tom Luginbill on Twitter. He appears on the Pepsi Hotline, and like all of our guests is on the Pepsi Hotline. He's also presented by Jack's Western and Outdoor Wear, I-65 in Coleman. He'll show us that Stetson coming up a little bit later on social media. We'll retweet that for you. Before the season, I would have confidently said, listen, there are 4 coaches in college football that always get quarterback right. Nick Saban, Ryan Day, Dabo Swinney, and Lincoln Riley. And now I have watched 2 of those not get quarterback right at all this year, Lugs. What is we've talked about DJ enough, but what is going on with Lincoln Riley and Oklahoma quarterbacks right now?
You know, I don't know if it's a sense in Oklahoma that maybe Caleb Williams started reading his own press book. Maybe think it was easy because he had a pretty good run there for a couple of games. And that can happen to young players. The bottom line is he can mask some of their weaknesses, and it's not all him, but they're still not a very good team up front in the offensive line. Aside from him, they're not a great team running the football. He's actually what's helped mask that the most because he could do something that Spencer Rattler couldn't do. I think the thing that stood out to me, and listen, I'm not saying I know anything specific, but I would not be surprised. Something's going on at Oklahoma, and I would not be surprised one bit if the next head coach at LSU is Lincoln Riley.
There's a lot of smoke.
Yeah.
There's a lot of smoke for that, Luginbill.
And, when you're not at your Monday press conference last week coming off of a bye week, and then all of a sudden nobody's talking, there's no information coming out of the building, your team was clearly not prepared. They were not focused. And if you watch that game, Baylor physically beat them up. They hit harder. They tackled harder. They beat them up front. And that area is concerning. And so, listen, you're right. We've seen some quarterback downturns. If you've had a run the way Clemson has, the way Oklahoma has, the way Alabama has, at some point or another, you're going to miss on one, or you're going to have, maybe an off-schedule performance or maybe an off-schedule slate of 5 or 6 games like Spencer Rattler has. So listen, they're a team that could lose their next 2, win their next 2. I don't know what to make of it. I thought they were going to ascend after they beat up on Texas Tech and looked like a complete team heading into their bye week, and all they did was regress this last weekend.
Okay, Luginbill, you said you could not explain Texas. Can you explain Auburn scoring on their first 4 possessions and then Mississippi State going on a 40-0 run in Jordan-Hare?
I can't necessarily explain why offensively they all of a sudden became inept, but I can explain the defensive side. Don't play man coverage versus Mississippi State. They want you to play man coverage. Why do you think that people rush 3, rush 4, and zone pressure them? All right, because they won't run the football. They will not run the football. So if you play man-to-man and you're giving them one-on-ones on the perimeter, you're going to be in trouble. You've got to mix and match that stuff. You look at the second half from about the midway part of the second quarter on throughout the rest of the game, and you look at some of those touchdowns, you're giving them what they want. You know what it reminded me of? It reminded me of the opening game last year between LSU and Mississippi State. And LSU had the exact same approach, and Mississippi State torched them. And so, to me, that's how I would explain the defensive side of it.
Yeah, Tom Luginbill with us on the Pepsi hotline. So you're heading to Nebraska and Wisconsin. Another big game as well this week in the Big Ten is Michigan State and Ohio State. I'm not speaking for the other guys, but I think unanimously we all feel like Ohio State's still the best team in the league. Can Michigan State give them anything this week? If Michigan State pulls the upset, how does it happen?
They got to play keep away from that offense. I had both of those teams on back-to-back weeks. Michigan State is not equipped with the athletes to handle those skill guys that Ohio State has. They're just not. They need a huge effort from Kenneth Walker. They need to have sustained long drives and have those drives result in touchdowns, not field goals. Because if they have 3 and outs, or they're able to make drives, and maybe they take a little time off the clock, but they're kicking field goals, and now all of a sudden you're having to get into any type of track meet scenario, you're going to go down, because that's not how Michigan State is built. And by the way, speaking of Wisconsin, I could make an argument, and I think it's a fair argument, that over the last 6 weeks of the college football season, there may not be a team, maybe outside of Georgia, that is playing as good a football as Wisconsin. I think they're the one team. If you told Ohio State, Alabama, Cincinnati, who do you not want to play right now? They would tell you Wisconsin.
I've been waiting week after week for Oregon to finally lose one of these games, and I've had this game in Salt Lake circled. And I know Utah's got the better quarterback in Cameron Rising. I know they've got a really good home field advantage, a sneaky home field advantage. Anthony Brown's not playing great football, but I got to give Cristobal and Oregon credit. They find ways to win with Travis Dye. How do you think this one plays out Saturday night?
I think they lose. I think it's the clock's been ticking. This is my upset of the week, and the way that Utah is playing, they've just gotten so much better from the Arizona State game, from the second half of the Arizona State game. From that point on, they've completely ascended and become a completely different football team. I think Oregon's hanging on by a thread at quarterback. I think they know it. I think they're having to work around it, and sooner or later it may catch up with them, and I think that weekend might be this weekend.
All right, he is ESPN's Tom Luginbill. He joins us each week, courtesy of Jack's Western and Outdoor Wear, I-65 in Coleman. You've seen his boots from there. He's got a Stetson hat he's going to show us. So that's a great Christmas stop for that outdoorsman, the Western wear, all the great stuff there at Jack's Western and Outdoor Wear in Coleman. Lukes, thank you. Enjoy Wisconsin and Nebraska, 2:30 ABC 3340. We'll see you then.
Take care, guys.
All right, buddy. That is ESPN's Tom Luginbill with us on the Pepsi Hotline.
Yeah, absolutely. One other developing story, Justin Fuente out at Virginia Tech, but also now Brett Bielema will not coach this week for Illinois. He has tested positive for COVID-19 and will not coach as Illinois battles Iowa as Iowa tries to stay in that race. Nebraska, Wisconsin's a big game in the Western Division as well of the Big Ten. We got a lot of important conference championship games and road to championship games happening this weekend. You talk about Memphis and Houston on Friday night. Houston still has dreams of doing something special in the American this year. Michigan State, Ohio State, obviously with college football playoff implications. Georgia Tech and Notre Dame this week with playoff implications. SMU and Cincinnati, obviously with playoff and American Conference implications this weekend. Michigan and Maryland, tough road game for Michigan. What can they do offensively if Maryland's Talia Tungavaloa is hot? And that Oregon-Utah game and Oklahoma State-Texas Tech, just some of the big highlight games this weekend. But another conference game this week with implications. You have that battle of Wake Forest and Clemson, where Wake Forest can finally stick a knife in Clemson's ACC championship hopes. And then on the other side, you have the battle for the other division with Pittsburgh with a big game this week, and that's an important game.
Yeah, Wake has got Clemson and Boston College left. For Clemson to have any shot, they got to beat Wake because Clemson's got 2 conference losses. And they could actually end up in a tie with Clemson, NC State, and Wake, which I don't even know how the tiebreakers would work there. So that is an interesting game as it pertains to that division. It's going to be tough for Wake to lose the division because they got a game in hand. Again, it's going to confuse everybody that watched North Carolina beat Wake. That was not a conference game. That was an out-of-conference game that was scheduled because those two teams don't play enough in their mind. So that's it. As interesting as the ACC is, which is not very, those are 2 interesting games.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, part of our show today being brought to you by our friends at Backyard Adventure. If you are looking right now as a young dad or mom for a great gift, whether it's this holiday season or next spring, for your family, and this is a family gift, it is our friends at Backyard Adventure. BackyardAlabama.com is the website. Quality 100% cedar, the thick wood, well-built, lifetime warranty. This isn't something cheap. It's going to fall apart after a month's use or after a good hard rain outside. This is real wood, real built to last, real construction to last a lifetime for you, and definitely a childhood. This is something you can buy for your kids when they're 4 or 5 or 6, and they'll play with it until they're 12 in the backyard. And just think about the quality time you can get quickly in your backyard with your kids. It just adds to your home and that family atmosphere, or that Ramley atmosphere if you're a Rams fan. You can just quickly get out and forget about a game. 100% lifetime warranty. They'll build it for you. They'll set it up. They'll do the landscaping. They'll move it. They'll take it down. They got a maintenance program. All of that right there with our friends at Backyard Adventures. Here's how you find out more information. Real simply, the website, backyardalabama.com. backyardalabama.com. You can do 3D imaging, build your own playset, take a look at all the offers they have, or you can call them up and talk to a representative, 205-408-4FUN. And I don't say this enough. When I say talk to the representatives, you're talking to the owners, because this is locally owned. It's right here in the Birmingham area. 205-408-4FUN or backyardalabama.com. When we come back, Brian Harsin talking about the change at quarterback. Bo Nix's successful surgery yesterday. Bo sent that out. So Brian Harsin on campus with our Hamburger Heaven on-campus drive-thru, talking about TJ Finley, what they will do, and whether or not this team has taken a step backward in the last couple of weeks. That's Brian Harsin next on The Next Round.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champy'schicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Think about this scenario for one moment. You wake up, step on the floor, and you feel water under your feet. You got a leak, you got a problem. I've got the answer. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. Dry Tech Water Restoration. They respond quickly and reply within 20 minutes when you call 205-637-0143. They've got crews ready to go at all times, 24/7, and they work for the customer. It's always the number one priority. Your first call isn't the insurance company. It's Dry Tech Water Restoration, 205-637-0143.
Banking isn't just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. AmFirst was founded for members just like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means services that grow and change with the times to serve you better. Now, every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. You can even customize the app, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the number one priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. That's amfirst.org. America's first federal credit union, federally insured by the NCUA.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. I'm absolutely loving my Alfa Romeo Stelvio that I've been in for months now, and right now you can get up to $3,500 bonus cash plus 1.9% financing for 72 months on the all-new 2021 Alfa Romeo Giulias and the Stelvios at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com, 1837 Grants Mill Road, exit 27, right off of I-459.
The Next Round and Academy Sports and Outdoors are teaming up to give away shopping sprees to families of those in the military who were killed or disabled in the line of duty. Folds of Honor is a charity organization that gives scholarships to the children of those heroic men and women. To donate, go to foldsofhonor.org. After years searching for a classic jacket that was functional in the field and the city, Tom Beckby couldn't find one he liked, so he decided to make his own. Since designing that first jacket in 2015, Tom Beckby has continued to draw inspiration from natural settings to produce classic outdoor equipment with time-tested rugged materials. Visit the brand new Tom Beckby store in Mountain Brook Village, a local business, with the goal of outfitting you for the outdoors here in Alabama and wherever the road takes you. Mountain Brook Village or online, tombeckby.com. That's Tom, BECKBE.com.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
We'll give away our new life winner a little bit later on. I love seeing the pictures in the commercial break, especially of the kids when you send those in. Basketball tonight for Alabama. Also tonight, a couple of big national games. Virginia and Houston, good basketball game, 7 o'clock ESPN. BYU, Oregon, good basketball game, 9 o'clock on ESPN. Creighton and Nebraska, 6 o'clock on FS1. Good basketball game. Alabama A&M at Cincy, Jack State at Troy, Alabama State at Iowa State, all happening tonight in the hardwood. Of course, South Alabama, Alabama is a 6:30 game, and you'll hear that on the Crimson Tide Sports Network with the great Chris Stewart and Brian Passing, or you can watch it on ESPN Plus tonight. All right, let's talk a little Auburn football. It is time for our Hamburger Heaven on-campus drive-thru, brought to you by the place I go and get not just great cheeseburgers or club sandwiches, but on game day Saturday, some really good hot dogs.
Yeah, I meant to text Pete yesterday. I texted him thanks for the lunch, but I wanted to see when the eggnog shake's coming out.
Oh, when is that?
Oh, it's got to be right now.
soon.
I mean, look behind you here, Lance.
Well, we went by last week to get one, and so we ended up getting a vanilla shake. But it is, I'm telling you, if you've never had their hand-spun milkshakes, they've got peanut butter, they've got the vanilla, chocolate, strawberry, but they've also got eggnog this time of year. So stop by a Hamburger Heaven. Go see our friends since 1982, serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, fries, those milkshakes, sandwiches made fresh to order. We all had the club sandwiches yesterday. All the ingredients fresh, prepared daily. Stop by any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, Homewood for breakfast, lunch, or dinner. Make it Hamburger Heaven.
It is really, really good right there. Great chili this time of year as well. Brian Harsin yesterday talking about Bo Nix out at quarterback because of injury. TJ Finley in. Here's the coach on TJ Finley.
As far as TJ, he's like every other backup quarterback that I've been around. He prepares like a starter. He goes out there and practices like a starter, and then, you never know when your opportunity is going to happen. And so you just have to be ready for that. Is it, unfortunately an injury? Is it going to be a chance to get in the game and try to go make a difference? You never know what that is, so you're always preparing. So he's done all those things. Now it's his opportunity to go out there and play.
Again, he had every opportunity to go to TJ Finley this year. And if Brian Harsin thought that it was that close, Finley would have started at LSU. I think it's obvious it's not that close.
Yeah, post Georgia State,
That's
after
right.
that drive, if it had been a tie even in practice, just for the spark.
I think just for the spark, just to see what happens, you start him at LSU, even with all that storyline around it. So I think Brian Harsin's actions have told you. Brian Harsin knows there's a significant drop-off from Bo Nix to TJ Finley.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. And I mean, Bo Nix is playing good football this year.
He had been.
I don't think there's any denying that. I think the interesting thing here, you just heard Luginbill not take a shot at Derek Mason's defense, but why are you covering in man against that air raid offense and Will Rogers and how hot he got in the second half? What's going to be interesting is South Carolina's offense going against now this Auburn defense, because I don't know how much you're going to get from the Auburn offense. I think Tank Bigsby and Hunter, they'll have their opportunities. I mean, last week, Tyler Beatty went for over 200 yards against the South Carolina defense. So it's going to be about running the football. But on the other side, South Carolina's building a little confidence offensively. 40 points against Florida. They had 28 last week against Missouri. If South Carolina can score 30-plus points, I think Auburn's got some problems.
They do.
Love Auburn this week. This is my Ohio State this week. I said Ohio State was the easiest play on the board last week. Auburn's the easiest play on the board this week.
I don't know how you can say that with TJ Finley for 4 quarters.
I can say it because of that defense. I think we'll play a lot better against a traditional offense that really is struggling. And I like Auburn's ability to run the football. So I'm going to go this week. Auburn is the easiest play on the board, especially if it's at 6.5. It's down to 6.5. That's where it was yesterday. From 10 to 6.5. Right I thought it was a good play at 10.
I think it probably drops a little bit more.
Well, then be patient. Wait. It's going to be the easiest play.
Get it low.
But Brian Harsin points out what I'm saying right now. It's not all TJ Finley. Other people have to step up. Rockstar, here's Brian Harsin.
It's the guys that have been playing, the Nick Brahms, Kobe Hudson, Tank Bigsby's. Those guys that have been playing, those are the guys that have to raise their level of execution too. When you have a new player come in that hasn't had as many reps and has the same experience as some of those guys that are going to play for us in the game. So I'm counting on those guys to raise their level this week and their execution, make sure they're doing their job so TJ can go in there and just operate and do what he's asked to do and play quarterback the way we know he can and go out there and get himself ready and prepared, and then come game day, go cut it loose and take advantage of your opportunity to play.
That's exactly right. Other people have to step up. That's what happens when you have your backup quarterback, and that's how he referred to him.
But Austin Troxell's a big story too. The Auburn left tackle. He went out of that game hurt, and
Don't have your kicker.
There's speculation he might not be able to answer the bell against South Carolina. And as Jim just said, you don't have Anders Carlson. You don't have 3 points in your pocket anymore when you get across the 40. And you wonder again, like I asked Hoke, how Brian Harsin manages that. Do you go for a lot of fourth downs? Do you roll an inexperienced kicker out there on a road game?
And Hoke said more than likely, why would you not at this point? You're sitting at 6-4.
What
The
you got to
number
lose?
has jumped up to 7.5. I would be willing to play South Carolina plus 7.5 at home right now.
For a steak?
Yeah.
Boy, I liked it better at 6.5.
I can't help where the number is.
Yes. Should I hold and wait for later in the week? Because you said it's going to drop.
You can.
Yeah. See, I think what is happening is everyone. It's such an easy play. I'd have probably played it at 10. I will take 7.5. I'll give you 7.5.
Talk yourself right into it.
No, I mean,
is that a stake on Auburn? Is that what you just did there?
Yeah, it's the easiest stake I will get this week. Auburn minus the 7.5.
Again, I don't like this game at all, but I love your confidence.
Is it an 11 a.m. game? That would help me a lot.
Nope, 6 o'clock at night.
Was not your second leg of your can't miss parlay Texas A&M?
What was a 16 parlay, Brad? You know how hard those are to hit?
Yeah, but was it leg two?
You lose the second leg, you go to sleep early.
It was not the second leg.
Okay.
Hey, Brown,
NC State was the second leg. NC State was the second leg.
Auburn obviously playing for pride, but South Carolina's playing for something here.
No,
they're playing for bowl eligibility.
Shane Beamer's got that team. Yeah, Shane Beamer's got that team believing.
They've got to win one of these two games, either Auburn or Clemson.
Listen, they lost to Missouri, and Missouri's not a very good team, but Beamer's got them playing.
He does. They're playing hard. A lot of distractions there when your name's Beamer and the Virginia Tech job's open as well. He'll be answering those questions all week.
He's on
long.
with us Thursday. We don't ask him about it.
Shane Beamer's on the show with us? Oh, wow. Didn't even know that. Glad to have Shane Beamer on with
Thursday
us.
at 11:15.
Let's don't bring up the fact I'm betting against him.
Is he on Zoom?
He is on Zoom.
Oh, he'd be excited if he knew the circumstances.
Yeah, if he knew anything about the show, he'd be pumped up about it. Shane Beamer on the show Thursday. I just bet against him if you're scoring at home. I'll take Auburn in that one. All right, last thing. On our Hamburger Heaven on-campus drive-through, because we have other people we have to talk about here, but Brian Harsin saying, he's very honest, he thinks Auburn's taking a step backwards.
As far as our discipline, focus, our ability to finish, we took a step back. And, 2 games now where we haven't had the performance as a team that we'd want. So, that falls back on me and falls back on how this team operates leading into the game, how we're going to perform before we ever step on the field, and understanding all the factors it takes to actually go out there and win games.
So that's Brian Harsin there with our Hamburger Heaven on-campus drive-through brought to you by our friends at Hamburger Heaven.
Yeah, I do agree with what he just said, though. Since 1982, Hamburger Heaven serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, fries, those delicious milkshakes. Dunaway mentioned the chili. Stop in for breakfast, lunch, or dinner. 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
And part of our show as well being brought to you by our friends at Wayne's, the exclusive provider of the next round. We trust them. You should, too. Wayne's, headquartered in Birmingham since 1973, committed to providing world-class service every time. Our friends at Wayne's, 866-WAYNES-1, 866-WAYNES-1. What can they do for you? They can do for you what they do for us, whether you're watching in Nashville or Knoxville, Tuscaloosa or Auburn, all over the SEC footprint. 100,000 families are Wayne's families, and you can be too. They'll provide you with residential or commercial termite protection, the best in the business, pest prevention, mosquito control, lawn care services. Take care of that grass when it's dormant so it'll look its best next spring and summer. Wayne's is great at taking care of your lawn, and you can get a discount on a variety of things. Just remember, anytime you call Wayne's, the promo code TNR for the next round. TNR, you'll save $60 off your initial EnviroPest service. 866-WAYNES-1. It's 866-WAYNES-1. The great folks at Wayne's. All right, so we talked a little Auburn football there. Interesting job openings coming up. You love Mississippi State defensive coordinator Zach Arnett. I was reading last night. He's an Albuquerque native. And New Mexico State, who took a beating in Tuscaloosa this past week.
Oh, don't do it.
Took a beating in Tuscaloosa last week. I think they get Kentucky this week. They're going to part ways with their coach, according to the folks in Albuquerque. and one of the leading candidates will be Albuquerque native Zach Arnett.
If I don't know who his agent is.
I was going to say, if I'm his agent, I'm firing him. Like, hey, look, you take the
dumping
job.
him.
Yeah, I'm done with you
That is
because
a
I'm just
dead-end
going to have
job.
to negotiate some kind of buyout in 3 or 4 years from a bad job.
Did they get sucked into any of these conferences in the realignment? Or are they still going to be independent?
I think they did.
Okay. I'll find that out. Go ahead. Say what you're about to say.
I think it might have been Mountain West that I think they're getting.
Right.
No, that would have been a huge upgrade. I think they're.
I think New Mexico State is getting sucked into one of these conferences. Anyway, with all that said,
I think it's the American.
You know, it was funny watching the game on Saturday.
No, not the American.
They couldn't get the camera off Zach Arnett when Auburn was scoring at will. And then he made those adjustments in the second half. And Zach Arnett, look, you got to give the guy a lot of credit. As bad as they looked in the first half, they limited Auburn to 158 yards and 6 points in the second half. Zach Arnett will have opportunities in the next couple of years. Take your time.
Yeah.
Alex Grinch was once an assistant for Mike Leach.
Right.
Alex Grinch is known as one of the more credible coordinators out there that will get a big-time job. Zach Arnett needs to buy his time.
CUSA, I think, maybe is who sucked up New Mexico State.
But they've been independent. It's a bad program.
Yeah, it's a tough place to win. All right, when we come back, Clay Travis talking about the big picture in our sports world and a lot more still to come, including our Stock Up, Stock Down happening this week. The show being brought to you by our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap, that time of year, leaves everywhere now.
Yeah, they're falling all over the place, and one of the most dirty, dangerous jobs out there is cleaning the gutters out. You don't want to do it. Don't get the ladder out. Call my friend Chris Stewart, 823-2212. It's a patent aluminum gutter. Fits over most existing gutters. It will keep the debris out, eliminate the gutter clean forever. It's back with a lifetime warranty. Cap it, don't snap it. GutterCapBirmingham.com. 45% off the retail price. December installs, or call 205-823-2212.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Wayne's. Look, fall is here. You want to enjoy that outdoor weather. Imagine sitting out there on the Saturday, manning the grill. You're watching football. You don't want to deal with the mosquitoes. Don't let the mosquitoes ruin your perfect day. The professionals at Wayne's can protect you, your family, and your pets. Call today, 1-866-WAYNES1. You can always go online. Call Waynes.com. Fall weather is here. Enjoy it with the family, mosquito-free. You can do it with our friends at Wayne's. Thanksgiving is here, and let the New York Butcher Shop be the place to get all of your holiday meal items. Their premium turkeys are fresh, free-range, and hormone-free. The New York Butcher Shop also has a wide selection of chef-prepared side items to help save you time in the kitchen. Pick up a bottle of wine, and your meal will be complete. Turkeys are selling fast, so place your order today. 2 locations to serve you, in Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service.
Iron Mountain Construction is an industrial services company with over 500 people available for your situation and needs. They are committed to safely supporting the operations of your facility through their execution of quality-driven maintenance services and on-time, on-budget small capital construction work. And they offer support with plumbers, pipe fitters, millwrights, iron workers, laborers, operators, and more. Call the office of Iron Mountain Construction, 205-781-1170 for Jeremy Purvis and Iron Mountain Construction.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Farmfolio. If you're concerned about market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio can help you diversify your portfolio into cash-flowing farmland property. We all know about rental real estate. Cash flow and appreciation are the name of the game. With Farmfolio's productive farmland lots, your trees act as the tenants, and they pay you in fruit, which is sold by Farmfolio's international sales team to the likes of Walmart and Costco, ultimately generating cash flow for you. As your cash flow increases, your property value also increases. Just like tenant-occupied real estate, the best part is you don't have to be a farmer. You own, they farm, and you earn. This is the way it works at Farmfolio. For more information, you can go online, check everything out today. Go to farmfolio.net. That's farmfolio.net. Check it out today. If you're concerned about that market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio is your best friend. Go online today, farmfolio.net.
Suffering from an old sports injury? Or tweak a joint being a weekend warrior? Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics may be able to reduce or eliminate your knee, hip, or shoulder pain, increase your mobility, and get you back in the game. From pediatrics to geriatrics, appointments are available at 9 convenient locations affiliated with Brookwood Baptist Health. Call Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics at 855-219-6200 or visit precisionsportsortho.com.
Greystone Chiropractic and their brand new facility in Tattersall Park is the premier family wellness office in Birmingham. Dr. Lee Goldenberg is committed to helping families unleash their unlimited healing potential naturally in a beautiful and stress-free environment. Voted best in Birmingham 3 years in a row, nominated for Shelby County Healthcare Provider of the Year. What sets Dr. Goldenberg and Greystone Chiropractic apart? Their attention to detail, their thorough approach with patients, and their excellent customer service. I trust my family with Dr. Goldenberg. You can too. Visit GreystoneChiropractor.com or call 981-8090.
What are some signs that you may have a low testosterone problem? Is your energy down? Have your workouts not been the same? Do you have problems sleeping? All of these or one of these could be a sign of a low testosterone issue. Whatever the challenge, the Alabama Men's Clinic has a solution for you. I'd invite you to come by the Homewood location, get a medical consultation and some blood work. And if you're medically advised and you start your low T treatments that day in the office, your visit is free. Well, the next question would be this. How do I set up the appointment? You can do it two ways. One, by calling 205-598-7000. That's 205-598-7000. Or you can go to the website, alabamamensclinic.com. There's other signs that you could have a low testosterone problem, like a change in your libido, or maybe you're suffering from depression. Whatever is keeping you from feeling 100%, it's time you find out the answer. Again, call the number 205-598-7000 or go online to alabamamensclinic.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at HydraLife Therapy. Boost your immune system today with HydraLife Therapy. IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy all under one roof. Mention Next Round at checkout. Save 20% off any service at the Birmingham and Tuscaloosa locations. If you're unable to make it to HydraLife, a nurse can actually come to your home or office. You can visit them online today, HydraLifeTherapy.com. HydraLife Therapy open 7 days a week. Homewood 9 to 6 and Tuscaloosa 10 to 6.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Headlines this hour brought to you by our friends at the Pants Store. 5 great locations to get you ready for the big rivalry games coming up, or maybe some gifts this holiday for that special fan in your life. 5 locations in Crestline, Leeds, Trussville, Tuscaloosa, or Huntsville. Online at thepantstore.com. And other than great game day wear, you can get game day hats, the sunglasses brands for men's and women, Ray-Ban, Costa, SunCloud, Gooder, game day accessories from all of our friends at Yetis, and, of course, everything you need to wear to the stadium. It is the Pants Store, Crestline, Leeds, Trussville, Tuscaloosa, Huntsville, or online at pantstore.com. Justin Fuente out at Virginia Tech. I think that is 12 openings now. 3 of those have been filled, so 9 job openings, LSU, USC, TCU, Virginia Tech, Washington, among the larger jobs that are open. Jimbo Fisher last night denying interest in the LSU job. A great soundbite. You'll hear from Jimbo a little bit later on this hour what he exactly said. Miami fires AD Blake James after 8 years. After reports came out that Blake was not going to hire the new coach anyway. So it doesn't look good for Manny Diaz. Looks like he's going to be fired. And Biletnikoff semifinal award list is out. 10 of those. Jamison Williams is on that list from Alabama. What a great portal pickup for the Tide. Alabama basketball in action tonight at home, 6:30 against South Alabama.
Outkick founder Clay Travis next with us on the Pepsi hotline. What is up, Clay? How are you?
I'm doing well. How are y'all?
Awesome. Thanks a lot. You know, it feels like with the Fuente news today that a lot of these boosters that because of, the finances last year didn't get to fire their coach, they're itching to do it now. I mean, these guys can't get fired fast enough.
Yeah, and, I think the challenge is there's not a really well-accomplished pool of sort of available free agents out there in the college coaching ranks right now. And and given the quality of the jobs that are out there, whether it's LSU, USC, I think Virginia Tech for a lot of people is a very high quality job. Washington, I mean, I can run through the list. It's really pretty fascinating to think about what might end up happening there.
You know, we were talking how bad Oklahoma looked this past weekend with ESPN's Tom Luginbill, and he said, look, I think something's going on in Norman. He said, don't be surprised if Lincoln Riley is your next LSU head coach. How good of a hire would that be for LSU, and would you be surprised that Lincoln Riley leaves Oklahoma after the opportunity they gave him?
I've heard that there are coaches like the range of pay is going to $10 million, right? There are a lot of coaches that could suddenly find themselves in that $10 million a year range. I mean, that would be a home run for LSU, absolute grand slam, I would think, given the overall quality of program that they've already had, you know, even with substandard coaching. So can you imagine the amount of success that Lincoln Riley would have rolling into LSU? Now, you know, that would be a shockwave move in college athletics, and that Oklahoma job would obviously still be a really high-profile job. So when you think about the number of jobs open and the quality of the jobs, we've got a lot of sort of domino effect here where you could have a moderately successful coach make the move to a more successful program, freeing up even more jobs, right? So, I mean, we're talking about total college football coaching chaos potentially underway as we move through the rest of November and into early December.
Mark in our Farmfolio chat room says LSU fans are meh on Riley in our local media as he listens and watches us down in Louisiana. Clay Travis on the Pepsi hotline. If Lane Kiffin had an opportunity to have game day in Oxford and had the chance to not only be the coach host but also the guest picker, I mean, it could not have been a better stage. He pulled that off this past Saturday. Is Lane Kiffin ready for a blue blood job, or do you think he's staying in Oxford long term? You've been spending the year on the SEC campuses. You tell me, is Lane Kiffin ready to bounce, or is he going to be long term in Oxford?
Well, we're going to be in Oxford this weekend. So, I'm going to be there for a short period of time because the game's not till 7, and I'm not sitting around to wait for Vandy Ole Miss. By the way, kind of a weak slate of games in the SEC in general. So we didn't want to go to Tuscaloosa for a third time. But Arkansas, Alabama is probably the best game of the weekend. But, he's going to win 9 games, right? They're going to beat Vanderbilt badly. And then that Egg Bowl is going to be absolutely fascinating to watch between Mike Leach and Lane Kiffin. And he has a chance to get to 10 wins, which is pretty unprecedented for Ole Miss in year 2 for Lane Kiffin to win 9 guaranteed, potentially 10, and then have a chance to go to a bowl game and go 11-2. But there are going to be a lot of places out there that I believe are coming after Lane Kiffin in earnest. And I think it's going to be hard for him to stay in Oxford. I really do. I'm fascinated to see exactly how that plays out. But the college football playoff expanding to 12, I think we talked about this a couple of weeks ago, to me makes it a little bit easier to stay at a non-power premier program. But it is still pretty fascinating to think about all these different moves.
Clay Travis is with us on the Pepsi hotline. And remember, timely communication is important today. Now more than ever, Alabama Power wants you to know you got a lot of options when it comes to reaching them, extending beyond phone or mail. You can get paperless billing, where you receive your bill via email each month. For more information, alabamapower.com/myaccount. I could also say on the other side of that argument, Clay, that this is the best the Ole Miss job has ever been. That it's never been a better time financially. They're about to upgrade facilities. The SEC is the strongest it's ever been as far as the business side of it, but not necessarily the competition level. I just think this is the best time it's ever been to be the Ole Miss head coach.
Well, again, I think the analogy to draw here is the NCAA tournament. If you're expanding to 12, which I think the playoff is in the years ahead, then it's easier to say, hey, can you be in the top 4 in the SEC than can you be in the top 2, right? Because if you're in the top 4, I really feel like there's going to be a lot of years where a third of the college football playoff is the SEC, right? I think there will be a lot of years where you get 4 teams in. That means you need to be in the top quarter, right, when Texas and Oklahoma join. The top quarter of the SEC, and you'll be in the playoff. I think it's easier to believe that could happen at Ole Miss on a somewhat regular basis going forward because of all of those parameters. I mean, right now, what Ole Miss looks like they're going to finish as the third best team in the SEC. If we had a 12-team playoff, I think you guys would probably agree with me. Ole Miss would be in it. And they haven't been to Atlanta ever because it can be really difficult to get into that top two and to win the West. But they've been in the hailing range, and so I think that's where the argument is a little bit more significant that could work in their favor.
Clay, Kirby's going to go 12-0 in the regular season. Sam Pittman's more than likely going to beat Missouri and go 8-4 after a loss to Alabama. You talked about the Egg Bowl. Throw the winner of that. Either Mississippi State's going to have 8 wins at the end of the season, or Ole Miss is going to have 10 wins. Who would be your SEC Coach of the Year?
I think there's a lot of guys if you consider relative to expectations. I think you have to go Georgia, even though we expected Georgia to be good. I don't think anybody expected them to be as dominant as they have. Basically, since week one when they beat Clemson, nobody has really challenged them. They haven't given up more than 17 points all year to any opponent. Stetson Bennett seems like he's coming into his own a little bit. So I think you have to go Kirby. Second place, I put a pause on what's going to happen in the Egg Bowl and say that's probably my second place Coach of the Year. And then I think you can go look at if we have a situation where Heupel goes 7-5, which seems very likely. I think that's a pretty solid. I don't think very many people would have thought Tennessee, with all the changes and craziness going on there, would go 4-4 in the SEC. So I think Josh Heupel's in the mix. I think you can look, even though it's going to be kind of disappointing for Kentucky fans. I mean, Mark Stoops may win 9 games at Kentucky. I mean, he's got a pretty decent chance of that happening. That does not occur very often. I think you can say that he did a really good job. Those are probably the 5 that would stand out the most to me in the SEC this year.
You've had some very candid conversations over the years with Hugh Freeze, and no need to relive why he left Ole Miss. Just tell me, do you think this is the year that he gets back at a reasonably big-time program, or maybe a big-time program?
Virginia Tech.
Brown coughs Virginia Tech. Is it time for Hugh Freeze to get welcomed back into the circle?
It's hard for me to believe, given all the jobs that are going to be out there, that Hugh Freeze won't be the choice on some level, at somewhere. And Virginia Tech could make a lot of sense, not very far up the road from Liberty or down the road. My geography may be a little bit off right there. But I think this is the year that Hugh Freeze gets an opportunity back in the SEC. I feel good about that.
Yeah, I pull for him if he gets back there. I'd like to see him do well. All right, he is Clay Travis, founder of Outkick, at Outkick, Outkick.com, and also follow Clay on Twitter, at Clay Travis. Clay, thank you very much for the time. Always great.
Hey, appreciate y'all having me. Thanks a lot.
All right, see you, Clay, with us on the Pepsi Hotline.
Absolutely. And part of our show being brought to you by the great folks at Mortgage Right, who big sponsor of our show. One of the first people that signed up with us and said, you guys can do this.
Yeah, awesome guys. Home means something different to everyone, but at Mortgage Right, home is always about you. Their top priority, helping you navigate the home buying landscape, and their team of experts. They're here to answer questions, provide solutions. Whether you're in the market for your first home or looking to refinance the one you already own, Mortgage Right is here to guide you every single step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to get started. NMLS 2239, equal housing lender.
2 things here before we take our next break. First off, are you guys like Clay? I do it too. Do you say up the road, down the road, go up 2, down 2, depending on the map? That we if we're in, say, Birmingham, Alabama, we go up to Huntsville, we go down to Montgomery, because above the map going north is Huntsville, Montgomery south.
Yeah, simple directions.
Do you do that as well, up and down?
I think most people do that. Yeah. Do people?
I don't think everybody goes.
Do people up north not do that?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just saying that. I mean, I try to do that everywhere. Like if I'm in Alabaster, I can go from my mom's house up to Champy's Chicken. But if I'm at my house, I have to go down to Champy's
But
Chicken.
like last weekend, my family and I went to my parents' house over in Jacksonville.
Yeah.
If it's east-west, you're over, right?
It's over. Okay, I like that.
Oh, you don't do that?
Oh, I think I do. I'm just trying. I didn't think about that.
I feel like if it's east-west, I go over. If it's north-south, I go up or down.
Yeah, sometimes if you're going far west, you'll say going west.
Yeah, going out west.
Yeah.
You're going out west.
Going out, yeah.
But
going out to New Mexico.
That's
Going
right.
over always seems east.
Yeah. No, that's a good point. I guess you could say.
It's weird. It does seem over is east, out.
So you don't drive over to Tuscaloosa for an Alabama game? That's west.
You don't drive out to Tuscaloosa.
I don't.
I
drive
hear
over.
some people say I'm driving down to Tuscaloosa.
No, I tell you what. I think you probably drive out beyond Mississippi. Like I'm driving over to Mississippi. Now I'm driving over to Louisiana, but I'm driving out to Texas.
Joseph goes up to Walker County. I think we do too, Joseph.
Yeah.
East and west is over. Riley is 100% agreeing with you in the Farmfolio chat room.
I think once you get to Louisiana, everything is out. You're driving out to Texas. You're driving out to Kansas.
One of our great female listeners in the Farmfolio chat room and viewer, probably a viewer if she's in the chat room, right? EVH93. She was at our kickoff party. How do you not go Kirby for Coach of the Year? That was a great question by you, and I want you to tell me how each one of you would vote. Kirby, Egg Bowl winner, or Sam Pittman? I mean, those are great options you gave there. How do you vote?
Well, because historically this defense is one of the greatest ever. We'll see how they close out. I mean, they're going to go 12-0.
Yeah, they've got Charleston Southern and Georgia Tech.
But Sam Pittman to go 8-4 against that schedule, and really should have been 9-3, and got gypped a couple of games last year.
Yeah, and felt like because Saban was Coach of the Year last year, right, in the Southeastern Conference. Am I right about that?
I think he was.
And a lot of people thought even at 3 and 7, yeah, that Pittman deserved it. So you wonder if there's some of the man, he kind of deserved it last year.
Well, I guess I would ask you guys this: what's more impressive, Mike Leach going 8-4 or Sam Pittman going 8-4?
I mean, they're both pretty impressive.
It's about the same to me.
Yeah, they're about the same. But I would say, well, I mean, if Mike Leach wins the Egg Bowl, that's sort of that's a big win at the end. Sam Pittman did a lot early, and then sort of.
But if Ole Miss wins it, and they're 10-2.
Oh,
I mean, a 10-2
I
Ole
think
Miss
what's
coach.
going to happen, though, I think the easy selection for voters is going to be Kirby.
Because there's so many people doing it. I mean, because
Yeah,
Shane
there
Beamer
are.
and
If
Josh
they win
Heupel.
out, yeah.
Beamer and Heupel on different levels have done a really good job this year.
Listen, if Beamer beats Auburn, they go to a bowl game. That alone has him in the discussion.
Absolutely.
If they find a way, and it would be an uphill
I thought
climb.
they were a 3-win team, by the way.
If they find a way to beat Clemson and he's 7-5,
Oh.
I don't know how you don't go Shane Beamer at that point.
So it's a great point that Kirby, if he's unbeaten as he's going to be 12-0 going into the SEC championship game, and he has a historic defense because there's so many people doing a good job, that is a great way.
You can't argue it. If you've got a cluttered collection of guys that have exceeded expectations this year, which we're going to have 3, 4, 5 of those guys, and then you've got Kirby who goes undefeated and pretty much wire to wire number one. I think the easy out, because nobody's going to be like, I can't believe Kirby Smart was your Coach of the Year.
That's right. And Nick Saban had the greatest year maybe in Alabama football history last year and won the award. It was hard not to give it to him, even though he could be it every year. Hard not to give it to him last year. Kirby could be that person this year.
Is it crazy, or is it the biggest compliment to Mark Stoops that he could easily go 9-3 and we're not even discussing him?
Well, you heard Clay say Kentucky fans would be disappointed.
Yeah.
I mean, what a compliment to Mark Stoops.
That is a couple of things. When you went to the Farmfolio chat board and said they were on Lincoln Riley, I don't believe that.
Well, that's Mark, and he's a big LSU guy, and he's down there.
And I love you, Mark. I just don't believe it. I don't know if he's the interpretation of maybe one bad call or what he's hearing. I find that shocking that LSU fans would not. Based on your last couple of hires, Les Miles and Ed Orgeron, and you're talking about Jimbo Fisher, and you have the opportunity to get Lincoln Riley, that's shocking to me.
Frankly,
by the way, he says Aranda, Kiffin, Napier are the three that he thinks the fans like in that order the most.
But
Napier over Lincoln Riley?
Lincoln Riley,
I'm just going with what Mark says,
would be the most successful and accomplished coach LSU has ever hired. Period.
Ever.
End of sentence.
Resume going when he takes the job.
Nobody come at me with Nick Saban. He had not done at Michigan State what Lincoln Riley has done at Oklahoma.
The other point I was going to make, if Mark Stoops goes 9-3 and hears that fans are disappointed, that might be his opportunity to get out.
Yeah. It's a great point.
Virginia Tech?
We'll throw that into a poll question right there, our Cowan Equipment poll question. We got some out from yesterday. Nicholas over in the Farmfolio chat room. Thoughts on UAB's win over Marshall on Saturday? Huge game at UTSA this weekend. Boy, is it a huge game. Thought they played well on Saturday. McBride continues to run the ball well. Quarterback, I think they still maneuver around that position a little bit, but the defense is coming into its own. I think they have a chance to beat the Roadrunners.
I think they win the game.
Yeah,
no, I think they've got a really good chance.
Yeah. Now I know I put a stake on it weeks ago that they would win this game, and I feel good about it. This hasn't been.
It's a coin flip.
It hasn't been the UAB season like we thought it was going to be. We thought maybe they would beat Liberty in that big home opener. Thought they'd play Georgia a better game. Hasn't been as smooth to get to this point, but the path is still there for them to get back to that championship.
The key
game.
is Dwayne McBride right now is running it as well as Spencer Brown ran it last year, which I didn't think you could replace Spencer Brown. He's the best running back in school history.
Compliment to that O-line.
Yeah, but Dwayne McBride over the last 3 or 4 games has done that. I mean, he's running it the way Spencer Brown was. So that gives you a shot at UTSA. And UTSA, it's an interesting offense, but you're going against Bill Clark and that defense, the ability to run the ball. I like UAB here.
Yep.
And then it sets up that Black Friday UTEP game for UAB to go back to the conference championship and what you kind of danced around saying it's a kind of a disappointing year for UAB.
Well, I mean, I
again,
think
a testament to Bill Clark.
It's really just that Rice game. Second half against Liberty really got away from them. You understand Georgia now, but losing to Rice is that game that.
Yeah, but if you finish
at home,
you'll be fine.
9-3, 7-1, or 6-1 in conference, 7-1 in conference, you're fine.
Yeah. All right, so that's ahead for UAB. Big game this week against UTSA. That's 2:30. Again, this is why we'd love to have UAB in a better conference, and they're going to the American. I hope it changes their television package. UAB and UTSA. UTSA will be in the top 25 when the rankings come out tonight. UAB's won the conference 2 of the last 3 years. Huge game in San Antonio this week. It's on ESPN+.
I thought you were going to tell me Stadium. ESPN Plus is an upgrade.
Yeah.
Hey, the Roadrunners, one of only 3 undefeateds in college football.
Yep. So Blazers and Roadrunners this week, ESPN Plus 2:30. You can hear it on the Blazer Radio Network with our buddy David Crane on the call there for UAB this weekend. I mentioned Mortgage Right. Simpio also was one of the first calls that we made here just to set up payroll. That was important when we got this job to have a paycheck, and Simpio hooked us up.
Well, they take care of those 4 pillars that nobody wants to deal with, things that we had no idea about: compliance, HR, payroll, benefits. Whether you're a startup, company that's been in business for 20 years, at least make the phone call to Blake and that team at Simpio. See what they can do for you. 205-635-7467 or Simpio.com. When your company joins Simpio, you gain access to health care and employer benefits at prices only large organizations get. On average, Simpio is saving companies of all sizes and industries over 18% net of their fees. You can join Simpio any time of the year. No annual contract. With that being said, Simpio in over 3 years of business, a 99% retention rate. Get on board today, Simpio.com.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
Golf is hard enough as it is. It should be fun and enjoyable. That's why you should check out my friends with Golf Tees, the place to go for punny golf apparel. Quality golf apparel with a sense of humor. To check out the fun, go to officialgolftees.com for the latest in golf t-shirts and hats. Quality and fun apparel, priced for everyone, no matter your budget. Again, check them out on their website, officialgolftees.com, or on all social media platforms at Official Golf Tees. Relax and swing hard in case you hit it. officialgolftees.com.
Are you sick of leasing your life away? Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. Mortgage Right has the cure. With locations nationwide, our friends at Mortgage Right are dedicated to making the home buying process easy. They are eager to offer tips, tools, and a staff of industry professionals to move you in with confidence. So if you're ready to let go of the leasing life and start living life, Mortgage Right can help. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to get started. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Hey, for the best pizza in Birmingham for lunch or dinner, make it Slice. Go see the Bajaga brothers, Jeff, Jason, and Chris. Slice Pizza and Brew is as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. 2 great locations, Lakeview and Vestavia.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Vulcan Tire and Automotive. 4 great locations right here in Birmingham. The team at Vulcan Tire and Automotive, they feel it's important for you to know they don't employ any salespeople or technicians that are incentivized with your commissions. When you are getting your vehicle serviced, the team is only incentivized to take care of you and your vehicle. That doesn't happen everywhere, but it does happen at Vulcan Tire and Automotive. Again, 4 locations right here in Birmingham, Hoover, Moody, Trussville, and Gardendale. For more information, Vulcan Tire and Auto.com.
I want my lawn to look better than anybody else's on my street. Ryan Brown here for the Next Round. Here's one problem. I play a lot of golf, but I'm not a greenskeeper. It's why I depend on my friends at Wayne's. And now is the time to make sure your lawn is properly prepared to grow healthy and lush when spring rolls around. Let the lawn professionals at Wayne's set you up for success as your lawn enters dormancy for the winter season. I depend on them for my lawn. You should too. Get Wayne's treating your lawn now so it looks great in the spring. 866-WAYNES-1. That's 866-WAYNES-1.
This hour of the Next Round is presented by Excalibur Services, a name you can now trust for all your plumbing needs. Call 205-718-8688 for all your residential HVAC, electrical, and now plumbing needs. Excalibur Services, Alabama license 15214.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters. It's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Hey, y'all, whether you're a scratch golfer or just out on the course for fun, at southernbeeclothing.com, we know that looking great is at least half the game. And we have the fine leisure attire you're going to want for all your favorite outdoor events. Visit southernbeeclothing.com and read our story to find out how a whirlwind romance accidentally led to the creation of Southern Bee Clothing. southernbeeclothing.com. That's southernbeeclothing.com. Don't forget the .com.
Celebrate the gift-giving season with Bromberg's Vietri Holiday Collections. Italian-made and hand-painted, 20% off all Vietri purchases all week long. Make it a holiday to remember with new additions to Bromberg's best-selling Lastra Holiday and Old St. Nick patterns. Handcrafted, timeless artwork for your table with authentic Italian craftsmanship and quality. And did you know you can also create a wish list at Bromberg's? Make it easy for Santa to get you exactly what you want for Christmas this year by creating a Bromberg's wish list. And you can unwrap a gift from Bromberg's that you love.
Football season is now in full swing, and you need to be winning with us at lanceslock.com. You get the free lock during the show, but get even more with a subscription at lanceslock.com. Get Lance's full slate of college football games every Saturday, as well as Sunday's NFL, all with the same subscription. No complicated or expensive weekend packages. Get everything. All leagues every day. Only $90 a month, breaking down to $3 a day. If you want to win this football season, jump on your phone, tablet, or computer right now and go to lanceslock.com and get on board with us.
All right, Rockstar's viewing menu, and then we're going to hear the Jimbo Fisher answer of a career yesterday at his news conference. He was fantastic. We got a couple of poll questions out for you right now on our Twitter feed at Next Round Live, at Next Round Live. But as we do every day, usually at this time, it's time for our New Life Art viewing menu that Rockstar tells us what he's watching tonight. We were just talking Secession in the commercial break about how good the last episode was.
Yeah, it really was. Look, to view his great art, go to danielmooreart.com. Great Christmas gift ideas there as well. For more information, 1-800-735-2787. New Life Art, bringing you memorable sports moments by Daniel A. Moore for over 40 years.
9 p.m. TLC stands for
The Learning Channel.
Got a new show today. Addicted to Marriage. 4 repeat brides from across the country who collectively have been down the aisle a total of 20 times are ready to get hitched again.
Okay, so that's it. 4 a collective 20. I did go to Saks and Jacksonville State. I can tell you they're averaging 5 marriages per. That's hefty.
Well, they're ready to get hitched again.
What am I learning in that one, Rockstar?
Learning to change the channel. And ESPN Plus, it finally premieres tonight. Man in the Arena, Tom Brady. They haven't promoted that at all, have they?
Oh, my gosh.
It was nonstop last night.
Yeah.
Cooper Kupp. And then Lance, I was playing at Diplomat last Friday, and I saw a poster. I would never have known this because I had a double look. Do you know who's at the BJCC tomorrow night?
The Jonas Brothers.
Oh, good answer. No.
I saw this. Hang on. In concert at the BJCC.
Concert hall.
Oh my gosh, I saw
Don't tell me
this.
it's the Scorpions.
No.
No. At the concert hall?
I saw this. Hang on. Oh gosh, I cannot remember.
Jerry Seinfeld.
It's Bon Jovi.
Foreigner.
Foreigner.
No, it's not.
Yep,
With
I
Lou
saw it.
Graham?
Oh, I don't know if Lou Graham's been with
I
it, but
think-
Foreigner is at the BJCC concert hall, and like that. That's how you don't see concerts. I just saw a poster.
I would
randomly.
100% go if Brown will pinch hit for me again tomorrow night.
Yeah, I know. I'll do trivia.
No, I really.
If Lou Graham's going to be
Is
there.
Lou Graham alive?
Yeah, Lou Graham's alive, but if he's not, it's not Foreigner without Lou Graham.
But I'm like Rockstar, and I am on I get an update every day that says I had 6 hours or 8 hours of screen time today. So I'm in front of a computer a lot. How do I not know? And I love music. I'm on Spotify a lot. How do I not know Foreigners in town?
I have no idea.
How do I know so-and-so's not in town when these great concerts are rolling into town? They've got to do a better job of advertising these things.
Yeah, I would agree. And we're a great forum where they could advertise and people would know that actually Foreigner was going to be around.
I thought that went without saying, but yes.
I had to do the old school way and find out with a piece of paper taped on a window.
They're in Huntsville tonight at the Mark C. Smith concert.
Oh, I'm out. Brooke Stevens just said a woman sings for him now.
Well, that doesn't mean she sings lead. Here's the photo. You tell me.
Well, and she just said not one original member of Foreigner.
Rockstar, go to foreigneronline.com.
Not one original member? How can you call yourself Foreigner?
That's not true. Wait a minute. They're in the Macy's Thanksgiving Parade. And when Rockstar pulls this website up, and Scott can put it on the screen.
You sure it's the band Foreigner, or is it just a bunch of foreigners?
Hello, mate. It's got their look. So that is
a bunch of old people.
Is that Lou Graham in the middle? In the red suit?
I think it is. I can't. I mean, it's a lot of age on him.
Is that not Lou Graham over to the left with the glasses?
No.
Are they all Lou Graham?
Every one of them's Lou Graham.
Oh, that's an iconic that poker chip 4.
I don't know, man. I mean, I will 100% pinch hit for you tomorrow night. I don't mind it at all.
No, if Lou Graham is fronting Foreigner, I want to go see Foreigner tomorrow night.
How do we find this out?
You're as cold as ice.
I think Dunaway could do it.
Do you know my favorite song of there, I Want to Know What Love Is?
Oh.
And they got that choir in the background. Oh, it's haunting. Haunting.
I'm a big fan of Jukebox Hero. I step out on a limb
Foreigner
hoping
4
that's Foreigner.
was one of my favorite LPs growing up. I don't know why.
Go back to that iconic Foreigner 4
Hey, episode
logo.
1 Cobra Kai head games.
Look at that.
Perfectly placed in there by William Zabka.
Hot-Blooded was good.
All right, everything I see.
They've got like. There's a lot of people that can't stand Foreigner, but Foreigner's got some.
Wow.
Really great 70s
do.
and 80s hits.
They did Waiting for a Girl Like You.
Oh yeah, it was on Foreigner 4.
Well, I'm reading it right there on Foreigner 4, yeah. Waiting for a Girl Like You.
No, well, that's the best of Foreigner. That all those are on Foreigner 4.
Okay,
Cold as
here
ice
you
on
go.
Foreigner.
From, gosh, I don't even know what publication this is. I'll try to give them.
Oh, Best of Foreigner 4 and more
Yeah.
live. Okay.
So many pop-ups.
Urgent was on there. Jukebox Hero, Waiting for a Girl Like You.
More than 40 years after their self-titled debut release, Foreigner's music continues to thrive. Netflix.
You know, I had the great Foreigner 4 on cassette tape. That was that period of time for me.
Lead vocalist Kelly Hansen first came into the music scene with heavy metal band Hurricane.
Rock
not a
Me
girl.
Like.
No, that's Scorpions.
I know, I was joking.
Okay.
Hurricane.
I can't tell, Lance. I don't think you got Lou Graham with him. I think it's a guy named Kelly Hansen.
Because I think Lou Graham is on tour himself, I think, currently. So that's going to be a little difficult.
I'm out.
Where's Lou playing tonight? He probably has more foreigners in his band than they have in their band.
Lead singer, there's a photo of this guy, and it says lead singer for Foreigner Kelly Hansen on stage. So it's not going to be Lou Graham.
This is weird. I was working out and just had a random playlist on, but Foreigner was part of that playlist. And I was just thinking about unique voices that are probably underrated leads.
And I was about to say that.
Lou Graham is one of those guys.
I mean, it was super hard to replace Steve Perry for Journey, and they somehow managed to do it for a little bit. Lou Graham would be hard to replace. That is
such a unique voice.
Yeah, there's no doubt.
Saturday, he was at the Oxnard Performing Arts Center in Oxnard, California. And then Friday, he is at the Canyon in Montclair, California. So I doubt he's going to play.
I'm going to say they do well to get back together, maybe.
Yeah, he does a lot of concerts out there.
I think,
not over here.
Yeah,
out west.
I think it goes out to California. I think Foreigner's getting a better shake than Lou Graham, though. They're doing better stops, it seems.
Yeah.
It says
they have the
Kelly is a
name.
dude, but really, I just kind of wanted to see Lou Graham.
Have you ever been to Oxnard?
I've not been to Oxnard.
I have flown into Oxnard.
I've never been.
So according to
I
Patrick,
miss him
he read up on the show in Macon, and he says it's all new people. Quote, I don't think any original band members played in Macon. From what I've seen online, there's only one left anyway. And he only plays with them occasionally.
Well, I'll be at trivia.
It's a cover band.
Again, I think we don't need to pass legislation for this, but I think it's...
No, we'd be hyping the hell out of it if they would advertise with us.
Yeah.
I'll tell you, there's only one original member, but they're
it's
better.
the best one. It's the best one.
I did not think they could replace Lou Graham, but by July, they've done it.
We did that for Journey when they were coming.
Yeah, I remember.
To the Oak Mountain
I
Amphitheater.
did see Journey with the Filipino kid, and this was...
Oh, it's fun. I've seen him 3 times.
Yeah, it was with Hart, it was Journey, and somebody else.
I know what you're
It's
about.
always Poison.
I know
Like
what
the-
you're about to
It
say,
wasn't
though.
Poison.
I know what you're about to say.
But it
There
was
needs
really
to be
good.
some sort of not legislation, but some sort of guidelines on when they can actually still use the band's name.
Yeah, at
I mean,
some
obviously
point.
they don't own it.
That's right.
Is Foreigner asterisk?
Well, somebody else owns the name Foreigner. Obviously, Lou Graham doesn't, or there's
Yeah.
no way he'd let
Yeah,
him
but you
use it.
can't like have a bottle of ketchup if it's not ketchup.
That's right.
You can't
Yeah.
put
But
it on the package.
You know how I know this is not a rule
How?
in the world of law? Because Steve Sarkisian can still call his team the Longhorns. And they've got no original member.
But Rocky,
Bring it back
on,
to football.
on craft singles, what does it say?
Cheese product.
Yeah, it's cheese product.
So it's not actual cheese.
Yeah, so this could be a music product,
Right.
but it's not really Foreigner.
Yeah. God. That would have been a fun trip for us to quickly go see Foreigner.
Yeah, I agree.
Oh, Adam says, I want to know what Love was filmed in Birmingham. He said he was there.
He was there at the filming?
I
That's
hear
what
a
he
lot
said.
of people say that about different videos.
Yeah.
And I can't imagine that many videos were filmed in
So many
Birmingham.
people were at the when Prince did an impromptu show at 5 Points.
Yeah.
I was there.
Oh, yeah. Do you remember? I was a little kid.
I wasn't for the Prince one. I was there when Bono got on stage.
I
though.
was a little kid. I can remember when Michael Jackson was in town at BJCC. I think it was the Thriller tour. So it was at the height of his, early popularity. And they literally were breaking in on the news with cameras aimed up at the hotel room he was in.
Oh yeah, because they rented out the BJCC and practiced for their tour here for a week.
Yeah.
They were in town.
Okay, so that's what it was.
Yeah, they were. You have to practice your tour,
Right.
especially with all the
Pyro
explosives,
and,
pyros and stuff they do.
Yeah.
They do. And
so that's why Michael Jackson was in town for a week.
and they rented out the BJCC and hotel rooms, and he was in town.
Where are we
He,
on
he would go
Michael
to the
Jackson?
window
Is-
and wave at the cameras
I remember
occasionally.
that, yeah. I remember that.
Is he still celebrated?
Who, Michael Jackson?
No, I don't hear. I really don't see him play this. That Finding Neverland documentary really was not.
I
good
mean, I
for
would
him.
hope he's not. I mean, the music was good, but if a guy like Mitch Kessler on the morning show can get destroyed, I
A
mean,
completely fictional character.
yeah.
by
But
the
I'm
way.
just saying, where we are in society, if we're still celebrating Michael Jackson, we got problems.
Yeah. You're asking where in the world is Matt Lauer? Is what
this
you're
is
asking.
weird.
Or we could say that. Where is Matt Lauer?
My wife did a Google search on him after watching he lives in New Zealand. So
Does he
yeah,
really?
Yeah.
Wow.
So Jennifer did a Google search.
Is he solo? Just
I don't know about that.
Because Kessler moved to Italy.
That's right.
And the fake TV
but
show.
he
what-
borrowed Fred's home, right?
What Jennifer found out was that the morning show wasn't necessarily going to follow that path until the Matt Lauer situation. And they're like, this is real life, that looks like a drama series. Let's do that.
I hope Lauer doesn't follow in line.
Well, I hope not.
How many curvy? Oh, never mind.
Jim.
I didn't finish it. All right. What is it? It's 37 after the top of the hour. That's the old broadcasting rule. When in
Yep.
trouble, just give the time.
Yep.
High today should be around 72, mostly sunny outside. Part of our show being brought to you, all the comments in our Farmfolio chat room. Brownie, tell them about that. Leonard Skinner does have only one member, Brooks. Thank you.
Well, I mean, most of those guys are dead, though.
Yep.
Hey, if you're concerned about market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio can help you diversify your portfolio into cash-flowing farmland property. Visit farmfolio.net.
Too late into the segment to give you the Jimbo Fisher conversation.
So
we'll just read more things. What?
I just remember, so years ago when we were doing radio, Rachel Lundberg, who used to work with you at CBS.
Loved Rachel Lundberg, yes.
Awesome person. Now lives in Atlanta, married.
Great human being.
Different
Big
career
Auburn
path.
girl, yes.
But I'll never forget when she was in studio with us. We had her on the air, and she was talking about the first concert she ever went to was Foreigner.
Really? How about that?
I didn't remember that.
Yeah, and I wonder if she grabbed a little 2003 because Jeremy's telling us Lou Grant hasn't been part of Foreigner since 2003.
Did you have a shaving incident today?
Am I bleeding?
No, but you got a big scratch
You're
on
like
your
Beth
face.
Dutton.
I've got a scratch on my face?
Yeah.
You do.
Wow.
Now, I do notice.
I mean, it shows up on camera?
Well, I don't know if it shows up on camera.
Yeah,
Rockstar,
I
can they
can
see
see
it?
it. I can
Can
see
Scott
it.
see it?
Yeah, look
Oh, yeah.
over towards me real quick. Yeah.
Where?
I either heard Scott or Lunsford once say they
Yeah.
see it.
Well, I'm telling you, after Alabama Men's Clinic, anything's possible.
Wow.
So I got a scratch?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just assumed you cut yourself shaving this morning.
I did not. I shaved last night before poker. It was back home an hour later.
Gotta look good for poker.
First guy out at poker again last night. Me.
Glad I got clean shaven for that.
I went all in on 6-2.
Oh, no, you didn't.
Yeah.
6-2?
Yeah, that's not good.
Brady, you were really the first out?
Yeah, I was ready to go
By
home.
halftime?
Yeah. It was right after halftime, early third quarter. We don't start until 8 o'clock.
Who is the best team in the NFL right now?
Some people won't answer that question, even if you ask them point blank. It may be the Cowboys. Is that crazy?
Well,
I will
the
tell
way
you
they
right
played
now.
against
What is
Atlanta.
today? November 16th. Hot take?
Oh, you said this in a commercial yesterday.
said
You
it
about to say
yesterday.
what you said?
Hot take? We are going to have a rematch of Super Bowl, I think it was 32. New England, Green Bay. Green Bay will win the Super Bowl this year over New England.
So do you?
I feel pretty good about that.
Hot take.
Do you think New England is the best team in the AFC right now?
I do.
So do you think they're better than Tennessee?
And I think they're getting better every week. Yeah. Look, Tennessee had less than 200 yards against the Rams. Tennessee this past weekend barely beat a Saints team at home with a backup quarterback. A terrible roughing the passer call.
It was an awful
I would
roughing the passer call.
love for a huge Titans fan, John Lunsford, to walk through that door right now and throw you on the studio floor.
I will, right now, Dunaway, they play in 2 weeks in Foxborough. I will take New England -3 against Tennessee right now.
And you think it's going to be Tennessee who?
I think it's going to be New England and Green Bay.
New England, Green Bay?
Yeah.
I don't. What is the bet you want?
I'm saying I'll take New England again. I'll give you 3 points against Tennessee in 2 weeks.
And it's in Nashville?
Oh,
It's in. Oh, no. Come on. Not in New England. Mac Jones, by the way, interesting stat before we get a break. From NFL on CBS. Most games with a 100-plus passer rating this year among first-round quarterbacks from the 2021 draft. Mac Jones has 5.
You know what's
the rest?
Yeah.
Let me finish the
Sorry,
sentence.
Jim.
This
Go
is
ahead.
consistent.
Oh,
Mac
God.
Jones 5. The rest of them 0. He's the only one. Trevor 0. Zach 0. Trey 0. Justin 0. Mac's got 5 of those already. Period.
You know what's interesting about this is we spent so long debating, was it more Belichick or more Brady? And it looked last year like we answered the question. And then here comes New England with a new quarterback and that same old guy on the sidelines.
But, some people, and I think I said this in the offseason, this is going to be that redemption tour for Belichick.
Yep.
And they're going to play with a chip on their shoulder. And it took a little bit of time to get this right. Look, they had a really tight loss to Dallas. Remember that game went to overtime?
Mm-hmm.
Tight loss to your Tampa Bay Bucks on a Sunday night.
Miami. They should have lost that game. Damian
this
Harris
team is
fumbled.
getting better and
Yep.
better. And what they did to Cleveland, that was a statement.
Yeah, Mac Jones looking good. That whole team looking good. They spent in the offseason. Can't argue with Brady, though. They won the world championship.
No, you can't. I'm just saying it could be, the answer could be yes, it was both of them.
It was both of them,
Right.
absolutely. All right, when we come back, that Jimbo Fisher answer to a question about
Very
his
good.
interest in LSU. It is good. If you have not heard it, part of the show being brought to you by Odie's with Lou Graham in Oxnard. That means Lance will be at
there.
Odie's.
I'll be there. I'm glad Will is probably excited about this. But it's Birmingham Institution. If you're looking for a great place for lunch today, you can sit outside on the patio, enjoy this fabulous fall weather. Burgers, award-winning wings, my personal favorite, that Diablo sandwich. Stop in, see Will Haver and that great staff. It's a Birmingham Institution, but write it down tomorrow night, 8 o'clock. Odie's Team Trivia, Odie's Tavern, Crestline Village.
Chris, I'm like Rihanna. It's okay with me. I'm back in a moment.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
Think about this scenario for one moment. You wake up, step on the floor, and you feel water under your feet. You got a leak, you got a problem. I've got the answer. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Dry Tech Water Restoration. They respond quickly and reply within 20 minutes when you call 205-637-0143. They've got crews ready to go at all times 24/7, and they work for the customer. It's always the number one priority. Your first call isn't the insurance company. It's Dry Tech Water Restoration. 205-637-0143.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Excalibur Services, a name you can now trust for all your plumbing needs. Call 205-718-8688 for all your residential HVAC, electrical, and now plumbing needs. Excalibur Services, Alabama license 15214.
Ship happens. Give us a call to get ship started. Call Griffin and Jeff today, 205-605-8101. You can always go online. Go to getshipstarted.com.
Ship happens to get ship done. Don't ever have an accident. Ship yourself. Don't ever have an accident. Ship yourself.
Go to getshipstarted.com.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Getting the whole family into comfortable shoes can be an incredible feat, but not at New Balance Birmingham. We have the largest selection and inventory of any specialty shoe store, and our fit specialist will match your feet with the perfect New Balance shoe. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today at New Balance Birmingham.
When it came to furnishing the new facilities here at the Next Round, there was only one call we made, and that was to Richie Hamer at Business Interiors right here in Birmingham. Richie and Business Interiors have a true passion for interiors and the talent to bring the client's vision to life. Through their vast selection of great designer furniture, Richie and BI will stop at nothing to make the experience great for the client. Repeat clients trust Richie and Business Interiors because he does what he says, and the guys will deliver on their promises. Leave it to Richie and Business Interiors to incorporate creativity into every space in your corporate setting. To set up an appointment, call Richie today. 205-837-2497. That's 205-837-2497. Or just go visit Richie at the BI showroom today. They're located 2309 5th Avenue South in Birmingham. Again, the entire studios here at the Next Round furnished by our friends at Business Interiors. Go see them today, 5th Avenue South in Birmingham.
Your 24-hour home for the show is our website, nextroundlive.com. Easy links to the day's top stories in the morning rounds, plus the latest videos from the show, podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, The Mystery Fifth Hour, Last Call, and other shows from our Double Down Media podcast family. Nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or find easy-to-listen to hour-by-hour downloads from the Next Round Live show. And get the latest gear in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com. Cookie Dough Magic is a locally owned dessert shop serving 13 flavors of edible cookie dough by the scoop. Visit today and try their delicious, safe-to-eat cookie dough in a homemade cone, milkshake, or sundae. Cookie Dough Magic also offers their cookie dough by the box, which is perfect for holiday parties, for work, classrooms, and family get-togethers. 3 locations, Birmingham, Trussville, and Huntsville. And they offer nationwide shipping, of course. So visit mycookiedoughmagic.com to order. That's mycookiedoughmagic.com.
Scratch becomes too bad, let me know. I got makeup in the car.
No, we're beyond too bad. You'll need the makeup.
I was wondering when you would, because you used to, I mean, obviously being in your TV days, I think you kind of embraced the fact that you wore makeup, and I was wondering when you might do it here.
First day on the show.
Oh, did you?
No, you did
First
not.
day here, I did it. I haven't done it since. First day on the show, though.
Why didn't you wear makeup?
I tried to put a little marker on it here, but it's hard to match my skin tone.
Do a Jackson Dart, kind of the Braveheart.
The eye black?
Yeah.
Look good.
Bo Nix wears a lot, too. Did you see Bo Nix in the post game? He's got
that would probably, I'm having a bad week so far on the show. That'd probably be the only way I make it into Scott
In what
Forster's
regard?
highlights.
In your own mind?
I just haven't.
Yeah,
I
how do
haven't,
you measure this?
I haven't had good moments yet, and you've got to really hit. Like you can be good, but you got to hit excellent moments to make it into his 2-minute and 16-second highlight reel.
So, you in your mind, you think Scott leaves you out if you're not good?
No, he only puts the best 2 minutes and 16 seconds of the week.
Is that your goal?
Even though we've gone Twitter blue now, which means you could go up to 8 minutes.
Which is what you may need to get Jim in there.
You don't have to cut me out, Forrester.
Just another hour up here every day, Scott.
No. It was a little too much of me last week. I was too good last week.
You try to dial it back down. Maybe I'll cut my face.
The way we see the shows are so different.
It was too much of me last week. The highlights. It was. I mean, me in the denim, me saying something to Brown. It was too much.
Me saying something to Brown.
No, my wife laughed out loud at Rockstar saying, "Ooh, you got denim.
You just got denim." It's our new segment. Like you got moss. You got denim.
Have you worn it since?
The denim?
Yeah.
You can't wear that every day. I'll bring it back
that's
next
fashion
year.
suicide.
John Dutton never does.
Hey, part of our show being brought to you by our friends at Ship Happens.
Yeah, I've got the cup right here in front of me, Dunaway. Anything you need to ship, whether it's over there or out west or down there or up north, today's ever-changing market, your supply chain, major factor in maintaining and growing relationships with your customers. Safe, on-time, affordable shipments, they are crucial. With over 20 years combined experience in relationships, Jeff and Griffin at Ship Happens, they've got the ability to get ship done from LTL, van, flatbed, heavy haul, and expedited. Ship Happens, ready to bring a solution to all of your transportation problems. Don't have an accident and ship yourself. Call the guys at Ship Happens, 205-605-8101. I love the still shot of Jimbo right there.
Yeah, it is a still shot of Jimbo. Pump it up. You're about to see his lips move. Jimbo Fisher yesterday. Is the question in here, Forrester? It is. The question's in here, so no need to set it up. But this is, yesterday I oversold the worst answer of his career post-game.
I ain't no analytics.
Not overselling this. Best quote from Jimbo Fisher ever. Looks like he slept on his left eye last night, but still. He didn't have a scratch on his face. Here's Jimbo Fisher about the LSU job.
Point where you can guarantee that you're going to be staying at A&M for next season and beyond.
Here's about. I've told everybody I'm staying here, and I've told everybody I plan on being the coach at A&M. All right. And everybody thinks all coaches lie. I know y'all don't believe us. All right. That's why we don't trust y'all. Okay. So we're even. Okay. We're going to recruit maybe as good a class. Here's the bet. Because I said the other things. I plan on being. I love the AD. I love the president. I love the chancellor. I love living here. I love being in my ranch. I love the family loves it here. I love Kyle Field. I love the people. I love all that stuff. And that's obviously not good enough. And I get it. I'm not mad at you. I'm sorry, seriously. I read the reports and people come to me. I say, I don't want to hear. I'm not interested. We may recruit number one. We're going to recruit an unbelievable class this year. Okay. So I'm either the dumbest human being on God's earth. Okay. Who's going to recruit all these guys to A&M so I can go across over here and go play against them. Okay? If I did that, you ought to say, that's the dumbest human being. I don't want him to be my coach. Okay? Guys, we're going to recruit a heck of a class. We're going to have special things here. We're building special things. They're investing in the program. They're investing in everything we got. We're building a culture. We're not where we are. And that was a disappointing thing about Saturday for me, that we didn't take a step in some of the things I thought we really should have. And it wasn't because I want to. It's got to out. And I got to do a better job explaining to our players to get them to do it. But I want to be at A&M. I plan on being at A&M. I ain't going I don't want to be nowhere else. I love being right here. Is that clean enough?
Oh, clean read.
He gave him the clean read at the end, which is what I love the way he stuck the landing there. But he's right. If you're recruiting the number one recruiting class, it is pretty dumb to land that class and go across the street and have to coach against them for 3 years.
Best explanations you can give. And I didn't think he was taking that job anyway. I don't know if he was going to get offered that job. But I believe him. I think he's staying put at Texas A&M.
One thing that jumped out at me, and I'm sorry to do this, it appears he lost a ranch. He's only got one ranch in this soundbite. Yeah. So that's unfortunate that it turns out after the Ole Miss game they repoed a ranch.
I don't know if you've seen inflation.
Yeah, it's tough, man. It's a tough world out there.
He's lost 30%.
Hard streets out there in College
Hope
Station.
the militia didn't burn one down.
Casey will get him.
That's a Yellowstone
so it's a Yellowstone reference there. A lot of people think that Scott Woodward has something up his sleeve at LSU. For those that don't know the quick history, Scott Woodward was the athletics director at Texas A&M, hired Jimbo away from Florida State. They appear to be tight. Scott Woodward has always aimed high. He's the guy that hired Chris Peterson to Washington. When everybody said Chris Peterson's not leaving Boise, he did. He hired Jimbo Fisher away from Florida State to Texas A&M. He aims high. A lot of people think he either had a deal with Jimbo or an unsaid deal with Jimbo where I'll get you a raise out of this, but I need a smokescreen for a Lincoln Riley, for a fill in the blank, whoever it is. And Jimbo's already gotten the raise out of it. I mean, this is going well for Jimbo. I know he's probably going to get tired of answering these questions over the next 2 weeks till LSU hires a coach.
I don't think he has to answer it ever again. That's good
don't
enough
either.
for me.
Well, it's pretty definitive. I mean, I'm not saying that means he doesn't take the LSU job.
I mean,
but there's really no reason to keep asking him after that answer.
If you do have everything, all the resources, you're making as much money as you can possibly make, you can do something that nobody else has done there, and you've got the number one, your best recruiting class ever coming in. I mean, to me, it was a good answer.
Well, that's why I pointed out yesterday that on Sunday, Lane Kiffin lost 2 4-star recruits. Now, one of them went to Mississippi State yesterday, Marquez Dortch. He flipped from Ole Miss, and then one day later, he's at Mississippi State, 4-star wide receiver. But to me,
Joe's a better coach.
But to me, if I am a coach and I know I'm going to go into the same conference, I can't land a great recruiting class at somebody I got to play the next 3 years. I'm going to at some point start dropping hints to those guys. Hey, you may want to maybe reopen your recruitment and think about LSU or
where do you want to go to dinner? Cheesecake Factory? We're going to go to Chili's. I don't like Cheesecake Factory.
Let me say this though, LSU or Texas A&M, they're going to be. Is it Prairie View they're playing? They're going to beat them obviously. That spot for them in Baton Rouge on Orgeron's last game is a tough spot for them.
It is when you got Calzada at quarterback.
Absolutely,
yeah.
And that's who will be starting that game for them. That is a tough spot for them, guys. And if they finish 8-4, I'm not saying they're going to fire Jimbo by any stretch. They just extended him. But that's going to be a disappointing season for A&M to go 8-4.
You laughed at my poopery comment, but the win over Alabama is poopery for this season.
Really
it's a stinker of a season.
But do you guys
the Alabama win is covering up the stink of the smell in College Station.
Do you guys agree with me that that's a tough spot for them in Orgeron's last game? That team has not given up, that LSU team.
I agree with you, and now Jimbo has lost at least 3 or 4 in 4 years.
Yeah, absolutely.
Not an elite coach.
Part of our show being brought to you by our friends at Redmont Vodka, Redmont Distilling, Vulcan Gin.
Yes, pick up a bottle today at your local package store, including the Pink Package store. It's locally owned and operated. Their aim, clarity, and taste, color, and smell. It's vodka perfection. Redmont Vodka made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, also provides that smooth finish, doesn't have the harsh aftertaste, 8 times distilled. Pick up a bottle today. Dunaway also mentioned your new favorite simple classic gin, Vulcan Gin. Pick it up, Redmont Vodka or Vulcan Gin at your local ABC store.
Okay, our stock report still to come. Bruce Feldman, 1 hour from now. This is the next round.
Follow the Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Is that the sound of an ooey gooey cheesy crunchy slice of P-I-Z-Z-A? Obviously, but as good as that sounds, we think it can get even better. Oh yeah, that's the sound of a freshly opened fizz-filled Pepsi. The only thing that can take this flavor medley of crunchy dough, mouth-watering cheese, and savory sauce to the next level. How about another bite? Pepsi and pizza sound like a match made in heaven and taste even better. Pizza, better with Pepsi. That's what I like.
Being a boot fanatic, I have found the perfect place to shop for the greatest selection of boots with brands like Lucchese, Ariat, Dan Post, Twisted X, Justin, and more. Hey, Tom Luginbill here, telling you Jack's Western and Outdoor Wear in Coleman is the place to go. Western boots, fashion boots, and work boots. Jack's has them all. Plus, a great selection of apparel and boots for the entire family. Jack's Western and Outdoor Wear is a one-stop shop for all your holiday gift-giving needs. Jack's Western and Outdoor Wear, I-65, exit 304. Just look for the big red building and follow Jack's on Facebook and Instagram.
How do you know you're in a community, not just a town? Well, strangers smile as they walk by. They refill your coffee without you asking. And when you ask directions, people offer to walk you there. Communities give more. The way you know when you walk into First Bank that you are in a real community bank. Great products, direct access to your local bankers, and relationships that can last a lifetime. Don't just have an account. Have a community with First Bank. Member FDIC.
You demand a durable machine to withstand extreme worksite conditions. Volvo Construction Equipment assures it with their industry-leading lifetime frame, boom, and arm warranty, offering this through their full range of powerful and fuel-efficient excavators, wheel loaders, articulated haulers, road and compact equipment. You can rest assured quality will exceed expectations. Contact Cowan Equipment to experience this firsthand on your job site. From short and long-term rental options, flexible rent-to-own, or straight purchase options, parts and stock and service you can depend on, let Cowan show you what it means to have a trusted partner who will keep you ahead of the game. Give them a call, 800-239-2694, or visit cowan.com. Again, where you can always expect extra effort when it comes to your heavy equipment needs, call our friends at Cowan, the name you have trusted for decades. 1-800-239-2694. Or again, you can always visit them online. Go to cowan.com. Hey, if you're looking for a local agent to handle all of your insurance needs, you need to call my good friend James Anthony at the James Anthony Agency, 205-985-7717. Hoover, Birmingham, Northport, and Tuscaloosa has been in business over 20 years. The James Anthony Agency. If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Anytime you use the phrase world famous, it means something. Gus's Fried Chicken is in fact world famous. It's been featured in GQ, Forbes, The Washington Post, on the Food Network, and the Travel Channel. And Gus's recipe has been around since 1953. It's routinely ranked the top spot for the best fried chicken in multiple U.S. publications. Visit 2201 2nd Avenue South or online GusFriedChicken.com. Gus's is a great catering option for office and holiday parties, and they even cook on site. Get the family meal on the drive home at 2201 2nd Avenue South or visit online GusFriedChicken.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
And this hour, as always, every day, the 11 o'clock hour, brought to you by our friends at Champy's World Famous Chicken, right there on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Sterling and his team ready to take care of you today at lunch as the doors open up right now. Swing by there if you're in the area, Highway 119, right off of Highway 31, an easy drive into Alabaster, whether you're going down or up to Alabaster. Great famous fried chicken, the po' boys, the tenders, those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales, perfect for lunch or take home for dinner tonight. You can go there and enjoy great music, great brews, and also great bird. It's our friends at Champy's Chicken. They bring you this hour. Your headlines, Justin Fuente is out at Virginia Tech. We'll see what kind of interest that job pulls, whether it's Hugh Freeze. There's been mention, maybe even Bill O'Brien for that job. That was one of the lists I saw that had Bill O'Brien for that job.
I think Alabama fans would pitch in. They'll help pay the salary.
They probably would.
Isn't that crazy? That offense, the Alabama offense is a top 5 offense.
Yeah, 43 points per game.
Yeah, they are so
or
ready.
even more than that now. I haven't looked lately.
Yeah, so ready to be double Bill O'Brien.
Bryce Young right now ahead of Mac Jones's pace this time last year.
And they're down to basically one reliable running back. I mean, it's not as and the receivers are nowhere near what they were last year.
Yeah. So Justin Fuente out at Virginia Tech. Some say he's pursuing the TCU job. We'll keep an eye on that. You just heard Jimbo Fisher denying any interest at all in LSU. Miami has fired their AD Blake James after 8 years. Many believe Manny Diaz is yet to come. Brett Bielema will not coach for Illinois this week against Iowa. He's got COVID-19, a positive test there. Juwan Gary, day-to-day, the Alabama big man down low, doubtful tonight as the Tide plays host to South Alabama in basketball this evening, 6:30 over at Coleman Coliseum. Those are your headlines this hour, brought to you by our friends at Champy's. We're about to get into our stock report, our stock up and stock down this week in football. We're coming off a game night where last night LT's Rams got beat by the 49ers. D'Amico Ryans, usually our stock report is for college, but D'Amico Ryans, defensive coordinator for the 49ers, his stock is way up right now. One other note before we get back to college football, it is hot stove time is what they call it, the hot stove league in Major League Baseball.
Sounds really old when you say it that way.
Freddie Freeman is, most Braves fans think he'll end up back in Atlanta. But I was reading today at CBSSports.com the difference in compensation from what a team like the Yankees or someone else are willing to pay Freddie Freeman and what Atlanta's offer is a $65 million gap over the years of the contract. A $65 million gap.
Yeah, and if I'm Freddie, as much as I love Atlanta and that's home, and at least it's been his home in Major League Baseball, and I'm sure his family's comfortable there, $65 million. I mean, that takes care of my kids' kids.
Yeah.
And so that's one of those things. It's going to be really difficult. I know Braves fans believe that he's going to re-sign, and maybe he does. But if I'm Freddie Freeman's agent, obviously he's going to be pushing him to sign with a larger market team. And it's almost impossible to leave $65 million on the table.
Yeah, that's you wonder if these reports getting out will make Atlanta close that gap a little bit. I don't know how much you have to close it to make you feel comfortable. If I get $20 million closer, if I feel $20 million into the hole, does that help?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I'm sure it helps. I mean, I'm sure there's a number for Freddie, too.
But the Braves can't let this happen, can they? They got to close this gap.
Well, it's a long contract.
That's what it is.
I don't think it's a good idea by the Braves.
It's the length of the contract, I guarantee you, is the biggest barrier right now between the sides.
Texas, the Rangers. San Francisco, the Giants. Angels, Dodgers, Yankees, 1 through 5, according to CBS Sports, with the Rangers being one on down of those that are interested in paying maximum dollars for Freddie Freeman.
I've always heard that the Angels were the team to beat with him because he grew up out there. They just signed Noah Syndergaard today, I think, to a 1-year deal, if I'm not mistaken.
If he can ever stay healthy, I mean, obviously he can be tremendous.
Yeah, have his arm in Freddie's bat.
But for whatever the reason, the Angels are just one of those jinx franchises.
They really are.
It doesn't matter with a guy like Mike Trout. They're just always kind of laying in the weeds, and they're not that good. But Freddie's accomplished everything. He's got an MVP. Now he's got a World Series championship. And if he wants to go back home and play, he's got more money than he can spend.
All right, Rockstar's Spotlight time. Let's do our AmFirst Spotlight today. Every Tuesday, it is a stock report. Hit it, Rocky.
The America's First Federal Credit Union Spotlight.
Stock up, stock down. College football's stock report.
What AmFirst knows is banking isn't just about your money. It is about you getting help with what you need when you need it. AmFirst was founded for you, and AmFirst has been putting you first ever since.
All right, LT, give me your stock up and stock down. Give us both of them, my man.
My stock up is going to be Chris Kleiman, Kansas State. They're sitting at 7-3. Nobody's talking about them. Their 3 losses: Oklahoma, they lost to Oklahoma State, and then they lost to Iowa State. 3, games that they weren't supposed to win. Oklahoma State, Skylar Thompson, quarterback, didn't even play. 8-5 in his first year. Last year was a throwaway year in COVID. Chris Kleiman can coach. I'm surprised he is a name that's not on the other list. And the stock down's got to be James Franklin. Another disappointing top 10 loss. He had an opportunity this past weekend at home.
2-12, right?
To Michigan. He's 2-12 now against top 10s at Penn State, which is a premier job. And how about this? In the last 2 seasons, did you guys realize James Franklin is 10-9? That got Ed Orgeron fired after winning a national championship.
Right.
Now James Franklin is being talked about for the LSU and USC jobs.
It's crazy,
Makes no
man.
sense, but that stock's got to be down. I have no idea what's going on with that.
All right, my stock report this week, as Brown locks in his answer in a second.
I had James Franklin, too, so I'm going to make a quick change.
For me, it is Jeff Lebby, the OC at Ole Miss, is the stock up because he got 3 hours of national publicity with game day in town, and then backed it up, not with their best offensive performance, but a lot of love from Fowler and Herbstreit on what Jeff Lebby is able to do with the pace of play. I think Herbstreit said there are very few offensive minds who can call what he's doing play-wise as quick as he does. I think it was every 7 seconds they were snapping the ball. Josh Heupel in Tennessee doing that as well. I thought Fowler and Herbstreit made a great point that offense is spreading around the SEC more and more. I think Jeff Lebby is a guy who stocks up. If Lane leaves, easy hire to keep his guys head coach.
I'm not going to argue with you because I think he is starting to become a household name, and it was all about Lane Kiffin and his offense before. But if you look over the last month, that offense has struggled a little bit, at least based on where it was. And I think some of that has to do with Corral. But against Liberty in the second half, they weren't good. Against Auburn, they completely got shut down. But they did enough running the football this past week against an elite Texas A&M defense. And as you said, that pace, it's dizzying.
My stock down is Lincoln Riley, head coach of Oklahoma. You heard Luginbill talk about him not showing up for a media event. He says it was a personal matter. He didn't get into any details. He seems to be distracted right now. I could not spell distracted, so I went dazed and confused.
I love that he's stocked down. He had just 17 games they had won consecutively.
Well, he lost one, though. That's how your stock drops.
Yes. Well, you're right.
If your stock's high, you go down a little bit. That's stock down.
Now, do you erase that quickly if you find out behind the scenes he's already verbally agreed to become LSU's next head coach?
I'm with Mark. I'm not sure that's the best guy you could get for the job.
Oh, my God. Name one that's better.
I don't know. I'm just saying he's stocked down today. And look, I can rush quickly to erase it because we bought one more eraser.
Oh, I noticed we had two. Where'd you get that other one?
I bought it on the...
Not 3. We got 2 now.
Why you turning that in on expenses? What did you pay for that?
$1?
I did not. It did not. Well,
Rockstar's right. Why don't you get one for each board?
Well, let me tell you why.
Okay.
If you let me finish the sentence.
Dunaway wants us to be needy, by the way.
I went to an office supply.
Like the government.
I went to an office supply store, a maximum one.
Apparently not.
And they don't have just erasers for sale. You have to also buy. And they don't have just erasers.
Really?
No, you have to
the school supply.
You have to buy the whole bunch of Sharpies too. So I didn't want to spend more. I was $14 for this.
Lance just told you his is about done. So we're going to need another one.
Yeah. Lance didn't tell you why his is about done.
Because he writes so hard.
He does.
That has nothing to do with that.
Why is his about done?
You have mashed yours into the...
Mashed.
Mashed your brakes.
You did, Marty.
This is a Dunaway. Look at this. Get a tight shot.
That is
Dunaway
me.
marker.
That is you. I brought it up on the air how you colored hard one day.
Can I do mine?
Oh, yeah. I dicked this up. This is on me, right?
It is. Here's
let me see your point.
Stupid argument.
They're arguing over it.
I just asked him again. He wants us to be needy. I just said, "Hey, look, this thing's about
perfect.
that."
Yeah.
You got a gingerbread man over there.
No, I don't.
Look.
Yeah,
that's a great job.
It's a nice.
My
point.
stock
Show
up.
him your tip, Dunaway.
Just the tip. Yeah. Sorry.
My stock up is Baylor coach Dave Aranda. To have the wherewithal to remember the Big 12 tiebreaker and call a timeout and go for 2 or kick the extra point or kick the field goal right there. That was a heck of a coaching job by Dave Aranda.
Well, it's almost like you knew you were going to win that game. Like, okay, when we win this game, let's try to score as many points.
I love
Can you explain whatever the Hershey Kisses are?
No, to me. Can I say
the gingerbread man with Hershey Kisses?
No.
Right here.
Where?
Purple rain.
No, those are Lincoln Riley's tears for Dave Aranda kicking the field goal there. Oh, Lincoln was upset about
crocodile tears.
Falling onto the gingerbread man?
No, it is not a gingerbread man. If you guys will let me get to my stock down, it's the Michigan State defense. This is a chalk outline because they're dead.
Man's got some thick ass legs.
two buttons in the middle. It's Pillsbury Doughboy.
It's a chalk outline because Michigan State's defense is dead. You can put the chalk around them, boys. Listen to their last 3 games. These are yards allowed: 552, 594, 451 to Maryland. Now they won the Maryland game, and they actually won the Michigan game. Their defense has been awful. Who do they play this week?
That'd be Ohio State.
You think they might put some numbers on them?
Oh my gosh! Who does Michigan State close with?
That's a good question.
Don't tell me it's Wisconsin.
I don't think it is. I'll pull it up real quick. So the chalk outline is around the Michigan State defense right there. I had to draw it quick. That's why they got the big legs right there. Jim, you got another one? That looks like The
Michelin Man?
SpongeBob
Yeah, it's
character.
Patrick.
Patrick from SpongeBob.
SpongeBob's best friend. That's what you drew right there.
It's a chalk outline. They play Penn State, so that's crappy defense versus crappy offense. Something's got to give them.
I think Michigan State loses both games, and that puts their record at?
That would give them, they're 9-1 right now. No, that would just be the 3 losses there.
And 9-3.
They're going to up 9-3.
Mel Tucker's got to pull that ski mask off after robbing the administration.
Then
that raise.
They'll have to go play an SEC team, most likely in a bowl game. That's our stock report, Brownie, brought to you by our friends at AmFirst.
Hey, what they know, Jimmy, is banking isn't just about your money. It is about you getting help with what you need when you need it. AmFirst was founded for you, and AmFirst has been putting you first ever since.
Okay, we got a series of poll questions out for you dating back to yesterday, and I want to get the guys' reaction to that as well. Some of the poll questions that are out. Initially, we threw out a question yesterday about Mike Leach and Lane Kiffin, who the better coach is, Mike Leach or Lane Kiffin. How do you answer that one?
It's a tough call. It really is. I think Mike Leach has accomplished more in his coaching career than Lane Kiffin, so I'll go Mike Leach.
Yeah, I would go Mike Leach too because he's accomplished more and he's had much more difficult jobs. Lane Kiffin has been given the best of the best jobs.
72% of our viewers and listeners say Lane Kiffin is the better coach there.
Yeah, I 2 things I think are at play there. Number one, Lane still has the connection to Alabama, which I think there are Alabama fans that are still fond of Lane Kiffin and thankful for what he did there. And number 2, I think people just think that Mike Leach is weird, which he is, but I think that overshadows some of his coaching.
Lane is equally as weird. It's a different weird, trust me.
Lane is socially awkward. That's what people don't get about Lane Kiffin. And what he did Saturday was genius to me.
I agree with that on game day.
The game day, playing up game day, being there, that was super recruiting for him.
Apparently John Grisham wasn't available, neither was Katy Perry. But
you got to back it up with a win, too, Dunaway. If he goes and loses that game Saturday night, he probably catches some criticism for that. So it was a bold move.
Who is doing a better job this season, Dan Mullen or Steve Sarkisian? How do you answer that one?
Both awful. Jeez.
Who's doing a worse job is the way it should be better.
Did it really say better job?
Yeah, who is doing a better job this season, Dan Mullen or Steve Sarkisian? So whoever is doing the worst job, answer the other guy.
I get it. Oh, my gosh. Now, the only thing, you got to give Sark a pass because it's year 1, but they're getting progressively worse.
The problem is, Dunaway, I don't know who's doing the worst job.
I don't know.
I don't know how to answer this.
I mean, they're both elite jobs, and they have both shipped the bed.
They really have. I mean, there's less. All right, let me say it this way. There's less excuse for Mullen. This is year 5 for him? 4. So there's less excuse for him. Sark has done a crap job, but at least it's his first year. I can forgive some of it.
I think if we take Mullen's first 4 years, and I agree with you, it's like it got progressively better, and then it just fell off a cliff. But if we look at a snapshot of the 4 years of Sarkisian, if he makes it that long, Mullen will accomplish more in his 4 years at Florida than Sarkisian does.
In typical Alabama fan fashion, right?
Right.
Lane goes somewhere and is doing well.
At Ole Miss, yeah.
So they embrace him.
That's right.
Former Alabama assistant Lane Kiffin.
Right.
Sark is running away with our vote and doing a worse job than Dan Mullen this year, 67%, because he goes somewhere else. Alabama fans like, oh, Sark, former USC coach, isn't doing too well. He's not former Alabama assistant when he sucks.
Yeah, but I think Kiffin has probably exceeded expectations at Ole Miss so far. He was 5-5 last year, right? And he's 10, I think he can finish 10-2. Let's say he does. Well, it's 15-7 in 2 years. That's really good at Ole Miss.
Freeze-like.
But, yeah, you're absolutely right. But Kiffin had a track record before. So did Sark. And people ignored that track record when he got hired at Texas because of what he had done at Alabama. Kiffin wasn't an awful football coach. I mean, Kiffin had a good first year at Tennessee. He coached in the NFL, forget that. At USC, it ended badly, but it wasn't awful
it was
at
okay.
USC. It was okay.
Yeah.
Florida Atlantic, what's Florida Atlantic done since he left? What had they done before?
He put him on the map.
Yeah, Kiffin had an okay track record. So this is not it. I mean, maybe he's exceeded expectations, but it's not a shock.
Matt Hayes writes today, it's one of our stories in the morning rounds from Saturday Down South, now is the time to steal Lane Kiffin, was his headline. And that's the big part of his 1st and 10. You can go read that there. Our show is being brought to you and a couple of more of these poll questions by our friends at Cowan Equipment.
Yeah, if you're having a hard time finding that new plastic on the seat piece of heavy equipment, check out Cowan Equipment's rental fleet hit list for a wide range of well-maintained equipment from the rental fleet. For sale now, visit cowan.com/360 featured used equipment, or call 1-800-239-COWAN for more information. What would be fascinating before the season if we would have ranked all 14 SEC coaches, and how different it would be today if you ranked all 14. I think everybody at the beginning of the season would have had Nick 1, Kirby 2, so that doesn't change. But everything else seems like it really has changed.
I mean, who do you think's in the 3 spot?
Well, that's sort of our question, is who should win SEC Coach of the Year? Another Cowan Equipment poll question. Right now it's a dead heat between Kirby Smart and the Egg Bowl winner, Lane or Mike, 30% each.
But again, I can almost make an argument. I know it's only been 2 years, but what Sam Pittman has done at Arkansas.
And he's now tied as the votes roll in. Sam Pittman now with a slight lead. We get live updates right here.
Now, I know who
Sam Pittman's now at 32%.
We got another precinct report.
Yes.
I know who your third best coach in the SEC would be, or at least I think I know who your third best coach is. But I think it's really difficult to answer that. I think 1 and 2 they're a given. But if you were trying to find that third best coach in the SEC, because you can make an argument for Mark Stoops, I think you can make one for Kiffin, you can make one for Leach.
Take your dry erase back. Do it right now. Do it.
I've got an eraser, Lance, if you need one.
No, he's got one right here.
I need a marker.
He's got one right here. Oh, look.
I would share my marker with you, but I don't want to destroy it.
I can make it.
There's a very thin-tipped new marker for you. There you go, my friend.
What am I writing down?
Wow.
That was just a funny thing, but I was smart enough not to hit the camera. Smart enough not to hit the camera.
Shattered.
I didn't hit the camera intentionally.
No, I'm not talking about the camera. I wish the glass was.
Hey,
well, we were told very on that was a one-pane glass would never work.
The condescending guy that we hired at first. So what is what's the question here? I'm writing the answer.
Your
to
third best coach in the SEC.
3, 4, 5. If you know one, if I give you Saban and Smart 1, 2, who's 3, 4, 5?
Oh, this is a skinny ass marker. I mean, you'll see the font.
Never satisfied?
No, you'll see the font.
I wish I could have seen Lance at that restaurant last night. I bet that was
I was
something.
nice, and I just left. Let's see here.
Did anyone yell, "Good day, mate," when you left?
Dunaway.
Where you going? Do it, Dunaway.
Where you going?
Oh, my.
The bad part is it doesn't give it away at all.
It's still people still like, I'm still trying to figure it out.
Where you going?
Hi, where you going, little fella?
With the Sark thing, I guess we'll play it later. The question he got asked, I was so hoping it was the same guy that asked him the question one day where Rockstar developed that character. Why are we losing so much?
Are you making fun? That was me. I called in.
What in the hell
to the
you
news
doing?
conference.
Why are we losing so much?
Who's your third best? You haven't figured it out yet?
I haven't written it down.
We're live on the air right now.
I'm aware.
Live
good
on
to
the
go.
air. All right. Who's going to be able to read it? The font's so thin.
You got to squint.
All right. Let's see LT's top 3 after Smart and Saban, or Saban and Smart.
Saban 1, Smart 2. I'm going to go Sam Pittman 3. I said this like 2 months ago. I think the job he has done there is amazing. I think it's hard to qualify him as third best because he's only been there 2 years, but what he's done, again, I'm still going to give him the bump because it's so difficult to say. Mark Stoops is going to be 4 for me. That Kentucky job, saw somebody in Farm Folio, the chat board yesterday, say that Kentucky job is a really good job.
Negative.
I disagree.
Better than it was.
And then 5, I'm going Mike Leach.
Yep.
I think there's some really good coaches in this league.
You're
by the
right.
way.
Number 3, I'm going Lane Kiffin. Lane can be maddening, man. He can wear you out with those 4th down deals and all, but I mean, my gosh, if he goes 10-2 at Ole Miss, come on.
Holy hell. Just 2 seconds ago, you said Mike Leach was a better coach.
He did.
No, he did.
He did. Literally, it was 5 minutes ago. And he doesn't have in the top 5.
Do you know how hard it is being his friend? I mean, really, it is.
Guys,
we're the ones that drink.
Listen, I'm spinning plates over here with these hot takes. I forget from segment to segment what I say sometimes. I apologize. You do yours, and I'll rework
this. Not in this segment.
Okay, Lance, I'm sorry.
Not even segment to segment.
All right, you just do yours.
When this segment started, LT had a bad pen.
I think people don't.
And you've had 2 bad takes.
I think people don't know how hard it is.
I knew you were going 3. I knew it.
You knew who I was going 4, too.
I'm shocked you went that guy at 4.
Why? The guy's a hell of a recruiter. For those that can't hear, by reading this dry erase board, Lane Kiffin 3rd for me, Jimbo Fisher 4, Sam Pittman 5.
Can I ask you a physics question? If you put a bag of $100,000 on one side of a seesaw, and then you put a bag of $10,000 on the other side of the seesaw, what hits the ground first?
Well, is it 10,000 in coins?
That's a good question,
Boom.
Jim. Good follow-up.
Oh, wow.
That was a good one, right?
Straight out of the mud puddle. All right. This is just Regular paper currency.
All right, so I'm going to go.
Brown not listening.
I'll leave it at that.
Brown's not listening. The $100,000, if they're the like currency, would hit the ground first.
Yeah.
I'm going to go.
Your point being is what?
You read into that what you want.
That one coach is a bag of $100,000, another one's a $10,000 bag?
I think there's different bags based on programs.
Well, I'll give you that. I mean, that is true, but you can't criticize a guy who's at a good program, right?
No.
He's got a good program for a reason.
But with that good program, they don't do anything. I mean, he's going to lose 3 or 4 games again.
Yeah, it's a disappointing year. I compared him to Poopery earlier this show even. Brown?
I'm going to go Mike Leach at number 3.
You said he was better than Lane Kiffin. I like the way you backed that up.
I've got Kiffin at number 4, and then I'm going Sam Pittman number 5.
I like it.
Right. There you go. That's my top.
You know who is as confusing as this guy right here?
Who's that?
College Football Playoff Committee. They get a chance to rank the teams again. When we come back, the worst question ever asked in the history of media and trash. It is an up next part of the show being brought to you by Brown's friends at Nichols Outfitters.
Jimmy D, hunting is upon us, so make sure you're prepared. And also with Christmas coming up, it's a great place to go. Nichols Outfitters, the best opportunity to get something you want this season. Dills, the best you'll ever find on Dometic coolers. They're at Nichols Outfitters. Models up to 30% off. Take advantage. Got a girlfriend or a wife? Tell her this is what you want off exit 242 in Pelham. Or go to the store online right now, nicholsoutfitters.com.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
The best food with the best sports is at Walk-On Sports Bistro, and they're now hiring for the Stadium Trace location near the Hoover Met. Walk-On's has top pay for experienced kitchen staff, servers, bartenders, bussers, hostesses, and to-go cashiers. And yes, health benefits are available. Go by the new Walk-On's location at Stadium Trace in Hoover and apply today. Hiring is happening on site 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Saturday. This is your chance to join the championship team at Walk-On's Sports Bistro in Hoover. At ERA King Real Estate, they're empowered by technology and driven by community. I'm Jim Dunaway, and my friends at ERA King have the most extensive training and the most innovative tools in the business. And they're opening their 10th office location in Central Alabama this month. To find your agent, text the word MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35260. That's MOVE to 35260. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
Hey, Vulcan here. A century of reaching for the stars has taught me a lot. For one, your arm gets really stiff, but it is cast iron. For two, the stars not only fell on Alabama, they opened a First Bank branch in Homewood with local banking stars and community banking with a 5-star rating. Big banks? First Bank outshines them hands down. Hands down. That would be a relief.
First Bank, now open at 404 Hollywood Boulevard. Member FDIC.
If you need to move, you only need 2 men and a truck. Local or long distance, they can pack it, load it, move it, unload it, and arrange it when you get there. See more details at 2menandatruck.com or call the Tuscaloosa Northport location, 205-614-8522, 205-614-8522. And guess what? You can get a free quote on your moving cost up front, to or from campus, from your apartment to your next home, or from Tuscaloosa to L.A., your next move starts and ends with 2menandatruck.com. Did you know there are many different causes to erectile dysfunction? Causes like a heart condition, diabetes, a reaction to medication, or simply low testosterone. I'm Jim Dunaway, and I'm so glad the Alabama Men's Clinic is right here in Birmingham. They've treated thousands of Alabama men for ED. And listen, men, this is one game you never want to be out of. And that's why the Alabama Men's Clinic staff will find the problem, and some of you will be back in the game the day after your first appointment. Set up that appointment by calling 205-598-7000, 205-598-7000, or go to the website, alabamamensclinic.com. As I told you, there are many reasons you could be having an ED problem, and you want to find out the answer. Most men wait years before they even address the issue with a doctor. Get rid of depression, get rid of anxiety, make a new connection with that special person in your life. Again, the number, 205-598-7000, or get back in the game at alabamamensclinic.com.
There are few things in life more important than getting a good night's sleep. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. I learned that after going to Sleep Outfitters and getting my sleep outfitting. What is an outfitting, you might ask? Well, I simply went to the Sleep Outfitters off Highway 280, sat down and answered just a few short questions, and in moments, they had me laying on a mattress in the store so I could pick it out myself. The delivery was so easy. They set it up right there in my home, and I have an amazing night's sleep every night, and my life is better because of it. You can get that same night's sleep by finding a location at sleepoutfitters.com. And right now, you could win a $1,000 MasterCard gift card from Sleep Outfitters. This is a special sweepstakes, and it is just for our listeners. So go to sleepoutfitters.com/Ryan to enter. That's sleepoutfitters.com/Ryan. This is exclusive to the Next Round audience, so go try to win. Discover more about Sleep Outfitters and how they can help you complete your personal sleep profile, and you can start sleeping better too, and you can sleep with a $1,000 MasterCard gift card in your pocket now. sleepoutfitters.com/Ryan. Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
I picked up LT in the commercial break there, a new marker that he'll have for the future, our upset alert tomorrow. Thank you for all of our great sponsors, including Greg from Pell City and the folks at Storm Restoration Roofing. You know, Greg from Pell City and the folks at Storm Restoration Roofing, they've been together for 20 years, locally owned. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau. We love the folks at the Better Business Bureau because they give it to you straight. A-plus rated for those guys. They offer what I think is the best warranty in the roofing business. Insurance companies trust these guys. That makes a difference. It helps you out as well. Here's my favorite part of what Greg from Pell City will do for you, the Next Round watcher, viewer, and listener. They will give you an absolutely free, no-cost inspection. Free, no-cost inspection. 205-542-3531. 205-542-3531. Greg from Pell City. You can look him up on Facebook, too. Just put in Greg from Pell City, Storm Restoration Roofing. If you haven't had your roof inspected in the last few months or years, it's about time to do that. Stop asking the question, is my roof okay? Get the answer today with a free, no-cost inspection. 205-542-3531. Greg from Pell City and the folks at Storm Restoration Roofing. Listen, everyone's grew up a fan of a team, right? For me, I grew up an Alabama fan. At times, I've had to ask questions of the Alabama coach. I try not to sound like this guy, whoever he is, asking a question of Steve Sarkisian yesterday. I don't even, to this point, I don't even believe it's a real question being asked. I think this was done sort of tongue-in-cheek to be what appears to be one of the most Homeristic questions of all time. Here we go.
Coach, a couple of years ago, one of my good friends and I were faced with a massive problem we couldn't solve. And in his wisdom, he said, you know, at this point, we need to stop and ask ourselves, what would an extraordinary person do in this situation? And this resonated with me the whole weekend. And I realized that of all the coaches who could be standing at that podium right now in those shoes, you are that extraordinary person. And you have a team of what I call coaching juggernauts. This is not only my opinion, this is a fact. I don't think anyone could dispute this. So my question as we write, you know, the Sarkisian era story, we're not even done with the first chapter yet. Can you unfold some of the onion of what are you working on? How are you solving this problem? I realize that you might not even know, but you know, I want to steal from Julian Edelman. It's going to be one hell of a story.
Yeah, I think first of all, one, when you take this job, and I've said this before, but I think now is a pertinent time to say it. One, you have to know what you sign up for.
Tough.
Wow.
Tough question, a tough one to sit there and answer at that point.
It can't be a real question. First of all, he said fact. It's not fact. This is not a coaching juggernaut. Don't waste your ink on the Sarkisian story because I don't think it's going to go too deep. I don't know how many pages it's going to have.
I think it'll be successful, but we can differ there.
We'll see. I mean, again, it's not fair to judge in first year, but it is going the wrong direction right now. But that has got to be a manufactured I'll pay you to ask this question. That's one of the weirdest questions, and we've been doing this a long time, that I've ever heard. Yeah. And I really, for Sark, I feel bad for the guy because he's already in a situation that is really, it's coming off the rails, but I don't know how you answer something like that.
Yeah. If it is planted, and we've had coaches that we've known that had publicists that was on their staff, Dennis Franchione. Joseph says Sark is in over his head. Mark says all I hear is Kip from Napoleon Dynamite in that question right there.
Well, Kip sounds like this a little bit. That's the Kip.
Yeah. Good
LaFonda.
Hey, time now for trash. It's brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right. Rockstar, hit the button, man.
Massachusetts face covering order is coming to an end next weekend, and there's a horn beeping behind me, which is somewhat annoying. I'll have to wait until that stops to finish this tease.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Hey, I don't know if you guys knew this. It's the holiday season, as you can see behind Dunaway there. We want you to do gift giving right. Buying the perfect gift for your loved one can be expensive, and you don't want to be driving the sleigh with a couple of reindeer down. So get a cash out refi with Mortgage Right to crank up the Christmas spirit. Mortgage Right can help turn your home equity into cash into your pocket. Their team of experts eager to offer tips, tools, and guidance to help you get your finances back on track. Kick Christmas into gear. Get started at mortgageright.com/TNR, NMLS 2239, equal housing lender. We start first. I am surprised with how many people that want people dead. Like, again,
That's quite surprising.
Yeah, that's one thing.
No, I mean, like to pay a hitman to kill somebody.
Yeah, we get that a lot in trash, don't we?
Well, just to have that decision in your head going, well, I can't do it because I'd get caught. So what if I just hired somebody?
Again, there's only one person I hate in this world, Bill, and I wouldn't want the guy dead.
Oh, we actually did a segment for years called Kill Bill.
Yes, I had no idea we had gotten to that point. So
how about
it's a
this?
step in the right
I
direction.
wouldn't waste my money on something like that. How about that?
All right, there you go.
But I think it is extreme to take it to the next step.
It does
Is that
seem
an
extreme.
understatement?
It does seem a bit extreme.
We've got a Michigan woman pleaded guilty Friday to trying to hire someone to kill her husband last year through what turned out to be a fake murder-for-hire website called Rent a Hitman.
Can't trust anybody these days. You really can't.
I mean, but if you're going to hire a hitman, you don't want to buy one.
I want to buy.
That's right.
I need to rent to own. That's what I need to do.
Just a couple hours, all I need.
We're technically, we're not FCC regulated anymore. If somebody like Rent a Hitman wanted to advertise with us,
I mean,
is that a gray area?
Can we have testimonials too? I hated my ex-husband.
No, it's the you know how they hide the voice.
Yeah.
Wendy Wayne, 52 years old, completed a service request on the site last year saying she wanted her ex-husband dead because he stole money from her and she preferred, quote, not going to jail.
I would prefer that.
According to Fox 2 Detroit. Now, the owner of the fake website immediately contacted state police, who sent an undercover detective posing as a hitman to meet with Wayne. Now, Wayne met with the detective, giving him relevant information about her ex habits, paid him $100 down payment, or excuse me, a $200 down payment for the hit, and a promise of $5,000 in total.
Rockstar, she's a looker. Did you catch that photo? Is that her mug?
Oh my God!
It's not on that story. Wow.
That's not on the story.
I don't know, but my goodness.
I mean, she got to be thankful she got married.
No, Jay. Why
I think he stole her hairbrush.
Why is she killing that guy?
How many knots are in that thing? Now, she will be sentenced in January, could face 9 years in prison on charges of solicitation of murder and using a computer to commit a crime. More than a dozen people have been caught using the website over the years, according to Rolling Stone magazine.
I mean, how dumb do you have to be to think you can go to rentahitman.com and literally hire somebody to kill somebody?
Does seem pretty out there.
Yeah.
I mean, does it have
like pictures, like bios?
I know.
Ooh, I really like Dwayne.
He's
He
a
looked like he
good-looking
could get
guy,
after it.
Well, there's no rating on it.
No, I can't find it.
Yeah, it's not a real website. Brooks
Oh, I know,
says.
I get that.
Brooks says.
It's not a Yelp review.
Ahead of Bill, would your leaf blower guy be on the hit list higher than Bill?
I've gotten to
closed
the
the gap?
point. It seems coincidental. I just don't think he has anything to do.
Yeah.
I just think he's just
So he's
bored.
still blowing the leaves?
So every time you hear the leaves blow, you're sort of sad that he doesn't have anything better to do.
No, I mean he could be laying bricks.
Could
He
be.
just
She
shuffles
nice?
around. So you get gratification. A lot of people do out of the pressure washing.
Well, I love it. Yeah.
I think when I was watching him blow leaves the other day, I think there's something to that too.
The thing I found about blowing leaves is inevitably the wind is always blowing opposite of where I want the leaves to go. So I'm blowing leaves into the wind.
That's when you have to change your game plan.
I don't want them over there.
You know what I used to appreciate?
I want them in a certain spot.
And you don't get it as much anymore when people would rake. The rake is a dead tool.
I used to rake nonstop.
God, it's a pain.
But the rake the one time and then you burn the leaves and that smell of
I do
fall.
like that
Love
smell.
that.
Yeah.
That was when was that? It was Sunday afternoon in our neighborhood.
I never smell it anymore.
I smelled the
Because
burning
all mine
leaves.
they just blow them. They figure we'll blow them again tomorrow. We don't need to burn them. Did you guys realize 50% of Americans admit to using slang without knowing what it means?
Bitching.
I've done that.
You know, I heard
Jimmy Kern, any?
Well, yeah. I mean, for instance, cake. For this generation, what are we in? Gen Z? Do you know what cake is?
It's a good-looking chick.
Close. It's a really good-looking backyard butt.
Yeah.
Backyard?
Yeah.
You used slang with slang.
That's right.
I did.
But you knew
I've
what
always
it was.
called the butt, the derriere,
Well,
the backyard.
I've got a 17-year-old daughter, and she constantly uses it around me, and then I try to reuse it. She laughs at me for using it wrong.
Well, I tried to watch.
Not that word, not cake, but just general slang.
I
yeah.
tried to watch that. I Know What You Did Last Summer on Amazon Prime just to see it, and it's about what high school teenagers that just graduated. They're about to go to college, but everything is the vocabulary. I couldn't stand. Like, are you really trying to throw shade on me right now? You're not being sus yourself. I was like, done.
Sus.
You're being sus right now.
I hear a lot of sus from the kids in my house.
What is sus? Suspects?
Yeah.
You're acting weird.
Now, here's the most popular
Suspicious.
slang in America right now. Even though a large number of people find slang annoying, there's no stopping it. In fact, the vast majority of Americans, 80%, admit to using slang, while 1 in 5 do it in every single conversation. Do you guys have any idea what thirsty is?
That means you would like a little action.
Wow. That's straight to the point. Thirsty. I see what
I
you're
believe
saying.
that's what it
It's
means.
needing approval.
Needing approval. I'm thirsty.
I was very close.
The acronym THOT.
Yeah.
That means you're thick.
No.
Oh.
Thirsty hose over there.
Oh, well, they could be thick, though.
They need approval.
I'm actually thirsty on the show usually.
Savage. This has been around for a while. You guys probably know
Yeah,
that.
it means you just
That's
do
you.
this. Yeah.
You're savage.
You're just not caring about
That's right.
consequences. Catfish.
Yeah.
Means you're trying to fool somebody.
Manti Te'o. We
Yep,
know about
you
this a
got
long time
catfish.
ago. Yeah. Assuming a false identity on the internet. Low key. Secretly.
Yep.
Extra. Over the top.
That's right.
Goat, which has been used a lot more over the
Greatest of
last
all time.
5 to 10 years. Woke.
Yeah, that means you're just like extra into stuff.
Being
I'm
alert
just
to
extra into
societal
stuff.
injustice is the way they're going to describe
Well,
it.
I mean, yeah. especially
On
with-
point.
And yeah.
Perfect.
Yep.
Salty.
That means you get a little salty sometimes when
A
the
little
Ramley
angry,
when the Ramley goes
They
down.
say exceptionally bitter, angry, or upset. And ghosted.
Yeah, that's when you disappear.
Yep.
Happens a lot on the show. You're savage, salty, and you ghost me.
Not true. Not true, Dunaway. A new trigger warning detector has been unveiled during Dubai Design Week that will sound an alarm when it detects offensive speech. The Themis is a lamp-sized device intended to moderate debate in classrooms and universities and manifest political correctness in a product.
Yeah, exactly what we need in a free society.
The tiny device could be used to check language at dinner parties and family gatherings, and developers say it hopes Themis will encourage, quote, self-criticism. Stupid.
It really is stupid.
Well, I mean, what they're doing, this is the human version of the bark collar, is what it is.
It really is.
Because we have one that is not electric. It sort of sprays a little mist
When he
into
barks?
young Angus's face,
So he barks.
and it's a little water mist.
Interesting.
So this would sort of shock us or make a sound when we say hate speech.
Okay, here are real conditions that sound made up. Defecation syncope.
Sounds like a company takeover on Secession.
It is the temporary loss of consciousness upon defecating.
Oh, wow.
Jeez, how bad did that go?
We had somebody we worked with. They found him in a local bar. You remember that? Right?
I
was
do.
there.
I remember that
I was
story.
there.
Yeah.
Yep.
Cotard's-
I believe the alcohol was to blame.
Maybe so. Cotard syndrome.
Cotard?
Cotard syndrome.
No idea.
This is fascinating. Among other symptoms, you believe you're actually dead. You may believe that people around you are dead. You believe these things to the point you stop eating because, quote, you're already dead.
Is Brown not coming today? Nice. His Cotard is acting up.
He thinks he's already dead.
How about intermediate explosive disorder?
Not only does Brown think he's dead, he knew before
I
he
knew
was
I was
dead.
dead.
He
Yeah.
knew he was dead. He would tell us before it even happened in the movie that he was dead.
Intermediate explosive disorder.
That is going to be when you can't make it to the bathroom.
It's
you
a
poop your
condition
pants.
marked by random fits of disproportionate rage.
That's right. When the
He's
Ramblers
got
lose
rage, but it is disproportionate.
You ever watch the Ramblers lose?
That's night.
Happens all the time in the Ramley.
Okay, I'm going to close with crazy ideas for you
All right.
guys. First crazy idea. Replace an audience laugh track from sitcoms with just one person laughing.
I like that.
That's pretty funny.
How about this one? Boy, this would be baffling. An app where you set 6 different alarms, but it only picks one of them Russian roulette style, so you actually don't know what time you wake up.
That would be good.
Here's another one. A channel dedicated to commercials that aired before 1990, and it actually pays for itself.
Interesting.
But I would find interesting.
Yeah.
It would be interesting to me to watch commercials from yesterday.
I just saw on Twitter somebody randomly tweeted a Taco Bell Christmas commercial from back in the day, and it made me feel like a kid again.
Yep.
Here's another one. Alcoholic bubble gum that gets you drunk.
Wow.
If you're chewing that, I'm thinking we have an issue.
Yeah.
It's like nicotine gum.
I need another piece.
And our final crazy idea, I love this one. A James Bond movie that takes place on his day off and nothing goes wrong. He just gets a haircut and watches a movie or something.
I always say that about these really intense shows like Lost. Like, I love the characters so much. I wanted just an episode where everyone was happy. They just enjoyed a good meal and a day at the beach on that island.
Just drama nonstop.
Yeah, none of that smoke chasing them around, no others or any of that stuff. What were they called? The others? The others. None of that. Just, I like the characters so much. Can Jack and the girl just go have a nice sunset, eat some lobster?
Yeah, because Tom Hanks and Castaway had that, right?
He had a lot of days.
He had a couple of days.
Yeah. That fire was a big day.
I mean, didn't you,
Big
in
day.
Breaking Bad, didn't you ever want Walter just to have a good day?
Yeah.
Didn't have to cook, didn't have to cough.
Just gets away. Didn't have to cough.
Oh, that coughing got
I
me.
coughed all day.
All right, that is the Trash Today brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right.
Hey, home means so much more this time of year, and our friends at Mortgage Right, they want to make sure you're home for the holidays. Getting a mortgage is a necessity in the home buying process for many. Doesn't have to be a hassle. Mortgage Right gives you the tools, information, and expert help to make home buying happen. Don't let the fear of buying a home for the first time keep you from making one of the best investments of your life. Get started online. Go to mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, equal housing lender.
All right, Alabama basketball tonight against South Alabama. Jack State and Troy playing each other tonight. Alabama A&M, tough game at Cincy. Alabama State, tough game at Iowa State. That's on the hardwood this evening. Got a great college football story to tell you about when we come back. Bruce Feldman on the coaching carousel and a lot more at 12 o'clock. This hour of the show brought to you by our friends at Champy's, world-famous chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster. Go by there for lunch right now. Tell Sterling you love the next round, and you love his chicken right there. World-famous fried chicken from Champy's. Check them out online at champyschicken.com.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
Banking is not just about your money. It's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. Ryan Brown here for the next round. AmFirst was founded for members like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means service that grows and changes with the times to serve you better. Now every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. It's even customizable, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. America's first federal credit union is federally insured by the NCUA.
Thanksgiving is here, and let the New York Butcher Shop be the place to get all of your holiday meal items. Their premium turkeys are fresh, free-range, and hormone-free. The New York Butcher Shop also has a wide selection of chef-prepared side items to help save you time in the kitchen. Pick up a bottle of wine, and your meal will be complete. Turkeys are selling fast, so place your order today. 2 locations to serve you, in Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service. Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round. I'm absolutely loving my Alfa Romeo Stelvio that I've been in for months now, and right now you can get up to $3,500 bonus cash plus 1.9% financing for 72 months on the all-new 2021 Alfa Romeo Giulias and the Stelvios at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com, 1837 Grants Mill Road, exit 27, right off of I-459. Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping on some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And in our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, LT takes off the gloves for in-depth conversations with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find these podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Hey, if you're looking for a local agent to handle all of your insurance needs, you need to call my good friend James Anthony at the James Anthony Agency, 205-985-7717. Hoover, Birmingham, Northport, and Tuscaloosa has been in business over 20 years. The James Anthony Agency.
Stay up to date with the Next Round at nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like the Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from the Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. NextRoundLive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make NextRoundLive.com your homepage. That's NextRoundLive.com.
Say you had the greatest job in the world, which everyone knows is crafting pumpkin fresh frozen custard desserts at Culver's. Here would be your typical day. Pour farm fresh dairy into the custard maker and run continuously all day. Add real pumpkin puree and pumpkin pie spice, then craft our pumpkin spice shake or salted caramel pumpkin concrete mixer. Yum! Serve with a great big pumpkin lovin' smile.
Just like that, pumpkin's back at Culver's, but not for long. Welcome to Delicious.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round hosts a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, presented by Redmont Vodka. LT has in-depth conversations with personalities like Clay Travis and Taylor Hicks. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple and Spotify. And remember to like and subscribe.
Some NFL news in our injury update today, brought to you by our friends at Precision Sports.
Yes, Precision Sports. Maybe you're a weekend warrior. You got that tweaked joint. Precision has 9 locations in the Birmingham metro area to get your life back on track, including the new Southern Orthopedic Sports Medicine Associates location in Jasper. Your health cannot wait. Call 855-219-6200 or online, precisionsportsortho.com.
Probably too late for the Dolphins to do anything this year, right, Brown? But Tua Tagovailoa set to start this week against the Giants.
Not that anybody.
Excuse me, the Jets.
Yeah, their Dolphins' next 5 are really pretty good. They play the Jets twice, the Giants once, the Saints. They end the season with Tennessee and New England, which is kind of a bad way to end. But I don't even know what the way they played Thursday night with Tua 100% healthy. That's a team that can win those games.
Pittsburgh. Mika Fitzpatrick, former Alabama star, is the latest NFL player to test positive for COVID-19. Questionable now for Sunday's game against the LA Chargers. That Chargers team, disappointing is what you call them right now?
You would. Early on, and I think the moment was when they lost to Dallas early in the season. They've just lost some really difficult, down-to-the-wire games. And, losing at home to Minnesota, I mean, that was a backbreaker because they had every opportunity to take full control of the AFC West.
And the Washington football team loses Chase Young for the year. A leg injury suffered in their upset win over the Bucs this past week. We told you earlier, Jawan Gary, Alabama basketball player, day-to-day, according to Nate Oates, doubtful for tonight's game, South Alabama and Alabama, but it's no long-lasting, long-term injury for Gary. That's good news for Alabama, who's already suffered a couple of off-season injuries for that roster that's very talented, 14th in the country in the AP poll, tied at home against the Jaguars tonight, and that's your Precision Sports injury update. Bruce Feldman coming up at the top of the hour, part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Standifer.
Yeah, the Standifer Insurance Group. Auto rates have lowered 4 times in the last 12 months. Great time to get an insurance checkup. 664-3200. Have your coverages and what you pay each month. Call that number. See if they can save for you like they did for me. 664-3200. Or on the web, StandiferInsuranceGroup.com.
Imagine you're on a bus trip to play a game.
Is Bo Davis on the trip?
That's not a good bus ride,
Oh.
but Pittsburgh State is on its way to play in Hayes, Kansas.
Spent the night there.
So they're rolling along. LT used to do Wooden Bat League baseball play-by-play in Kansas, right?
Yeah, the Hayes Larks.
It's Hayes in the middle of nowhere.
That was our first road trip ever.
So they're traveling from Pittsburgh State to play at Hayes, and one of the 2-team buses breaks down.
Okay.
Side of the road. No power, not going anywhere. Thank goodness that the team's long snapper, Timmy Malinkowski, is an automotive technology major at Pittsburgh State. He's a diesel mechanic. He quickly gets out, diagnoses the problem, pulls a tool, a multifaceted tool out of his bag.
I got this.
Reattaches a clamp onto a pump and a hose. The thing cranks up. They make it to the game and win the game on the weekend.
Do you guys think of the 4 of us?
No.
No. I haven't even finished the question. Can I ask the question?
We broke down on the side of the road. We couldn't figure it out.
No.
My answer first thing.
I haven't asked the question.
My
I'm not
answer is
asking.
always first. I think it's the alternator. That's what I always go with.
I was going to say.
I think it's the alternator.
The 4 of us in the same room. Is it the biggest collection of 4 men that know least about automotive repair in the world?
Yeah, and throw Forrester and Lunsford in because I don't think they've got any grease under their fingernails.
Does Lunsford know anything? No, Lunsford's family was in the automotive.
But I worked at a car wash. You know where the Sonic is on Valley? It used to be the Great American Car Wash, but it was a full-service gas station. So I had to check the oil. I had to check the tire pressure.
Mastic brakes.
Had to change tires. So
wow, so you've done more.
I've done a lot of that stuff, but I know once I get under the hood, I have no idea what's going on.
I changed my oil one time, and that was once that was enough for me to know I'll pay to have it done the rest of my life.
Bo O'Neill had mine changed yesterday.
Yeah.
I did it once, and it cost me a sunbird because I forgot to put the after
cap
you
back
drain
in.
the oil out.
Yeah.
I forgot to put the cap back, so I all the oil just ran out of the engine.
And then you just slammed the truck and
And then,
took off driving.
then you just gave it to your bookmaker.
Then I just drove down the road. No, I mean, you have to get a new engine. You have to get, I mean, it
oh, yeah,
locks
if you
it
run
up.
it without oil. Yeah, that's bad news.
Locks it up.
Yeah.
So, no, I'm not very good at it. Any of that stuff.
Luck with cars. So you bought a Samurai without test driving it, rode with the emergency brake all the way to Florida from Kentucky.
Not the emergency brake, 4-wheel drive. That was the old.
Oh, they were locked in.
You had to lock them in outside on each wheel.
And you were wondering why you couldn't go over 50?
Yeah, going downhill, it was doing this at 65. And the smell, just something burning. I'm like, what is that smell? And up the hill. It's like a roller coaster going up the
on
Smokies.
the Miracle Strip at Panama City, it didn't matter, right?
What now?
So once you got to the Miracle Strip, it didn't matter.
Well, surprisingly, on that Samurai, the 4-wheel drive never worked again. Shocking,
Really?
because I
That's
burned
amazing.
it out
No,
all the way
I know
down.
nothing about
I
cars.
lost one car to a bookie, and then Sunbird, I locked it up.
You lost it to the Smokies.
Yeah.
I don't know anything about cars, and I don't really care. Like, I'm not a big car guy.
Well, my dad would tell you while sipping a Bud Heavy that they don't make cars like they used to.
Oh, I'm sure they don't.
They used to make cars in Detroit that Americans could work on themselves in their driveway. They can open it up. They can pull out a wrench.
Everything's computers
fix
now.
it now.
Yep.
Now you've got to be a mechanical engineer.
Okay, well, that's good for that guy though that he saved the road trip.
He did. Bruce Feldman's coming up next. He's the engineer of the coaching carousel, going round and round. Over or under 25 and a half openings. We're at 12 now. I'll get that answer from LT coming up. The show being brought to you by LT's friends with Michelson Laser Vision.
Yeah, make the call that I made almost 20 years ago, 969-8100. Ask for Amy. Tell her the next round sent you. They're going to take care of you. Hassle-free consultation. If you've been wasting money on the contacts and solutions every single year, don't do it anymore. Stop procrastinating. The gift of sight this holiday season. I've got 2015 vision, better than 2020. Make the call that I made, 969-8100, or online, michelsonlaservision.com.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day. and still pull out the big stick. The type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera. And the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
The Double Down Media Podcast family is live, including the Mystery Fifth Hour, a chance for the Next Round host to talk everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, the weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours of bourbon in the world. And the Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. Lance Taylor takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at HydraLife Therapy. Boost your immune system today with HydraLife Therapy. IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy all under one roof. Mention Next Round at checkout. Save 20% off any service at the Birmingham and Tuscaloosa locations. If you're unable to make it to HydraLife, a nurse can actually come to your home or office. You can visit them online today, HydraLifeTherapy.com. HydraLife Therapy open 7 days a week. Homewood 9 to 6 and Tuscaloosa 10 to 6.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Vulcan Tire and Automotive. 4 great locations right here in Birmingham. The next time you need one or a set of new tires, do yourself a favor. Stop by, see the guys at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Locally owned and operated with a wide selection of the top tire brands available. The guys there can get you set and get you safely back out on the road. Again, 4 locations in Birmingham, Hoover, Moody, Trustful, and Gardendale. For more information, you can always visit them online. Check them out today, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
The tradition of giving fine art continues with the Daniel A. Moore Alabama Christmas Gift Pack, including the new 2022 Crimson and White Fine Art Calendar, featuring some of the most honored former Alabama players, 1 collegiate classic fine art print signed by the artist, and your choice of 4 Daniel A. Moore beverage mugs, all for only $79, a $115 value. Order now at danielmooreart.com or by calling 1-800-735-2787.
Hey, are you suffering from that lower back pain? Get moving this fall with our friends at Stretch Zone. Great for golfers, runners, desk jockeys, weekend warriors, and more. To learn more, book an appointment, 205-509-2349 or online, stretchzonebham.com.
Drunk driving prevention is a priority at Anheuser-Busch. You can't drive drunk if you don't drive there. Encourage friends to join in the pledge to Decide to Ride on DecideToRide.com. Brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Bruce Feldman in 60 seconds after we give you the headlines this hour, brought to you by our friends at Hemp Hill.
Hey, when something's not running right, flowing right, draining right, or flushing right, disaster can strike at any moment. That's the time you need to pick up the phone and call our friends at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, Andrew, the team at Hemp Hill, the ones I trust to fix it right, fix it the first time, always at a fair price for all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs. Trust the name, Birmingham's trusted since 1954. Hemp Hill Services, 205-229-2090.
Justin Fuente out at Virginia Tech today. We'll see what that buyout ends up meaning, what Bruce Feldman says about that in just a second. 6 years, 43-31 in Blacksburg. What that job offers and where Fuente could be headed. Some interesting social media posts from players that we'll get to a little bit later on. Jimbo Fisher denying interest in the LSU job. Miami fires its athletic director, which could be a precursor to another job opening there. We're at 12 right now. Biletnikoff semifinalist Jamison Williams of Alabama, one of 10 players named there, and Brett Bielema not coaching this weekend. A positive COVID test as Illinois plays Iowa.
Bruce Feldman, college football insider, and one of the great guys in the business with us on the Pepsi hotline. You can follow him at Bruce Feldman CFB or watch him and read him at Fox and The Athletic. Welcome in, Bruce. I hope you're doing well.
I'm doing well, guys. Man, that was a lot of stuff you just read. We're busy now in college football, aren't we?
We are busy.
Oh, I thought you were talking about lead-in to you. I didn't even finish that. He's also a New York Times bestseller. I mean, he's very good. But no, Dunaway's just reading the coaching openings, and it's crazy. And some of this, Bruce, I know it's programs that are struggling. This early signing day, though, has really accelerated this process, has it not?
It has. Look, we've had a Power 5 coach, and granted it wasn't a coordinator, leave it basically mid-season to go from one Big 12 school to another. And Joey McGuire's new coach at Texas Tech. I mean, it's just like, man, it's one thing for it's kind of crazy that Clay Helton got fired so early and then got hired so early. It's just that I think we're in kind of uncharted waters here because, we're coming out of a pandemic year where I think there was probably a little less moves than there would have been, and it all there was a really good chance last year that Whit Babcock, the AD at Virginia Tech, was going to fire Justin Fuente last year. He didn't. He almost did. So that kind of carried over to this year, and I feel like you have Clay Helton, a similar situation where you had a guy who has been on the hot seat for so long. So a lot of these moves are happening now, and I suspect we're going to get a bunch more that are going to come, and that doesn't even include the dominoes where certain guys have pretty good jobs and they're going to go to what they think are better jobs, and then they're going to leave those jobs open.
You mentioned McGuire leaving Baylor, and I used this as an example the other day. In year one for Dave Aranda at Baylor, he seemed overwhelmed. The offense was awful. He had a great offseason hire with Jeff Grimes, and it's a totally different program. I look at Jimmy Lake at Washington. This is a guy that was a great recruiter, a great defensive coordinator. Chris Peterson endorsed the hire. He's 7-6. He can't even count last year, which, by the way, he won the Pac-12 North. This year has not been good by any means. Are we really using an excuse as touching a player the reason this guy was fired, or how deeper does this really go?
Yeah, I think it goes a lot deeper than that because you guys, I assume, saw the video just like I did, and you just kind of shrug your shoulders. It's like, eh. And even the fact that he was suspended and it was tied to that seemed kind of a head scratcher. But from what I was told in my reporting in the last week, there have been numerous situations with Jimmy Lake that the leadership of the school had not been happy. They'd really been frustrated with how he's handled things, and that had mounted. They felt like there was really not a clear path for him to go forward, that just kind of his handling, I think the more the pressure kind of built on him, the more puzzling some of his handling on how this was. I mean, the juxtaposition of Dave Aranda versus Jimmy Lake, both really well thought of defensive minds. I think Dave honestly had a more stable situation. He made a big coaching change, right? He shook up his staff. It did not work out with Larry Fedora. He made another coordinator hire. That was a really good hire, as you mentioned, with Jeff Grimes. Whereas Jimmy Lake was digging out of a hole with John Donovan. People were kind of scratching their head when he made that hire in the first place. Didn't work. And, I would not have guessed they were going to make that move probably 6 weeks ago. But things have just spiraled down so much with Jimmy Lake. And it's kind of to me, it was puzzling just because as somebody who was around him and around that program a lot, I did not expect that to go so poorly. I thought it was going to be a really good transition, and I thought he was going to hit the ground running, and instead it just kind of all imploded.
Bruce Feldman of The Athletic and other places with us on the Pepsi hotline here on the Next Round. We've been together a long time, Bruce. You've been coming on our show for a long time. We have always used a phrase called "franning it up." Back to Dennis Franchione, Alabama getting upset by a depleted Auburn team in 2002 when he was already worried about the Texas A&M job and in works to move to College Station. Franning it up. Is Lincoln Riley franning it up in Norman, Oklahoma? Do you think Lincoln Riley is off to Baton Rouge or to L.A.?
I don't think he's off to L.A. I'd be surprised if he left OU for another college job, and here's why. Now, obviously, Oklahoma is eventually going to get into the SEC anyway. He's worked for arguably the best AD in college athletics in Joe Castiglione, and his family. He still has a young family. They've kind of set up roots down there. I think he has everything the way he wants it. You go to LSU. Now, LSU probably would pay him more. I imagine they would have to get him to leave. I just think there's a lot of uncertainty there. Yes, there have been the last 3 coaches who've come through there have all won national titles. You can't say that at any other place. The other thing you can't say, though, is they just fired the guy who won a national title less than 2 years earlier. And that guy's from the home state, by the way. He's not an outsider. So I would be a little surprised knowing that. It wouldn't shock me if at some point Lincoln Riley went to the NFL. I'd be surprised if it happened soon. It's just like you're going to an SEC school anyway. I don't know. It just, to me, it would be a little puzzling to make that move when he's got a really good situation now.
Bruce Feldman is with us. You, as Dunaway said, you can read him at The Athletic, see him on Fox, follow him on Twitter at Bruce Feldman CFB. Flip the Script is his latest book. It is about Ed Orgeron's national championship at LSU. Ed will have plenty of time to sign it soon, if you would like that.
I actually got flipped again on him.
That's true. Yes, Bruce, there's an obvious...
It's got flipped many times on him. I will say this. The book where I think it holds up was just a couple of things. One was obviously on changing after you get, debacle as he had it at Ole Miss, but also really about his own challenges of battling alcoholism and being 20 plus years sober. So that was kind of how things were tying together. But I did not expect it to fall apart as fast as it did after the national title.
Bruce is with us on the Pepsi hotline. I want to ask because people just automatically assume Lane Kiffin, and I know you've got a history with Lane going back to the USC days. You've been close to that program, that he's just going to bolt Ole Miss. And I made the point earlier, actually Clay Travis was on with us, that Bruce, the Ole Miss job is better now, right now, this moment in time, than it has ever been in the history of its program. It's the best time to be the Ole Miss coach. I just don't think anymore it's automatic with the kind of money SEC schools are able to throw around that you're just looking to pull the chute out of a place like Lexington, Kentucky or Oxford, Mississippi.
I agree. I agree with what you said. The one job that I wonder about with him, and I think you alluded to this, Jim, in the news blast you did a couple of minutes ago, is if Manny Diaz gets fired at Miami, my guess is, not more than my guess, that Mario Cristobal is going to be the first call. Do you want to come home, Mario? What can we do to make that happen kind of deal? And if he were to say no, Lane Kiffin has always been interested in the Miami job going back years ago. Now, when I'm talking about that was a long time ago. That was when Miami was either close to on top of the college football world or in that. But I don't know if obviously he coached in South Florida at FAU. I don't know if that job being, thinking, hey, I can run the ACC. Whereas I think he knows whether you're at Ole Miss or wherever you're at, that's a heavyweight fight every week, just about. And so I don't know if that job would tempt him. It's not like Miami has a ton of money. I know there's people at UM or around UM who like Lane and think he would probably be a good fit there with the swagger that Miami already kind of, has in its DNA. But I agree with you. I mean, the Ole Miss job in terms of everything, but it doesn't have obviously the stadium that, you guys have in Tuscaloosa or some of the, just certainly in Baton Rouge or Kyle Field. But it's so much more elevated as a brand than it was when I remember being around Oxford, in the whatever it was, 14, 15 years ago. It's just felt like a second tier program. And I don't think it does really feel that way anymore.
Bruce, it's been 12 years since Pete Carroll was coaching USC. And to me, this just seems like such a super important hire for Mike Bohn. I know he's got a relationship with Luke Fickell. He hired him at Cincinnati. That doesn't seem like a fit to me. This program. I mean, what direction do you think they go, and how much commitment does Mike Bohn have to football?
I think he has a big commitment to football. I think one thing that he and his staff have done since they got settled in there was really try to ramp it up to run it a lot more like an SEC program in terms of recruiting infrastructure and things of that nature that were sorely lacking. I did a story yesterday for The Athletic about how Dave Aranda from Baylor, a guy you guys know pretty well, has become a hot name at USC. Aranda's from Southern California. His brother is still a high school basketball coach here. His name has gotten hot because when Clay Helton was fired 2 months ago, that's how long ago it was, his career record was 4-7 as a head coach at Baylor. Well, now he's 8-2. They have a top 15 program. They just whipped Lincoln Riley's team the other day as a showcase game. I think there's a lot of people who are like, you know what? If you can't get Luke Fickell, maybe this is the guy. He's from here. He's obviously a brilliant defensive mind. I think sometimes from talking to people around USC, and it depends on who you talk to about it, but I think Pete Carroll was kind of lightning in a bottle in the regard of he had this big persona and there was an energy around him that was different. It was cool and it was, kind of fit into the star makeup of it. You're not going to find a lot of coaches in certainly in college football that have that. So I don't know necessarily they're going to get caught chasing, you need to be this super charismatic guy. I mean, a lot of the best coaches in college football right now are not that anyway. So I could see them saying, hey, let's get a smart guy who knows what he's doing, and he's going to build a staff and we'll give him resources. Whether they can get Dave Aranda, who's got a pretty sizable buyout in Waco now, to leave, whether they think after 2 years this is enough to prove them that he's the guy they should have. Because you're right, it is a very important hire. But, you talk to people around there and they'll point out, Pete Carroll was a defensive guy at the core. The guys who they had follow them, they were all offensive guys, and it never kind of worked out. And the one guy who kind of had it going a little bit, albeit in a brief time, that was Ogeron when he took over for Lane, and he is a defensive guy. So maybe going to that side of the ball might be the direction they need to go.
Bruce, we're to the pimento cheese and crackers part of the schedule for Kirby Smart, Charleston Southern and Georgia Tech. And then they go to the SEC championship game. Does anybody beat the Bulldogs this year, in your opinion? Do you think this team can stick the landing?
I think so now. I wasn't as convinced. I'm still not really sold on the offense. Stetson Bennett's played well, and I think when they get George Pickens back, we assume by the Alabama game for the SEC title, I think that'll give them a much-needed spark. To me, they're so good in the front seven and so deep. The only kind of issue is the secondary, I think, is good. I don't think it's great compared to the rest of the defense. That might be something Alabama can exploit because we know the quarterback is poised and gifted, and they have speed outside, and they have some weapons. The part that I'm a little skeptical of is, the Alabama run game has been so inconsistent, and to see them get whipped by LSU like they did, 6 yards. It's like if that happened against that LSU defense, as depleted as they are, what is Kirby Smart in Georgia going to do, right? So, but I do think Alabama has enough firepower on offense and the quarterback who can make it interesting. And if it gets into a back and forth, high scoring game, if you can manage that, I don't know. This isn't like what I wonder about with Georgia is the last 5 years, every team that has won a national title has had a ridiculously efficient, talented quarterback and a lot of firepower. This one, if it's Georgia, wouldn't be that. It would feel more like those earlier Saban championship teams, which were still great, but they were really did it more with defense and offense.
He is Bruce Feldman. Go follow him on Twitter at Bruce Feldman CFB. Go buy his books, CMO Fox, and pay to read him in The Athletic. It's well worth it.
Can I make a note that you're so much more energetic, Bruce, with us when we don't wake you up at 5 o'clock in the morning? I'm appreciative of our time change.
Can you tell that? Oh my God. I feel so bad because I feel like I'm waking up the house when I'm downstairs and like, it's like, oh, the kids are asleep. And then I'm just like, so I feel like I'm doing you guys a disservice when it's that early. So,
Trust me.
I apologize for that.
We're far more energetic too.
Yeah, we were very thankful though that you would get up before the sun a lot of times with us. Thank you.
Hey, you guys are my favorite. You guys make it easy on our end. So it's all good.
Thank you. That's what we put on the tombstone. We were Bruce Feldman's favorite. Bruce, thank you. Take care.
See you guys.
All right, Bruce Feldman with us from The Athletic, college football analyst. An update on Lincoln Riley in a moment.
Okay, after he tells us about Nut Dust. A Lincoln Riley update after Nut Dust.
Yes, Nut Dust. Redefining the use and feel of body powder. Nut Dust is talc-free. It's an all-natural body powder. Great for all over the body, feet, below the belt. Available in 4 great scents: Naked, Voyager, Laddie, and Wildling. All day, every day. Our friends at Nut Dust, they've got you covered. Perfect stocking stuff for this holiday season. Order today. They've also got the merchandise with the great T-shirts. Go to officialnutdust.com. Put in that promo code FALL, F-A-L-L, like the season, official nutdust.com.
Lincoln Riley was mentioned by Tom Luginbill on our show earlier, that Luginbill said something's going on there. Would not surprise me at all if he ends up to being the coach at LSU. That has been picked up from Luginbill on our show by several national organizations, so much so that Lincoln Riley at his press conference today was asked point blank about it. He said, and I quote, "I coach at the University of Oklahoma. You know how I feel about this place and this program. We've all been down this road many times before. You guys know where I stand, and that hasn't changed." That was his official answer.
Wow. So that's very open-ended.
Did they say the next round in Birmingham said?
I haven't heard it, but in my mind, Jim, absolutely they did.
Your video did run on game day.
Without attribution.
Hey, if you believe it to be true, though, it is. I'll just say this. They've got Iowa State this weekend.
Look out.
Tricky game.
Ran it up.
That's a team that beat them in the regular season last year, and it was a one-possession game of the Big 12 championship. And the way this Oklahoma offense is struggling right now, Iowa State can muck it up with Breece Hall running the football. That number's 5.5. If you believe that he has taken that job or is in communication, Iowa State's a good play.
Coach full pads again today on Tuesday, like always. No Tyler Watts. Walkthrough today.
I'm not even going to be there.
That's what Lincoln Riley said today. No Tyler Watts. We're just going to walk through today. Not a real practice. All right, a lot more still to get to, including LT's lock. You got a lock ready yet?
I do not.
Okay, we got football tonight. We got a ton of basketball.
Want to roll with a liner.
Okay, we're going to save the lock for later on. Later on today at the Lance Taylor on Twitter. He'll give that for you later on. Gave you a winner last night with the 49ers. Iron Mountain Drains and Plumbing. Jeremy Purvis and the crew there ready to hook you up, whether it's residential or commercial plumbing needs. Call 205-516-4927. What was the illness when you went to the bathroom and you died or passed
they
out?
thought they were died. What was it called, Rockstar?
Syncope defecation.
No, the other one where he thought he was dead, so he quit eating.
Cobblers or something like that.
Cobbler syndrome or something.
I want cobbler now. 205-516-4927, ironmountainworld.com. Just drain it.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
The best food with the best sports is at Walk-On Sports Bistro, and they're now hiring for the Stadium Trace location near the Hoover Met. Walk-Ons has top pay for experienced kitchen staff, servers, bartenders, bussers, hostesses, and to-go cashiers. And yes, health benefits are available. Go by the new Walk-Ons location at Stadium Trace in Hoover and apply today. Hiring is happening on site 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Saturday. This is your chance to join the championship team at Walk-Ons Sports Bistro in Hoover. Banking isn't just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. AmFirst was founded for members just like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means services that grow and change with the times to serve you better. Now, every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. You can even customize the app, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. That's amfirst.org. America's first federal credit union. federally insured by the NCUA.
Celebrate the gift-giving season with Bromberg's Vietri Holiday Collections. Italian-made and hand-painted, 20% off all Vietri purchases all week long. Make it a holiday to remember with new additions to Bromberg's best-selling Lastra Holiday and Old St. Nick patterns. Handcrafted, timeless artwork for your table with authentic Italian craftsmanship and quality. And did you know you can also create a wish list at Bromberg's? Make it easy for Santa to get you exactly what you want for Christmas this year by creating a Bromberg's wish list. And you can unwrap a gift from Bromberg's that you love. Thanksgiving, Christmas, New Year's. Let Holly Mack Wilson put you in a new home for the holidays. A new place to have a family Thanksgiving dinner. A new place to put up the Christmas tree and hide the presents. A new place to ring in the new year with friends and family. Holly Mack Wilson, putting a new meaning to home for the holidays. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446. That's 205-901-9446. Holly Mack Wilson, a Tuscaloosa Keller Williams agent.
What are some signs that you may have a low testosterone problem? Is your energy down? Have your workouts not been the same? Do you have problems sleeping? All of these or one of these could be a sign of a low testosterone issue. Whatever the challenge, the Alabama Men's Clinic has a solution for you. I'd invite you to come by the Homewood location, get a medical consultation and some blood work. And if you're medically advised and you start your low T treatments that day in the office, your visit is free. Well, the next question would be this. How do I set up the appointment? You can do it two ways. One, by calling 205-598-7000. That's 205-598-7000. Or you can go to the website, alabamamensclinic.com. There's other signs that you could have a low testosterone problem, like a change in your libido, or maybe you're suffering from depression. Whatever is keeping you from feeling 100%, it's time you find out the answer. Again, call the number, 205-598-7000, or go online to alabamamensclinic.com. The seasons have switched to fall, and it's time for you to change your game day wardrobe with our friends at the Pants Store. For the ladies, all the game day fashion, including bodysuits and those booties, plus a wide variety of clear purses that you need for every stadium. For the guys, all the game day accessories, Yeti coolers, Yeti cups, sunglasses, plus your game day wear from Cutter and Buck, Antigua, Taylor and Mick, and the perfect game day hat. It's all at the Pants Store, 5 locations: Crestline, Leeds, Trussville, Tuscaloosa, or Huntsville, and always online at pantsstore.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Cardinal Roofing. In business for more than 10 years with 500 five-star reviews on Google and home of the 3-year leak-free guarantee. Cardinal Roofing, 205-900-ROOF. That's 205-900-7663.
Back with you on the next round. We've got 3 and out here in this segment. But first, Brown, tell us about your guy, Tom Beckby, and how he started his business.
Well, you know what he did, Dunaway? He's an Alabama guy, and he was looking for good-looking outdoor wear and couldn't find what he liked, so he made his own. It started with just a jacket in 2015. Now it's an entire line of time-tested, rugged material, great-looking outdoor gear, and you can see it in person in the Tom Beckby store in Mountain Brook Village, or you can just visit their website, tombeckby.com. That's BECKBE, tombeckby.com. That outdoorsman in your life, great Christmas gift idea, tombeckby.com, or in Mountain Brook Village.
Joseph in our Farmfolio chat room, and I apologize, we've done a horrible job the past 2 days deep into the show of getting to you guys in the Farmfolio chat room, and I apologize for that. Joseph wants to know, do you guys think it is a given that Bama beats Arkansas this weekend? A given,
yes.
LT?
Yes, it is a given.
I mean, as given as you're going to get an SEC game.
I think Kendall Briles and this offense with KJ Jefferson is struggling a little bit. Look, they're going to play. They're going to scratch and claw. And I think they're going to play, obviously, hard for Sam Pittman. I don't think it's an easy out, but I just don't think they've got the offense to keep up with Alabama right now.
I'm with Lance on this one again. I mean, it's as given that this is not Vandy they're playing. I will say Arkansas is third in the conference at pass defense. Only Georgia and South Carolina defend the pass better in the Southeastern Conference, and I think, you'll see Alabama have to throw the ball a lot now.
Gino in our chat room, the Farmfolio chat room, what percentage of SEC fans will be rooting for South Carolina over Clemson?
Percentage of SEC fans?
Yes.
I would say all of them.
Yeah, 100%.
They said over 95% question mark?
Yeah,
because even like who was South Carolina's biggest rival in conference? Georgia.
Yeah.
Even Georgia fans probably hate Clemson enough to pull for South Carolina there.
Probably hate Clemson more.
Probably so. So yeah, I would say the entire conference.
And you guys remember when that used to be a tricky game for Georgia? It's Alabama, Tennessee now.
Oh, I know. They never beat South Carolina.
Mark,
South Carolina did win 2 years ago. Forget about that.
That's true. They did, didn't they?
We do forget that.
Yeah, that's easy to forget.
Mark, deep back in the Farmfolio chat room hours ago, before Bruce Feldman even brought it up, and Bruce was the first one I heard it, only because I had not read Mark's comment. Dave Aranda to USC, how would that make you feel? He asked that back in the 9 o'clock hour. Feldman just brought that up. Would you feel good about Aranda with your Trojans?
I don't know. Again, I don't know what a slam dunk hire is going to be for USC. Aranda made adjustments. I give him a ton of credit from where they were last year to where they are right now. Again, this is Baylor. I know they've got resources, but it's not one of the better jobs in college football. And he is a guy from Redlands, California. That was kind of the link that Feldman talked about. He's from Southern California. So there is kind of a tie to maybe bring him back. And obviously the USC job is a much more prestigious job than Baylor. And he would have, I don't know about – so Baylor's going to be in the Big 12. They're going to have an easier route without Texas and Oklahoma. But there's more credibility with USC in the Pac-12. So – is it better to stay put if you're Dave Aranda?
To me, USC, the ability, the only real name brand on the West Coast is USC.
Really, in the Pac-12, yeah.
Oregon tries.
You're right.
But USC is the name brand. And just look at Bryce Young, look at C.J. Stroud, just look at the guys. Uyunglele still was a big recruit. That you can just keep 1 or 12 of those guys at home and keep them from going to Alabama, Clemson, and Ohio State, you can win the Pac-12 and be in the playoffs.
Yeah, I kind of tend to agree with you saying that Baylor has still got so many other people they're battling for recruits.
That's right.
And not only A&M and the SEC, but now Texas and Oklahoma in the SEC, and you still got to battle TCU, and you're battling Texas Tech. And if you're USC and you can even have a semblance of what Pete Carroll once had, and I did think it was really interesting that Bruce brought up the fact that defensive guys have had more success at USC.
Yeah, that is true.
That's true. Well, Pete Carroll skews that a lot.
He
obviously.
does. But Orgeron, had him on a heater at the end of the season. They just don't want to give him the job.
All right, let's roll to our 3 and Out today. It's brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tire. You get the opportunity to go to one of their 4 locations to not only get your car winterized, but check out those tires or anything, bumper to bumper.
Yeah, locally owned and operated. Again, as Dunaway said, anything you need, brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, and more for you and your family. Stop into one of the 4 locations or online, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
First down.
Okay, who's having a better second year, Dave Aranda or Jeff Traylor at UTSA?
All due respect to Traylor, and it may be Jeff Traylor, but I'm going to go Dave Aranda just because of the stage.
I mean, Aranda's, the degree of difficulty is bigger for him, is what you're saying, Dunaway?
Yes.
Who did UTSA, did they just not play big out of conference?
They beat Illinois and Memphis.
Illinois, that's right. Yeah.
And Memphis on the road.
So that's not terrible. I mean,
that's not bad.
Memphis was 3-0.
Yeah.
I mean, if they can stick the landing and somehow end up 13-0 or 14-0 after a bowl, wow.
That's a heck of a year at UTSA. He's already cashed in on his extension. Doesn't look like he's going to get another job.
They could end up being the only undefeated team in college football.
Yeah. They could. Brooks, so you want the next coach to cheat like Pete Carroll? Yes, I do.
Yes, absolutely.
Do you want to win?
Yeah. You're coming to the wrong show if you're looking for people who are not in favor of cheating.
You tell me anybody right now in the top 25 that is not cheating.
Yes.
Yeah, and go compare what Pete Carroll did with Reggie Bush to anything else that goes on in the world. Come on.
I think I'll say Dave Aranda. One reason I'll give him credit is he scanned his situation and said, I got to get better on offense. So he went out and hired Jeff Grimes. And that has been the difference.
Really has.
Second down.
Okay, what's easier to predict, 2 teams in the college football playoff or 1 Super Bowl team?
Oh, easy to predict 2 in the playoff.
Yeah, I mean, Georgia gives you 1. Can you pick another?
I mean, I'd go Ohio State over Alabama right now.
I'd go Ohio State.
Ohio State, think about this, though. They've got Michigan State, which I think they probably blow out. But you've still got Michigan.
3 tough games.
Then you've got Wisconsin.
I know.
Yeah, Michigan State, Michigan, Wisconsin.
And there is no room for error.
Wisconsin, who Luginbill, he's got them this week in the 2:30 ABC game, said that's the one team almost anybody in the country doesn't want to play right now.
It's second best team, second best defense in college football. I don't even think you can argue that. And Braylon Allen, if you haven't watched 17-year-old running back, he will be the next superstar running back for Wisconsin.
The way the NFL has played this year, I honest to goodness think you might have a better shot of getting all 4 playoff teams versus the Super Bowl.
I got asked last night.
The NFL
at the poker table by the great David Walls. He looked at me and said, Jim, who is the best team in the NFL?
What'd you say?
I said, I don't know. So I looked to a former friend of mine and said, who do you think the best team is? I got no answer. So I said, maybe it's the Dallas Cowboys.
Is this thing on?
Maybe it's the Dallas Cowboys.
I'm getting bad reception at the poker table. You want to answer the question?
It could be the Cowboys.
That's how tough the question
It's
is.
not the Cowboys.
You
but
couldn't even get an answer.
It could be the Cowboys.
But would you agree with me that I've got a better shot of getting the 4 playoff teams than just one Super Bowl team? Right now.
I would feel better about one Super Bowl team than all 4. I think I would go
If
3.
I made you pick one Super Bowl
Which
team.
one of the ones you say it's the Patriots versus?
Give me the one you would stake it on.
I would stake it on Green Bay because I think what's going to happen, I think Green Bay's going to get home field. And I think that's going to be so important to them. Although it didn't matter last year in the NFC Championship game, I just don't see
Did you see
anybody.
that first half of the Green Bay-Seattle game?
Anytime
again,
the
he was a
Giants
little
won the
rusty.
Super Bowl, it didn't matter either. They ran through Lambeau every time.
But if I had to go with one, I would go with Green Bay right
Interesting.
Third down.
now. No Aaron Jones right now.
And I'm not sold on Ohio State. I'm just saying that would be the one I would pick.
Me either.
How about this? More passing yards this weekend. TJ Finley against South Carolina or Cam Newton against Washington?
I know occasionally this show has bashed Cam Newton for this or that over the years. You have to give it to him to come off with a small package, small game plan, and to come out there and to deliver 2 touchdowns, 1 running and passing, and get a win over the Cardinals.
Hey, look, for him, I mean, I don't know what the hell he's been doing. Obviously, he's been keeping in shape.
You know what he said in the postgame? He goes, hey, this time last week I was eating a bowl of cereal.
I wonder what it was. Did they ask him?
I don't know if they asked him. I'm
I had
guessing
a bowl
Lucky
of cereal
Charms.
this past weekend.
I did
I had
too.
Lucky Charms.
I did too.
Wow.
I had Lucky Charms.
Because I kept up with my Saturday calories. I did.
I had Lucky Charms during Pac-12 After Dark.
Rocky?
When did you eat it?
I had shredded wheat. No, I didn't have any cereal.
I had Lucky Charms at like 9 a.m. on
I
Saturday.
ate a bowl of Lucky Charms during Pac-12 After Dark. Yep.
I'm envious of you guys.
Oregon
Wait
and,
until you're 50. You can't eat good things like cereal.
Oregon and Washington State, second half of that game. After we
Says the
wrapped
guy
up
that pounded out 4 hot dogs for lunch on
really.
Saturday.
3 hot dogs. Get your facts right.
I'm going to go with Cam Newton.
And onion rings.
I think I would go TJ Finley.
Cam Newton.
Fourth down.
I'm going to go TJ Finley. I got a steak on him.
Fourth down.
Pete Davidson, 28 today.
That guy, the females that like him.
I was going to ask you,
incredible.
the more amazing story or more amazing underdog story, Kurt Warner or Pete Davidson?
Pete Davidson.
Wait, Pete Davidson,
Kate
the
Beckinsale,
guitarist.
Ariana Grande,
The
Kim
comedian.
Kardashian.
The comedian. Who did you think he was, the guitarist?
Pete Wentz, probably.
I thought he was like
Pete Townsend.
I
Pete
mean,
Townsend.
but Lance, think about this now. If Pete Davidson worked listen to me, if Pete Davidson worked at the MAPCO, he would never have gotten those girls.
Look, I agree.
Kurt Warner worked at a grocery store and won a Super Bowl. So to me, it's Kurt Warner.
I still think it's Pete Davidson. And, you know, like, there's so many girls that I think it's like a trend now to think he's cute because my daughter, who's 18, is like, he is so cute. And I told her, I said, it looks like he got drug out of a creek 3 days after he was there.
It kind of does. That is a
And then they tatted his body up.
But most people like that, where you say he works at wherever you say
MAPCO.
at MAPCO, whatever. At least he's funny. Like he's not that.
but he
doesn't
wouldn't
have
draw
that
that
either.
kind.
I don't
He's
know
not
how
funny.
funny he is, though.
That's what I'm saying.
that's
Like,
it.
he doesn't have that. Like I'm saying, every character
They
he plays
call
on
him a
SNL
comedian, but he's not
is
funny.
Pete Davidson.
Yeah.
What are you going to play this week? I think I'm going to play myself.
Yeah. All right, put this wig on. You be Pete Davidson with a wig.
But I mean,
All right,
it's
Kevin, Pete Davidson all day long.
It's extraordinary. I mean, you think about Kate Beckinsale is one of the more beautiful women in the world.
She is.
Ariana Grande is a massive superstar.
I know you feel good about her.
I really do. Kim Kardashian is in her own stratosphere, and for this guy to continue to bed down women like that, it's insane.
Paul.
He's got a great description of this.
Paul in the Farmfolio chat room. Great band name, by the way.
Yep.
Butthole Eyes.
No, he's got raccoon eyes. He does.
It's
like
great. It really is amazing.
It's like he went into a club in Manhattan and he came out 4 days later and never slept.
You notice every Pete Davidson description with Lance meets, he's somewhere for an extended period of time, either at the bottom of a creek. That's
and
the guy.
I try to make the argument that he's not funny, and everybody's like, "Have you seen The King of Staten Island?" And I'm like, "It wasn't funny."
Yeah, I've never thought he was funny.
So he has not just got punched in the right eye. That is permanent.
That looks good right there. That's after you use disco.
Yeah. Well, he's just back from outer space. He's in his NASA sweatshirt.
No, he's got a good story.
He does.
Yeah, I mean, his father passed away in 9/11.
That's right. Yep.
And he was a firefighter. What?
Well, I mean, way to let me sit here and jump on him. And he lost a
No,
dad in 9/11.
Everybody's got some.
Because don't
of
you remember when he made fun of Representative Crawford for the eye patch? And
this guy did?
Yeah, Pete Davidson did. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And he came on the show.
I should know this guy more.
He came on the show, and that's what he brought up. He's like, "Hey, look, Pete's dad died 9/11," and I mean, that's what he brought up.
Yeah.
So that's
the guy he insulted was so forgiving that he said, "Listen, I'm not going to go back at him."
It's a great bit. You've never seen it?
No.
He went on Saturday Night Live with him, and Pete Davidson, and he made some Ariana Grande jokes about Davidson because they had just broken up.
Oh.
It's a fantastic bit.
I'll have to go see that.
And he still lives with his mom, and I don't know if some of that is the fact that his dad passed away early. But he said that his life got blown out of proportion when he started dating Ariana, because when he brought her home, that's when the paparazzi showed up, so everybody knows where he lives now. But I don't think he's got a problem dating these hot chicks.
Nope.
Well, good for
Nor
him.
do I blame him.
Was that
That's the fourth down. That was it.
That was it.
Was that the fourth down of 3 and out?
It was. Yes,
right.
we're punting. We've punted.
All right. That is brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires.
Again, locally owned and operated. Get that car winterized. They can do it anything. Bumper to bumper, brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, and more. Go see them. 4 locations and online, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
All right. 100% agree with LT, says Jay Price. It is ridiculous, the women he has gotten there.
It's like he's got a genie bottle. He's out, though.
Paul says Pete can't make it through a skit on SNL without laughing. I like it when they find it so funny they can't.
Well, I think his problem
You would love Jimmy Fallon. You ever watch this show?
His problem is the weed that he has got is probably some of the best in the world.
Because it ain't funny.
All right, let's award our New Life winner today. Brought to you by our friends at New Life Art. Riley Moody is the winner today. Young parent Riley Moody sent in this picture, his image of watching football this weekend with young baby girl Bella. Her first Alabama game. He's decked out in her next round gear there, the red, almost crimson-like state flag T-shirt that we have for you in the store, nextround.store. Go check it out. Buy a T-shirt. And Bella, what a beautiful little girl. You got a great dad, and he's a winner from our friends at New Life Art.
That kid's going to get carded for 20 straight years, by the way.
No doubt.
Riley or Bella?
The dad.
The dad. New Life Art, bring good for him. Bringing you memorable sports moments by Daniel A. Moore for over 40 years. Call for more information, 1-800-735-2787 or online, danielmooreart.com.
All right. When we come back, a lot more college football discussion as we move towards the top of the hour on the next round.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
Fans of Twin Peaks, make sure you stay up to date by signing up for their e-club. Stay up to date on all things Twin Peaks and score free stuff. Signing up is easy. Just visit twinpeaksrestaurant.com/peaks-club to get started today.
It is the American dream to buy your own home. Ryan Brown here for the next round. Mortgage Right wants to make that dream a reality with branches across the country. Mortgage Right has all the resources of a nationwide organization while maintaining the charm of a local lender. Mortgage Right makes home buying simple. If you are looking for a quick and caring mortgage experience, Mortgage Right is your go-to lender. Get started by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. Mortgage Right, NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about our friends at Wayne's. Look, fall is here. You want to enjoy that outdoor weather. Imagine sitting out there on the Saturday, manning the grill. You're watching football. You don't want to deal with the mosquitoes. Don't let the mosquitoes ruin your perfect day. The professionals at Wayne's can protect you, your family, and your pets. Call today, 1-866-WAYNES1. You can always go online, callwaynes.com. Fall weather is here. Enjoy it with the family, mosquito-free. You can do it with our friends at Wayne's.
When it comes to something as important as the roof over your head, you want to make sure you're using a company you can trust. Ryan Brown here for the next round. That company is Cardinal Roofing. And don't just take my word for it. They've got more than 500 5-star reviews on Google. They don't just give those away. Cardinal Roofing is your storm damage experts. They provide a 3-year leak-free guarantee, and they finish most of their jobs in a single day. Cardinal Roofing, 205-900-ROOF. That's 205-900-7663. Cardinal Roofing, your storm damage experts.
One Man in the Toolbox has provided professional handyman services since 1997. Honesty and reliability are qualities that embody every one of their employees. From residential to commercial, One Man in the Toolbox has the background to help you with almost any project. 823-2111.
The real estate market is crazier than it's ever been before. I'm Jim Dunaway, and my friends at ERA King have 52 years of experience, over 200 agents, and they're opening new offices right now in Homewood, Vestavia, and Huntsville. ERA King has state-of-the-art offices and the most innovative tools in the business to help you. Text the word MOVE to 35260 to get started. That's the word MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35260. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
It's nonstop gaming action at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Come play over 900 of the latest and greatest games around, featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. The Birmingham Racecourse Casino 7 days of giveaways is going on right now. We're giving away $100,000. That's right, $100,000 will be given away at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. The more you visit, the more chances you have to win at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Located off I-459 exit 31 Derby Parkway. Must be 21 or older. Must be present to win.
Beef O'Brady's has been serving up food and fun for more than 11 years with great locations in Hoover, Helena, and now Highway 280 in the Brook Highlands neighborhood. You can enjoy the food and fun at 3 great Beef O'Brady's locations. With more than 22 TVs and Sunday ticket, Beef O'Brady's is the place to unwind, relax, and watch your favorite team play. Beef O'Brady's in Hoover, Helena, and now in the Brook Highlands neighborhood on Highway 280. The perfect place for serving up food and fun.
Stay up to date with the Next Round on the website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like The Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from our Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com. The Next Round continues on. Don't forget, already on the show, Tom Luginbill from ESPN, Clay Travis from Outkick and Fox, and Bruce Feldman from The Athletic, all podcasted for you at nextroundlive.com. Nextroundlive.com, always a great place to make your homepage so you can stay up to date on the show as you watch us today on YouTube, Twitch, Facebook, and Twitter. We appreciate your comments in the chat room, and the show's being brought to you in part by our friends at Bromberg's.
Yeah, if you're hanging out watching right now, go online, go to Brombergs.com. You can shop right there for the holiday season. Family owned and operated since 1836. Our friends at Brombergs, they have established that solid reputation as a fine purveyor of quality diamonds as well as jewelry, timepieces, and gifts. If you're thinking about popping the question this holiday season, go see the diamond specialist. That's our friends at Brombergs. 2 locations, Mountain Brook and the Summit. Again, for more information, Brombergs.com.
Basketball tonight in Tuscaloosa, South Alabama, number 14 Alabama. 3 MAC football games tonight. But the big story today has been Justin Fuente being let go in Blacksburg. The two folks parting ways, the athletic department of Virginia Tech and Justin Fuente. Here is a image. Scott, I don't know if you have it. Look at this. This is from James Mitchell, one of the players of Virginia Tech. It's inside the Virginia Tech players' locker room. It's a note from Fuente that says, "Take what you want." And it's a bunch of Virginia Tech gear.
Are you serious?
And
so he's going out bitter.
And he left it for the players. And then what does James say there at the bottom, LT? You're closer. Can you read it?
Bro, nah, because this really sad.
Yep. Bro, no, that's really sad.
Well, that is sad. That's very petty.
Well, it's in a garbage bag, too.
I mean, I would at least take it to a homeless shelter or something like that. If you're going to be Justin Fuente, who I like, man, but that's petty. If you're going to be Justin Fuente,
you don't want to give it to your players first if they want it?
They get anything they want.
Yeah.
The players don't need it. They're geared up left and right.
You pack it up and you get out.
You give it to a homeless shelter.
Again, if they would have waited until December 15th, they could have cut this buyout by $2.5 million. They're giving him $10 million.
Yeah, if he's getting that. Or if I think he's negotiated
at least that's
a
report.
Yeah.
At least keep your name on the positive side of the report, and especially because he's more than likely going to get a job in the next couple of weeks.
Did Virginia Tech ever miss a check with this guy?
They did not.
Okay. So
I didn't take that as petty. I mean,
Oh, you don't think that's bad?
I guess it can be.
Yeah,
Like-
it is.
Take what you want.
Yeah, I'm going to leave this in a garbage bag. This is how much this stuff meant to me. Now that this job, I'm skinning this off. Virginia Tech, that's in the past. It means nothing
But
to
don't
me.
you always wonder what happens to all that gear? The coaches have closets full of them.
Yeah, I mean, I hope they like I said, give it away to a storage or a homeless shelter, or take it somewhere and say, hey, let the kids know they can come get all the Virginia Tech gear they want. It's been worn by the head coach.
Yeah, I sent a direct message to Clay Hell when he got fired.
No, you did not.
I'm kidding.
Send me gear.
Yeah, I'll take whatever you got.
So you mean to
I
tell
sent
me?
one to Bruce Arians and said, hey, any Buccaneer gear. And he's like, I haven't lost my job yet, man.
So June 17th, if somebody walked in the Jocks studio and there was a stack of Jocks gear right there with your handwriting on it that says, take what you want, you don't think you were being petty there?
Well, I mean, I wouldn't wear the gear anymore, so why would I take it?
I don't. I've got it hanging in my closet. What am I supposed to do with it?
I honestly think I mailed it back.
Oh, no, you didn't.
All right, here we go.
Mailed it back.
Serious question here coming from our Farmfolio Twitter feed. Andrew wants to know, what do you guys think about Jamie Chadwell to Virginia Tech? Also mentions Dave Clawson to Virginia Tech. Either one of those guys.
Yeah, Clawson's done a heck of a job.
Clawson is a great coach. I mean, great coach.
Head coach at Wake, right?
Yeah.
Yep. Okay.
J.B. Chadwell, just lost a game without Grayson McCall. So you wonder, is it more Chadwell or is it a elite quarterback at that level?
Yeah, Chadwell runs a unique system, too. I mean, it's almost Service Academy-like. The thing I would say about Clawson, great coach, great offensive coach. He's got to have a better commitment to defense.
Yeah, no, the defense, though, had been pretty good the last couple of years. It's fallen off last month or so.
Hey, so you guys know I love golf. I was trying to get my golf swing better and get looser for it, so I went and saw my man, Dr. Lee Goldenberg at Greystone Chiropractic, Highway 119, 280, Tattersall Park, and what I found out was it wasn't just for my golf swing. Getting my spine properly aligned, got my nervous system right, and that controls every cell, tissue, and organ in your body. You want a path to healthier life? Go see Greystone Chiropractic. GreystoneChiropractor.com is where you go online, GreystoneChiropractor.com, or call 205-981-8090, 205-981-8090 to make an appointment.
Jimbo Fisher earlier saying, no, I'm not leaving Texas A&M to go to LSU. So we'll see how that changes on the twist there. Scott Woodward, we're seeing if we can get the quote eventually of Lincoln Riley, what he said. If not in the final segment, we'll get that tomorrow, as he was commenting on Tom Luginbill's comments on our show today about Lincoln Riley. Something's up in Norman. Wouldn't be surprised if he ended up at LSU. All that continues to spin on the coaches carousel. Still one segment to go in the next round. Hang around. An important college football fact you don't want to miss next.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
Celebrate the gift-giving season with Bromberg's Vietri Holiday Collections. Italian-made and hand-painted, 20% off all Vietri purchases all week long. Make it a holiday to remember with new additions to Bromberg's best-selling Lastra Holiday and Old St. Nick patterns. Handcrafted, timeless artwork for your table with authentic Italian craftsmanship and quality. And did you know you could also create a wish list at Bromberg's? Make it easy for Santa to get you exactly what you want for Christmas this year by creating a Bromberg's wish list. And you can unwrap a gift from Bromberg's that you love.
Hello, I'm J.L. Shea, and 4 generations of Sheas have run our business in the same spot in downtown Homewood. People ask me from time to time why we do what we do. I can tell you that it's just not all about the clothes, although we are a little obsessive about the brands we bring into our store. No, we do what we do because of people just like you. And through all these years, I've learned one critical lesson. The most important part of a man's wardrobe is fit. When your clothes fit, they feel like part of you, not just something you put on in the morning. You move more easily, you feel more confident. And fit is not an accident or a matter of luck. It shows whether you're buying a made-to-measure suit, a jacket off the rack, or a pair of jeans, we're going to ensure that the fit is perfectly you. Come see us at Shea's. I promise you'll notice a difference. That's Shea's in downtown Homewood, where we have been since 1922.
Hello, Vulcan here. Can we talk? Sure, I'm the biggest thing in Birmingham, being 56 feet tall, but big isn't always better. It's what you're big on. Like the great community banking at First Bank's new financial center in Homewood. Their reputation for customer service towers. Bank where you stand tall, without birds perching on your head. No, they're building a nest.
First Bank, now open at 404 Hollywood Boulevard. Member FDIC.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at FarmFolio. If you're concerned about market volatility or inflation, FarmFolio can help you diversify your portfolio into cash-flowing farmland property. We all know about rental real estate. Cash flow and appreciation are the name of the game. With FarmFolio's productive farmland lots, your trees act as the tenants, and they pay you in fruit, which is sold by FarmFolio's international sales team to the likes of Walmart and Costco, ultimately generating cash flow for you. As your cash flow increases, your property value also increases. Just like tenant-occupied real estate, the best part is you don't have to be a farmer. You own, they farm, and you earn. This is the way it works at FarmFolio. For more information, you can go online, check everything out today. Go to farmfolio.net. That's farmfolio.net. Check it out today. If you're concerned about that market volatility or inflation, FarmFolio is your best friend. Go online today, farmfolio.net.
Sometimes it's not just losing the weight, but keeping the weight off. I'm Jim Dunaway, and I told you how Weight of Wellness helped save my life. They helped me lose 45 pounds. They got my blood pressure and cholesterol in check. And now they're helping me keep that weight off throughout the football and holiday season. You can see more online at aplanforme.com, aplanforme.com. Every plan is individually designed. No contracts, no sign-up fees, and you get a free consultation. See it all on the website, aplanforme.com. Weight of Wellness, your journey to healthy living. Iron Mountain Construction is an industrial services company with over 500 people available for your situation and needs. They are committed to safely supporting the operations of your facility through their execution of quality-driven maintenance services and on-time, on-budget small capital construction work. And they offer support with plumbers, pipe fitters, millwrights, iron workers, laborers, operators, and more. Call the office of Iron Mountain Construction, 205-781-1170 for Jeremy Purvis and Iron Mountain Construction.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. As you guys know, the team at Hemphill Services are my go-to guys for all things heating and cooling. Recently, a unit went out in the house. Of course, Hemphill were the guys I called. Always professional, always courteous. Hemphill Services, they've been serving Birmingham since 1954. They're who Birmingham trusts. They're who I trust to do the job right and at a fair price. Hemphill Services, independent train dealer, and they service all makes and models for all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs. Do what I do. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. Do it now. 205-229-2090. That's 229-2090.
Dale's Seasoning started right here in Birmingham, Alabama, and now it's #1 in America. And now they've got a new product. It's the Gold Label from Dale's Seasoning, a new condiment-style product. You can dip it, dunk it, or pour it on your burgers, chicken fingers, steaks, and French fries. You guys wanted it, and Dale's delivered. It's available in stores throughout the Southeast. It's a fast, fun, and easy way to enjoy Dale's at your tailgate or cookout. Dale's Seasoning, the new Gold Label. You got to try it.
Little hunchback. All right, we are wrapping up the show here with several things developing all at one time. Interesting Odell Beckham stat here. The only receiver ever to have more than Jalen Waddle's 60 catches over his first 10 games of his NFL career is Odell Beckham Jr. Joe Shat. History of the NFL. Only one guy's had more than Jalen Waddle's catches through his first 10 games.
If people haven't watched the Dolphins, I realize Waddle leads rookies in receptions. They target him all the time.
And the interesting thing is people talk about two guys for Rookie of the Year, Mac Jones, who we talked about earlier, and Jamar Chase.
And they don't even mention Waddle.
They don't.
But they're leaning on him. Tua's going to start this week. Connect those two again. Part of our show brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right.
Hey, home means something different to everyone, but at Mortgage Right, home is always about you. Their top priority is helping you navigate the home buying landscape, and their team of experts, they're here to answer questions and provide solutions. Whether you're in the market for your first home or looking to refinance the one you already own, Mortgage Right is here to guide you every single step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to get started. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Shane Beamer has been asked the question about Virginia Tech. Brandon Zimmerman, covering that news conference, says he gives a genuine, heartfelt answer about how much he loves being the South Carolina coach, calls it, quote, home, and, quote, his dream job.
So that's what Shane Beamer says in a tough situation, being a Beamer name and having to answer on a day that the Virginia Tech job came open. The Odell Beckham Jr. stat was from our buddy Joe Shad. Didn't want to do that without giving him credit for that. Brown, you'll leave us with this amazing thing going into another college football playoff ranking tonight at 6 o'clock.
Did you know there is only one college football conference that has had every single team at one point or another ranked in the college football playoff rankings?
Every single team?
Every single team in this conference has been ranked in the college football playoff rankings at one point or another.
I think I know it.
In the college football playoff rankings.
In the college football playoff rankings. That always Crutch when he's thinking about something is just repeat.
It's got to be. It's got to be the Big 12.
It's got to be the Big 12.
It is not the Big 12. It is the Atlantic Coast Conference. Every one of them.
All ranked top 25.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh,
In the college football
I got
playoff.
confused there. I was thinking top
too.
4 for a second.
I was thinking top 4 too.
Oh, Lord, no.
Yeah.
My gosh. We've only had like 12 teams ranked in the top 4.
Yeah, more than that.
Okay. The ACC is the only conference to have had every team ranked in the college football playoff ranking. Here are these schools that have to be ranked for the other conferences.
Okay.
Pac-12.
Uh-huh.
They need Oregon State and Cal. Oregon State's got to be
Oh,
on the
they're
borderline
tight,
right
yeah.
now. Cal ain't going to make it this year. Southeastern Conference needs Vanderbilt. We may go the rest of our life without that happening. Though when James Franklin was there, had you had the playoff ranking, they would have been in it.
Yeah.
In the bottom of the top 25. Big 12, you guys said they only need Kansas and Texas Tech. I don't know about that one. Again, Mike Leach would have had Texas Tech there. And
Mark Mangino would have had Kansas.
That's
there.
true. The Big 10 needs Maryland, Rutgers, and Illinois. Those are the ones remaining there. But the ACC has had every single school at one point or another ranked in the college football playoff
Including
ranking.
Duke.
Including Duke, which was in 2014, the very first one.
Yeah, they won their division.
They were in the ACC championship.
Jamison, Florida State.
Yep. North Carolina's been there. Virginia Tech, Pitt, Miami, North Carolina. All of them.
Boy.
All of them have been there. That's
does
crazy.
Danny Cannell know that stat?
I'm sure. College Football Home at CFB Home sent that out. And there's speculation, you mentioned Duke, there's speculation that that's going to be another job opening, that David Cutcliffe is moving towards retirement. They're not going to fire David Cutcliffe by any stretch, but that he's moving towards retirement. It may be encouraged retirement.
Yeah.
Who grabs that job?
I hate to say it, though, but probably time.
Yeah, Coach Cut's done amazing things there, but it's been a pretty bad product of late.
He had him going, and now it doesn't seem like it's going anymore.
I don't know, Lance.
That's such a tough job.
It is
You
a tough
wonder who
job.
you hired. You hired, somebody young and unknown, and
I mean, you got to be
roll the dice.
Spurrier won the conference there. Cut took him to the conference championship. But aside from that, you got to go back to like Wallace Wade to find any sort of success there.
I mean, did Ted Roof win a game there?
I don't know if he did. I mean, like if you're a good young coach,
I don't even know where I don't even know where you would start looking.
You probably promote somebody from Cutcliffe's staff. If I had to guess, I mean, who are you going to look for outside? You're going to go try to find a Jamie Chadwell? I mean, would you leave Coastal to go to Duke?
I don't know, but he doesn't fit the Duke. I mean, Will Healy is not going to leave Charlotte for Duke, is he?
I would not think so. I think Will Healy's on the rise. I think he could be past Duke.
Yeah, I think I would roll the dice on having one really breakout good 10-win season and getting something that's much better than Duke than going to Duke and ever having a winning season.
I don't even know where you go. I mean, Skip Holtz, time's running out for him at La Tech. He sort of hit a ceiling.
Yeah, SMU's Sonny Dykes today was asked about his situation and said they are very close on a contract extension at SMU.
Wow.
So Sonny Dykes apparently is going to stick around there. And not that he would go to Duke, but I'm just saying that's kind of the level you'd be talking about, right?
Yeah, but I thought Sonny was in the mix at TCU.
Yeah, I did too.
Man, this Justin Fuente thing, if he ends up at TCU, what a good move by him.
That's a heck of a deal, right?
To get a little money to walk away from Virginia Tech and go there. We're about to record another Bama and Bourbon, thanks to the Pink Package Store and everyone else who helps out with that, right?
Yeah, Beverage Place. They do a great job. Chan, Santana, Joe, bringing our liquor by here and letting us talk about it.
Pink Package Store. If you know, you know, right there on 280, right? Swing by there and get all your party needs. Aaron Suttles of the Athletics in the house. They're about to record that in the green room behind us. We're back tomorrow, live with you at 9 a.m. The replay starts again in a second. You can always rewatch us on YouTube, Facebook, Twitch, and Instagram. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.
Jim Dunaway, Lance